Cricket between the West Indies and England in the Caribbean. A year after a disappointing World Cup campaign, England have elected to change things up both on and off the field. There's new players, new combinations, and although they didn't plan it, there's a new captain too. The West Indies have been in white ball action recently in Sri Lanka. Will that give them an advantage? Cricket also between the West Indies and England in the Caribbean. We'll find out here on talkSPORT 2. After a disappointing World Cup campaign, so very good afternoon to you. It is one-day international cricket coming your way from Antigua. I'm Andrew McKenna, and we've got a busy old afternoon for you. We've got an hour or so to build up to the first ball in this first one-day international of this three-match series. Toss, therefore, will take place in about half an hour's time, which means we've got plenty of time to talk with the team. Let me take you through who the team are. Neil Manthorp will be on commentary duty, along with Darren Gough, Steve Harmison, Mark Butcher, Philo, Wallace and Machel Hewitt. So let's bring in the first pair and say good afternoon to Philo, Wallace and Darren Gough. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Andrew. I think you paired us well, an opening bowler against the opening batter. Very well done. I hope the pitch is a good one.
It better be good because you're playing a few shots.
Who got the better out of your skirmishes, out of interest?
I think, how many games did we play against each other?
Not many.
But one or two, wasn't it?
Yeah, but let's say if we played two, it's even 1-1.
I'll give you that.
There are no fans on this pitch today.
1-1. Call it a draw.
There's no fans on the pitch. There's no fans in the stadium at the moment yet, because there's now hour to the first ball, and the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is not really near anything, which means that there's very few people in the ground at the moment. We're hoping that we'll get a few more in by the time we get the first ball up and underway. Right, Goughy, let's turn our attention to England and this new look England that we've got here. First and foremost, though, it's been a year since the World Cup in India. England were 1-3, lost 6. They've played 8 matches since then, 1-3, lost 5. Have they wasted that year for you? Because they decided to keep Matthew Mott on as coach after that World Cup, and a year later he's gone. So have England used that year properly?
Well, I thought it was a strange appointment in the first place. I really did. But they've changed there now. They've kept Josh Buttler as captain. Unfortunately, he's missing this one. This calf injury just keeps coming back. But I look at this squad now, and there's some good players, you know, who have gone out to the West Indies. And I think England are almost caught in a trap where there's so many players could represent England. Do they know their actual best 11? Because if you look at the guys who have been over in Pakistan who are now got on the way to New Zealand, there's probably, 3 or 4 from that team going to come into this one-day side as well. But it's where do you get them in? Who's going to open the batting? I look at this now and I think Jacob Bethel, obviously a top performer. He's been called up into the test squad as well. Saqib Mahmood, I think I've worked with him in the past. I really like Saqib. Reece Toppler, we know now he's a white ball specialist. You can tick him off. He's definitely in there. This John Turner has been picked in a few squads. Injuries always stopped him coming in. Michael Pepper's been brought in now. I mean, how many keepers do you want? We've got Pepper, we've got Butler to come back in as well. We've got Salt, we've got 3 keepers in there. And Cox, 4 keepers. And on the leggies, you've got Jaffa Shoano, I know obviously well. I was the guy who obviously was there when we brought him to Yorkshire to work alongside Anil Rashid. So it's an interesting squad. I think it's a good squad, but it's going to be interesting how it works out. I think they're all going to get a game. Let's just put it that way. They're all going to get a game during these 3 one-day internationals.
As we're just talking about the squad, let's actually take you through the group that England have taken for this, because obviously there are some new faces. So Liam Livingstone is now the captain of this group due to Josh Buttler's injury. So then it's in alphabetical order: Jofra Archer, Jacob Bethel, Jaffa Chauhan, Jordan Cox, Sam Curran, Will Jacks, Saqib Mahmood, Dan Mousley, Jamie Overton, Michael Pepper, Adil Rashid, Rayan Ahmed, Phil Salt, Reece Topley and John Turner. there's a real mix of really young, talented players, but with not a great deal of experience behind them. And then the more experienced ones, at the other end of the scale, you've got Adil Rashid, who's today, if he's picked, will play his 141st one-day international.
Wow. Pretty good, isn't it? Adil, he's just got better and better, Adil Rashid. I think he's been a great performer for England. I think he's got 200 one-day international wickets now, has he? Or he's just short?
202. He's got that.
He's on my tail. Approaching, but you look at that, there's some very, very good young players, and Jaffa, it's a great opportunity for him to go out there, watch Adil at work. Adil's probably got another 2 years realistically. I know Adil say he's probably got another 5. He's got 2 years realistically, and they'll need someone to take over because he's been such an important part of England's success, Adil Rashid. And Jaffa Shoham, with white ball in a hand, is an handful. He varies his pace really, really well. Bowls a lot of googlies, similar to Adil. And it'll be interesting. And he can bat. He plays a few shots as well. Jacob Beffel we know about. I think he's one of the best fielders about. And he can play as well. And he bowls that left arm spin as well. The only one that surprises me a lot and that England has showed a lot of faith in him is Jamie Overton. Jamie Overton is playing as a batter.
So just let me stop you there because I did some digging around on that. He is on a return to bowling programme at the moment. What I've not been able to establish is where he is along that continuum, so I don't know yet whether he will be able to bowl in this or not.
Now, if he's an all-rounder, I've always rated Jamie Overton. I would have had him in a heartbeat, definitely. If you're a coach of any county side out there and Jamie Overton's available and he's fit and he can bowl and bat, same as his brother Craig, right? 2 fantastic cricketers, right? But he's playing as a batter. Now, the batter he is that guy that comes in 7 and 8, is a finisher, is a 6-hitter, right? But if you look the way it's coaching now, it's not like it used to be in T20 cricket where the coach used to say to you, build a partnership, right? Get a partnership going. It is important, but if you say that as a coach, it sounds negative. It's not about that. You try and look at it and say, right, how many sixes do I need to hit to win this game? That's the way the game is played now. There's no such thing as partnerships, guys. Make sure you get a partnership between overs 5 and 10. Doesn't happen. Hit as many sixes as you can.
Which is the West Indies philosophy. So let's bring you in at this stage. The West Indies, a week ago, were in Sri Lanka for 3 T20s and then 3 one-day internationals. They lost the ODI series 2-1. They took the final game of that series, although that last game was very heavily weather affected and DLS. It's essentially the same squad on duty for these matches, bar one change. Alec Athanaze hasn't made the cut, so Shimron Hetmyer is back in. So their squad: Shai Hope, Alzari Joseph, captain and vice-captain. Then you've got Jewel Andrew, the 17-year-old phenom. He'll be 18 on the 7th of December. Casey Carty, Roston Chase, Matthew Ford, Shimron Hetmyer, Shamar Joseph, who is in line for his one-day international debut if he plays today, Brandon King, Evan Lewis, Gudakesh Moti, Shafane Rutherford, Jaden Seals, Romario Shepherd and Hayden Walsh Jr. Philo, as I read those names out, how do you feel about this particular West Indies squad?
Well, it's the same squad that went to Sri Lanka, barred Ale Antanaz, and they brought in Shimron Hetmyer on the back of, I'm not too certain, but his last ODI was against England in 2023. So you can see that head coach Darren Sammy, who's also the lead in selection, he's decided he's going to stick with a squad and try to build a ODI squad for the future, for that World Cup that is fast approaching. But obviously they had a bad tour of Sri Lanka. They lost the T20. They also lost the ODI series 2-1. But the good thing about Sri Lanka is that they won the last ODI with the opening batter, Evan Lewis, who's back into ODI cricket after a long time, getting 100 not out, and Rutherford has continued to show consistency, which is good coming into this series against England. Now, Shamar Joseph is the one that bugs me because he left the tour before the final ODI for personal reasons. He's in Antigua now, and we're hoping that he will get to make his debut today, and he will obviously partner Alzari Joseph, who is at home and who's been given the vice captaincy tag yet again, and has the responsibility, Alzari Joseph, to be what they now dub the leader of the attack, There's young Jaden Seal, and there we know he's very good at the test level. He's still new into ODI cricket, and he's feeling his way. So the makeup is we're going to try to get these guys to play more ODI cricket together and build a unit around Shea Hope and Darren Sammy's philosophies. Shea Hope had a poor series against Sri Lanka, so he will also be looking to get some runs against England in this 3 ODIs and try to bring some confidence back to his batting and also his leadership. When you're a captain and you're a wicket keeper and you're not scoring runs, you could end up like Josh Butler, down on confidence. You don't know if you're going to come left or go right. So it's important also this series for Shea Hope, particularly as a captain, to try to show the Caribbean and the world that he is cut out to be the wicket keeper, the leading batter, and the captain of this young West Indies squad to move forward.
Now, we are getting closer to fireworks night, and I've got a funny feeling I know how Philo's going to answer this particular question, so I'm going to stand back because I think I might be lighting the blue touch paper on this one. Now, Shimron Hetmyer, this is something that the West Indies have had an issue with, in the fact that franchise cricket around the world pays considerably better than West Indies cricket does, and so people have disappeared off here and there. I was looking at Shimron Hetmyer's numbers the other day. His highest score in one-day international cricket is 139. He made that against India in Chennai in December of 2019. Since that innings, the West Indies have played 63 one-day internationals. Shimron Hetmyer has played 12 of them because he's been unavailable, potentially due to injury, but more realistically because he has been off playing around the world. And actually, in those 12 games, he's had 7 single-figure scores. So you could argue that it's not really worked for either of them. So how do you feel about this?
Well, the head coach is the man who has the final say on who he wants to play and he wants to bring into the squad. I sat a couple of years ago on a panel to revamp the whole selection policy of Cricket West Indies. It was approved, and there were certain criteria that had to be met. Now, I don't know what the criteria is for selection, because you drop Alec Antonaz, and you've brought in the man who hasn't played ODI cricket since 2023 December, and I don't think he's played Super 50 and was successful. So I don't know what is the reason for selecting a Hetmyer. And the back of those numbers, when you tell me numbers, I tell you don't give me his telephone number. But you're giving me some numbers that don't match up at all to a man who is supposed to have all this ability and talent. Now, if we're playing on experience on what he has done in the past, well, I can't see it. But he is the one that has been the biggest bugbear in West Indies cricket. This is a man who captained on the 19 squad in 2016 to victory. And he has just regressed. He has not progressed at all. And he is an enigma to himself and to West Indies cricket. And if this series does not make or break Shimron Hetmyer, I don't know what will, because this is a very important series for him as well.
I'll tell you what, though, looking at him, I think he looks fitter than he has done for a long, long time. So whether that can play a part and he's back in line for a game for the West Indies, because he went through a period, didn't he, where he just lost control of his fitness and everything else. But if you look at his performances in the IPL, yes, T20, he was very impressive in that role, coming in at 5 and 6, that finisher. And I think I think West Indies do need a player like him in that area.
All cricket is different. Hetmyer finishing in the IPL to bat 25 balls is fine. Hetmyer playing in a West Indies team will not bat 25 balls. You will have 145 balls to bat. And that is the difference in West Indies cricket and franchise cricket. And these guys need to understand that even though they go to the IPL and they do well, they come back to West Indies. It requires a bit more skill and thought process, and obviously the fitness level has to be a lot higher. So to me, he's lost weight, he's fitter, but I want to see if he has anything between his ears that can show me that he's improved as a cricketer, because he is important. He can bat, he can feel, but we need him to produce consistently. If he plays today, you want him to go there and do wonderfully well for West Indies.
Well, Philo, you touched on Darren Sammy. The West Indies head coach has been discussing what it's like managing players in the squad who have those franchise commitments.
There's more communication happen, advanced communication. So then with advanced communication, there's planning that could happen. You know, we have our contracted players. We have guys like Nicholas Puran, Hetmyer, Russell, who are not contracted. So you can't restrict. We cannot restrict the trade of players. We are competing against what is reality now. England could say, you know what, Josh Butler, you're not going to this tournament because your retainer contract is already X, Y, and Z. You know, Australia could say that. You know, India could stop all of the players from going to any other league because of what they are earning from their territorial boards. They earn enough so that the boards now could dictate where you play. Now, with us, the problem from since I started has always been finance. And in an environment and a region where the world now, cricket is a business now, it is hard. But I think what we've been able to do with this administration and the players is proper communication and a better understanding of how we go about things.
Darren Sammy in conversation with our very own Neil Manthorp as part of the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel conversation, and Man as well, of course, be with you later on. We're 45 minutes or so away from the first ball in this first one-day international of the series. West Indies against England, getting it on in Antigua. First two games of this series are in Antigua. Then it's to Barbados for the final one-day international, and then the first two T20s before the final three T20s are played in St Lucia. So once again, Antigua, Barbados and St Lucia for England in the Caribbean. It seems that those are the only places that they tour nowadays when they go to the Caribbean. Plenty more build-up, and don't forget we're 15 minutes away from the toss, so we'll get the all-important team news and who is doing what. We'll bring you all the details here on talkSPORT 2.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League.
Every ball, every run, and every wicket. International Cricket Live. The West Indies versus England in the first ODI.
Driven and caught! What a catch!
On talkSPORT 2.
It is talkSPORT 2. It is one-day international cricket live. The West Indies against England. First ball just over 40 minutes away. We're getting a few steers on potential England team here, because in their huddle there are new caps being presented. And there are quite a few of them as well, it has to be said. So we'll need to try and keep a full count as to how many, but we'll find out officially when Liam Livingstone goes out to toss the coin in just over 10 minutes' time. It is talkSPORT 2. You may well have heard, particularly if you listen to Hawksby and Jacobs this afternoon, live from Six's, the announcement today that England now have 29, count them, 29 centrally contracted players. A mixture of 1 year and 2 year deals. Both captains, Ben Stokes and Jos Buttler, have got 2 year contracts. Will Jacks and Phil Salt among those getting 1 year deals after missing out last time. Jamie Smith is straight in with a 2 year contract. First and foremost, Harmy and Goughy. Oh, for goodness sake, they've started early. Harmy and Goughy. First of all, 29 people on contracts, which, if you thought you were in with a remote chance of playing for England in the next year or so and you haven't got a contract, it kind of tells you where you are, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I'm laughing. I mean, I don't want to be too disrespectful to go off on a different tangent here, but I'm watching Matt Walker give an England cap out. Matt Walker's never played cricket for England, so yeah, Matt Walker might have a chance in one of these 29 contracts. So no, I'm not being. I'm just joking there. Matt Walker, an excellent coach. He's working with the England group and watching the England players get their caps. It looks like there's going to be at least 5 debutants that I've seen being presented with a cap, and it just shows you that the experienced Jacob Bethel is presenting a cap as well. So that tells you everything about what this group is and what this squad is all about. And it's a young group, it's a developing group. I look at the 29 contracts. I don't see any left fielders. I don't see any right fielders. 29's a lot, but I can understand from Rob Key's point of view with Brendan McCullum and the coaching team and the management staff that they have to protect themselves from franchise cricket. So because of that, that's why there's 29. I mean, there's nobody missed out. I don't think there's nobody who I think should have a contract. There's nobody sort of being left out of that group. I mean, Ollie Robinson's lost his, probably rightly so. Johnny Bairstow's got 1 year left, but he's part of that 29, but he had a 2 year contract, so they're just running that down like they've done with Ollie's. It's
important to say that not all of these are new deals, because obviously some of the guys had Mark Wood had a 3 year deal, didn't he? So he's 1 year
got 2 years left,
which is why he's now on the 2 years.
Yeah, 6 new deals.
So let me just take you through then. So the 2 year contracts, or those who have got 2 years left on those: Gus Atkinson, Harry Brook, Jos Buttler, Joe Root, Jamie Smith, Ben Stokes and Mark Wood. And then the 1 year deals are Rayan Ahmed, Jofra Archer, Johnny Bairstow, Shoaib Bashir, Bryden Carse, Zach Crawley, Sam Curran, Ben Duckett, Will Jacks, Jack Leach, Liam Livingstone, Ollie Pope. Sounds like I'm doing pick of the pops here with Alan Freeman. Matthew Potts. Interesting, Ollie Pope's only got 1 year, the England vice-captain. Let's come back to that in a second. Matthew Potts, Adil Rashid, Phil Salt, Ollie Stone, Josh Tongue, Reece Topley, Chris Wokes, and then there are also 3 development contracts: Jacob Bethel, Josh Hull and John Turner.
Well, what I'll tell you, there'll be a lot of county CEOs absolutely rubbing their hands because they don't have to pay the salaries of any of those players on there. The development ones, they would have been hoping probably somebody like Josh Hull would have got a central contract, but it still goes a fair way to paying the salaries. So Yorkshire had Matthew Fisher. The last 2 years he's been on a development contract. That's now gone. So now he's gone to Surrey. Surrey are going to have to pay his full salary. That's how it works. They can afford it, by the way. It's not going to affect Surrey.
But Will Jacks is getting, rightly so, Will Jacks is getting a full contract because he missed out in the last round of contract. So the new contracts are Shoaib Bashir, correct. Will Jacks, I think they were worried. They were not worried. I think they were looking to see if he was the real deal. Came around right at the very end of the last contracts, so he probably felt hard done by not getting one last time. I think he's justifiably getting one this time because I think that lad is really, really talented. Phil Salt, he's been captain of England. Ollie Stone back fit, I think, is a benefit to English cricket when Ollie Stone is fit and firing. And Jacob Bethel is probably in a similar position to what Will Jacks was last year. You could argue that Jacob Bethel, now being into the New Zealand squad, added to the New Zealand squad probably should be in that 1 year list, but I think they're in a similar position as what lies a similar position as Will Jacks and Josh Hall, exactly the same. So they're the new ones. Not surprising. I don't see too many players outside that 29 playing for England in red or white ball cricket over the course of the next 6 months until the counties can start challenging. And I think when you look at the development squads of under-19s, Lions trips that Andrew Flintoff and Graham Swan are taking away pre-Christmas and after Christmas, that's a very, very young group as well. So there's nobody on there where I think, well, they're missing out. They should be in this group. So I think now, since COVID, English cricket is on the rise because players can go off and tour, and England can do the under-19 stuff very, very well. I think the ducks are in the right way. I think they're in the right order now, and I think English cricket's moving forward. And like I said before, they have to be rewarded. Darren, you as a former director of cricket, they have to be rewarded because you know more than anybody else the lure of franchise towards a player now is massive. It's absolutely massive. So that's why there is that many contracts.
The squad to go to New Zealand for the Test match series, which is, by the way, is going to be live and exclusive here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel as well. When it was announced, I did have a little look at the replies to the social media posts. Boy, you'd think Ollie Pope was the bogeyman, judging by some of the responses. But 3 Test matches ago, he was captaining England to a remarkable victory. Yes, he's had a bit of a roller coaster of form, but I never thought he wasn't going to New Zealand on that tour.
No, but you can understand the frustration, I think, with Ollie. I think he's another one of those players that's kind of lost in how England are trying to play.
Yeah.
And being vice-captain, he's trying to almost be Ben Stokes. I mean, this form's happened to Ben Stokes. When he was throwing his wicket away many times, I think he's came back a little bit. But he's just got done with huge spin, didn't he, in Pakistan? He got done when the ball started going sideways on a flatter pitch. He might have got 100 the way Ben plays. And I think that's the same with a lot of them. Harry Brooks slightly went through it. Yes, he was clouded by the big 300. But he was also in going in and trying to play from the off, hitting on the up. And it's okay when the pitches are flat. But soon as the ball starts going sideways, either seam or spin, these techniques and this style of play is tested. Why do you think Pakistan changed the way they went about from the first test? On flat pitches, these England players are great players, good players on those, to making the ball do something. And once it starts doing something, it becomes very difficult to still score at 5 and 6 and over.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I think that's always been England's challenge, that when the pitch is doing a bit and moving, we can't hit through the line of the ball. I don't want to go down the sort of Geoffrey Boycott where flat track bullies, but he's not far wrong. He's not far wrong in such a way where whenever we put under pressure, we're not very good at handling that pressure and handling that moment of pressure. And it's not a sustained period of pressure, it's just that moment of pressure, maybe 2 or 3 overs where they hide the ball starts moving, starts spinning, and then we can go quickly from 2 down to 5 down in no time at all, or to the right, that concept of losing 3 wickets in no space of time. The Ollie Pope one is an interesting one. I agree with what Ben's saying when Ben says this is the best 6 batters we've got. And there might be people out there go, well, that's fine, but you have to look at form, and I do look at form. I think the vice captaincy is a burden around his neck, which I would take off him. We talk about not for anything other than let's not put any more undue pressure on him. He's batting at number 3, not a position I don't think he really wants to bat. I think if he is in, you look at Joe Root. Joe doesn't want to bat 3. He's our best player, so you leave him where he is at number 4. I don't think Harry Brook would have won a bat 3, so I think Ollie's taking one for the team at batting number 3. And then this is the thing for me. I looked at, me, John Norman, Nick Friend, and George DeBell do a county cricket show once a week throughout the summer, and we were well across the whole spectrum of county cricket. Darren has just come out of the county game, and Ben says this is the best 6 batters we've got, and I believe him. And it was such a way that these are the best players that played county championship cricket last season. From a batting point of view, for the numbers that's shown over the course of 14 championship matches, the openers were Rory Burns, Keaton Jennings, Adam Lyve, Dom Sibley, all had their chance. The middle order players. Jordan Cox, he's got a game. He's going to get in at New Zealand. James Bracey had a great season at Gloucester. Will Rhodes, now gone to Durham. They've had to go. Will hasn't, but then the next ones, Colin Ingram, David Bedingham, don't qualify for England. They smashed it out of the park. Like so Ryan Higgins, Liam Dawson, and then you've got the wicketkeeper batters of John Simpson, Alex Davies. Now, them there, all 12, 13 batters there, they're the only ones I think got over 1,000 runs in first-class cricket last season. When I look at England's top 6, none of them get into it. None of them get anywhere near it. Bedingham does, but he's South African. Ingram does, not qualified. They're good players. The English ones, I don't see them getting in, and that's my problem. And Gough is going to come in, and that's my
Jennings,
problem.
I think Jennings is Arshan Jennings. I think he's gone away, and I think he's become a better player what I've seen on the circuit, and I've been around it as well. The last few years, Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. He should have played in that last Test match.
He's a proper player. He plays spin well. That's why I'm in Sri Lanka. We did that with talkSPORT. Sweeps really well and hard.
He should have come in instead of Dan Lawrence. I get that. I totally agree with that.
His technique's better. He's looking to be aggressive and hit the ball harder. I think Dom Sibley is trying to up his game as well in the way he plays. I think he's getting back to something that you want to see. But all these guys now know they have to play a certain way to get in this England side, so they're all changing.
But I also look at it and think, well, when people say Rob Key has got no interest in county cricket, that list tells me why.
Interesting stuff. Right, we are moments away from the toss for this first one-day international between England and the West Indies. Ian Bishop is going to be the man out there in the middle with the captains Liam Livingstone and Shai Hope.
Stadium for the first of 3 CG United one-day internationals between the West Indies and England. Alongside me, the captain, Shai Hope, captain of the West Indies, Liam Livingstone, leading England today, and Rion Dane King in his sartorial splendor. Thank you for showing us up. Shai's got the coin.
Tails call. Hands ahead.
So Shai, just remind the viewing audience what you're going to do and why.
We're going to bowl first. I think with this overhead that we have, we just try to utilize as best as we can. And the conditions can possibly change if it gets a bit wet as well, so we better be on the batting side at the end.
It's a quick turnaround from the Sri Lankan series. What are you looking to be better at in this one?
Just better in general. I think that if we look at all 3 departments, we could always improve. But again, we first have to adapt here with these conditions. We're at home, we're more familiar with what's happening here. Sri Lanka was a whole different story, so I think as long as we adapt quickly and start well, we're going to finish even better.
Have you made any changes from that last one-day international in Sri Lanka?
Yes, one change, Joel misses out and Hetmyer comes back in.
Is there a long-term vision or short-term vision for this team with everyone looking at another World Cup?
There's a bit of both. We have to look, obviously, in the present, have to make sure that we cover our bases here. But there's always a bigger picture, which is 2027. We're trying to make sure we build to that, understand what we have to do to get there, but we have to take it step by step.
Go well.
Thank you.
Liam, walk this way. Having to set things up first with the bat, how do you feel?
Yeah, we would have bowled first as well, but no, it looks a good pitch. Hopefully it'll get a bit slower later on.
Yeah, it's a new thing for you leading this international team. How do you feel?
Yeah, an incredibly proud day, but more so excited. We've got a group of young boys out here that are getting a big opportunity, so yeah, really excited to lead the way.
Your team now, can you give me any insight into the combination, any new faces in the final 11 today?
Yeah, we've got 3 seamers, 5 spinners, and we've got 4 debuts as well. So Cox, Overton, Mousley and Turner. So we've got 4 debuts. Really exciting day for them, so looking forward to that.
And your goals for this tour, given the amount of cricket going on, some usual faces not here?
Yeah, and like I said, it gives new boys opportunities, and I think that's what this tour is all about. We're obviously here to win. We want to play some good cricket, but it's going to give people an opportunity to step up to international cricket. So, yeah, everybody's excited for what's to come over the next couple of weeks.
All the best to you and
Thank
your
you.
team, Liam.
Cheers.
Right, just a reminder of what has happened out here in the middle. It's a little bit overcast, but the West Indies have won the toss. They will be bowling first.
Thank you very much, Ian. So, 4 debutants for England today. Let me take you through the 11. Phil Salt and Will Jacks to open. According to the team sheet I've got, Jordan Cox to bat at 3, Jacob Bethell at 4, Liam Livingstone at 5, Sam Curran at 6, Dan Mousley at 7, Jamie Overton at 8, Jofra Archer at 9, Adil Rashid at 10, John Turner at 11. So Saqib Mahmood, Michael Pepper, Jafar Jahan and Reece Topley not in the lineup today. I'll give you the full West Indies side once we get it officially confirmed, but we have it announced there that it is Shimron Hetmyer coming into the side is the only change from their last one-day international against Sri Lanka. Right, so let's get some quick thoughts from Harmy and Gough. Harmy, so West Indies to bowl first.
Looks as though there's a little bit of cloud knocking about. There's some moisture in the air. They'll hope that the ball comes. England will hope that the ball comes on a little bit and then slows down and becomes very difficult to score off later in the game. The West Indies will want, because there's a little bit of moisture in the air and possibly some on the surface, that there'll be some movement knocking about, and I think that's why they've decided to bowl first. They're two exciting teams for me. They're really, really exciting teams. I know England have got 4 debutants, but it's exciting. I'm pleased to see John Turner eventually have a game. He's been the invisible man for so long now. He's been on a lot of touring parties, but he hasn't really played. And I look at that batting unit. I hope it stays the top 7 as it is, what you've just named out, because what it does for me is it says responsibility on the captain, Liam Livingstone, bat number 5, and you're our mainstay figure in that middle order. Responsibility on Sam Curran. We all talk about it. Me and Manners talk about it weekly on the Following On podcast, on the Following On cricket show, about having a role for Sam. What is Sam's role in the side? Well, a bat at number 6 tells you he's the genuine all-rounder. You see him as a top-order batter. You see him as a frontline seamer. That, for me, is perfect. And young Jacob Bethel, who looks as though England's going to invest heavily across the winter, both red and white ball, he is going to have his responsibility like Will Jacks did on previous tours at number 4. So that, for me, that really, really excited about that, how that England team balancing it looks.
And the West Indies team got that 11 confirmed for you. So Brandon King and Evan Lewis to open. Casey Carty, Shea Hope, Shimron Hetmyer, Shafane Rutherford, Roston Chase, Matthew Ford, Alzari Joseph, Kurtikesh Moti and Jaden Seals. Those are the 11s. We'll get you more and continue the build-up. We're 23 minutes away from the first ball of this one-day international series. It is exclusive one-day international cricket commentary, West Indies against England, here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the EFL.
It's a pitch-perfect delivery. International Cricket Live. The West Indies versus England in the first ODI.
What a shot on talkSPORT 2.
It is talkSPORT 2. I'm Andrew McKenna. Welcome along. 20 to 6 UK time means we're 20 minutes away from the first ball. The toss, if you are just joining us, if you're just coming out of work or you've been out and about for the day during the school holidays, well, the news is the West Indies have won the toss. They will bowl. So England batting first. 4 debutants, the England lineup: Phil Salt, Will Jacks, Jordan Cox, Jacob Bethell, Liam Livingstone, the captain, Sam Curran, Dan Mousley, Jamie Overton, Adil Rashid, Jofra Archer and John Turner. For the West Indies, it is one change for them, with Shimron Hetmyer coming into the lineup, that from their last one-day international against Sri Lanka in Pelakeli, what, a week or so ago. So it's Brandon King, Evan Lewis, Casey Carty, Shea Hope, Shafane Rutherford, Shimron Hetmyer, Alzari Joseph, Roston Chase, Gudakesh Moti, Matthew Ford and Jayden Seales. Let's introduce Machel Hewitt for the first time today. He's going to be part of the commentary team here on talkSPORT 2. Mach, welcome along for the first time. And it seems like it's a bit of a no-brainer, really. Win the toss and bowl if you could.
Yeah, hi Andrew. Yeah, most definitely. I think this morning it was very much muggy, and as Shea Hope alluded to at the toss, it's overcast ahead as we look outside right now, and it just makes sense that you have to bowl first with those conditions. And I mean, in the days that I've been in Antigua thus far, rain will come at some point, you would think, in the day, and if that has an effect on shortening the match, then it will obviously favour the side that bats second. So, as you say, it was very much a no-brainer of a decision there by the West Indies once they'd won the toss.
In terms of the West Indies, we had a slightly bizarre situation in the fact that they didn't actually name their squad until, well, it was within 48 hours of the first ball of the match. It got announced about 8:30 UK time on Tuesday evening. In fact, it was actually released after, on the West Indies social media channels, they'd shown footage of the players actually arriving at the airport. Do we know why it took them so long to actually announce it? Was there any sort of discussions going on, or was it just purely that they just didn't get round to doing it?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Okay, fair enough. It's one of those then.
I think it's very much a case of the turnaround time from Sri Lanka to come into Antigua. I mean, they only got here, I think, on Monday evening, so the turnaround time's been really quick. The real question mark is, when was the decision made that Shimron Hetmyer would replace Alec Athanaze? And I think that's really the answer that people are looking for.
Philo is alongside us. You touched on that earlier on. So your thoughts on the team that they've actually put out then, Philo?
Well, no surprises at all, actually. With Alec Athanaze out of the team, out of the squad, you would expect that once Hetmyer is in, he will start. And you have to remember that Hetmyer and Hope as well play for the Guyana Amazon Warriors in the CPL, so they have a good relationship and a good understanding of each other. And obviously Hetmyer is the one that they're looking for to help bring some solidity to that middle order, particularly when the slow bowlers are on. He's quite a good player of slow bowling, so they would obviously look to get him in as quickly as possible. My question is, how much cricket has Hetmyer been playing since the CPL? And what has he been doing to keep himself in readiness? I heard head coach Darren Sammy said there's a lot of communication between the players now, but I don't know how much communication would have gone out to Hetmyer to say, look, we're looking to bring you in against England, we need you to start practicing. And that should not even be said. He should be working on his game, thinking that he's going to get into the squad. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes when they get to bat.
Mash, as you look around the stadium, there was a sprinkling of supporters in about an hour or so ago, but actually there are a great deal more now starting to appear. For anyone who's not been to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua, it's a long way out the centre of town. You don't just walk past it by accident. You actually have to make a real effort together. Do we have an indication as to how many people are likely to rock up for this one, and therefore give us an indication as to whether the West Indian public are actually fully into this series?
I think there's two ways to kind of approach that question. I think at the moment, as I look out on the ground, I'd say we're probably approaching somewhere in the region of 4:30 once everyone goes to take their seats, and whether that will increase as the day goes on. Certainly the Caribbean public that come to watch, or the Antiguan public that come to watch, will probably turn up later on during the course of the day. But we have to remember as well that tomorrow is Antiguan Independence, and I think a lot of focus amongst the Antiguans will be what's going on tomorrow, because there's actually an event at the stadium tomorrow as well. But Cameron Ponsonby and I had a conversation about this earlier in the week, and I think numbers are down in general in terms of England fans travelling to or for this particular tour, given it's the third one in consecutive years. So I think that has an effect on the numbers we'll see as well.
Yeah, another thing too is that the new marketing and media person at CWI, she said on a program that it was on Tuesday night that they've also reduced the price of tickets. And I'm very surprised that with that reduced price in tickets, that we haven't seen more locals coming to obviously looking to get into the stadium. I'm just going to give it to the start, and then I'll make my judgment. But they've reduced the prices to try to attract more locals to come and watch the game.
Because that what has been the knock, hasn't it, for the last 3 or 4 years, really. Whenever West Indies and England play in the West Indies, it always feels like an England home game because of the amount of people who actually travel.
Yeah, and because of the packages that are offered to the English visitors. And also one change has been made as well, because Joel Andrew, who played in Sri Lanka in that last game, obviously he's not playing in this game. I thought that he would have been given the opportunity at home, obviously, but they've gone for experience. But it's quite sad that the locals again are not looking to come out to support West Indies cricket, despite having a reduction in price, and which is a big thing in the Caribbean, because they were saying that the prices were set a little too high. But the CWI decided to drop the prices, but you're still seeing more visitors than locals. But as the game gets started and people start to see what's going on or hear what's going on, I believe they're going to come to the ground, because West Indies cricket needs the supporters.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, of course, it is a floodlit game, this one. It's going to be a day-night game. Saturday's game is a much earlier start. It's 1:30 UK time, so it's basically breakfast time in the Caribbean. And if they're all going to be partied out after Antigua Day tomorrow, it's going to be very interesting to see how many of them actually make it for the toss. I'll probably answer my own question there and say not very many at all. Mash, thank you very much for the time being. The news, we'll keep repeating it for people joining us all the time. The West Indies have won the toss. They will bowl. There are 4 England debutants going to be getting their first appearances when we get underway in about 13 minutes time. So let's take a check on the odds with our friends at William Hill.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
And it's Ben Barrett who is joining us from William Hill. So I imagine it's a little bit trickier to price up some of these markets when you've got 4 debutants. You're never really sure what's going to happen. So, Ben, where are William Hill placing this one?
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. It is a tricky one to call. And actually, since the team news and the toss have happened, we've seen a little bit of immediate movement on the West Indies. They were a little bit bigger in price. They're still the outsiders of the 11 to 10 for a West Indies win. England are 8 to 11. Where I think we've seen the most shift, though, is in the run scorer and wicket taker market. It's here. Will Jacks, who of course will open up in a few moments' time with Phil Salt, is the favourite at 17 to 5. Phil Salt 18 to 5. Stand-in skipper Liam Livingstone 4 to 1 to top the run scoring for England in this first innings. In the bowling department, again, it's those that have got a little bit more in the way of solid experience that lead the market. Adil Rashid 7 to 4 to take the most wickets. Jofra Archer at 2 to 1. Interesting player in both markets, of course, Sam Curran. I think we expect him to bat at 6 and bowl first change. 7 to 1 top run scorer, 4 to 1 to be the top England wicket taker there. A word for some of those debutants. Jordan Cox is 4 to 1 to be the top England run scorer here. I think we're expecting him in at number 3, whilst in the bowling department, Jamie Overton 24 to 5 to take the most wickets. John Turner 21 to 10 in that same market as well. It's an inexperienced England side, but the market at least still expects them to go 1-0 up.
And thank you so much for that. The latest odds with William Hill. It is for over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Right, let's hear from the captains. We heard from them briefly at the toss when they were in conversation with Ian Bishop, 20 minutes or so ago. Let's hear from them a little bit more in depth. Let's first hear from the home skipper, Shea Hope.
Shay, you've won the toss. What have you decided to do and why?
We are going to bowl first. Obviously, with the conditions that we have here, it's important that we try to utilize it. We never know with the rain around. It could always be a pain whenever you have to bowl second with that wet ball. So,
quick turnaround from the Sri Lanka series. How are you guys looking to bounce back from that defeat? And well, you always seem to beat England, so you've got high hopes for this series.
Well, I think a lot of people would see it as a loss, but I think it's a win. I think the first time we've won a game in Sri Lanka since 2005. If you look at it, that's back when Brian Lara was still playing. So we must take some positive from that series. And yeah, we always have a different buzz and vibe when we play against England. So the guys are always ready and raring to go. I'm looking forward to this one.
And just finally, have you made any changes from your team last week against Sri Lanka for today?
Yeah, just one change. Joel Andrew misses out and Hetmyer comes back in.
Perfect. Shay, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Cameron Ponsonby is the man putting the questions to Shea Hope, and he's also been putting them to Liam Livingstone.
Liam, batting first, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, we would have bowled first, but yeah, it is what it is. Hopefully the pitch gets a bit slower later on, but yeah, hopefully we can set a score and defend it.
So a lot of caps being handed out. Who's making their debut for England today?
Yeah, we got 4 debuts, Cox, Overton, Mousley and Turner, so incredibly special day for them. Yeah, your debut only comes around once, so special day for them, and really looking forward to leading the way for them boys. We've got a young group out here, so excited to get going.
Is that something we can expect for this series, seeing a lot of new players, a lot of new faces kind of rotating the group?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many debuts there are left to have in the group, to be honest. But yeah, like we said, we're going to give people opportunities, and that's the exciting part for me, is over the next few weeks we're going to see some new cricketers for England, and hopefully today's the day that they start to show what they're all about.
And finally, you knew today you were going to be captain, but now it's actually here, the moment's arrived. How are you feeling?
Yeah, just excited. It's obviously an incredibly proud day for me, but yeah, I'm more so excited than anything else. It's a very big honour to be able to lead your country, but more so the younger group that we've got out here is it's kind of cool that I get to lead the way. So yeah, like I said, really excited.
And Liam Livingstone is indeed leading the way, because the players are on the way. Every single member of the squad is on his way out, because we will have national anthems before we get underway, and every single player has a mascot alongside. The umpires, Leslie Reefer and Rod Tucker, are the standing umpires for today. Alhuddin Palaka is the TV umpire. Gregory Brathwaite is the reserve official should we need them, but the players are all pretty much now in place, so very shortly we will be hearing God Save the King and Rally Around the West Indies. So the final stages of the build-up to this first one-day international.
Of Antigua and Barbuda, followed by England, and finally the West Indies.
Many thanks to Andrew McKenna for an excellent build-up as usual. It's Neil Manthorp here for the first over alongside Darren Gough and Steve Harmison. So 4 debutants for England. That's exciting news. And I must say that the Caribbean is becoming a second home for England during the winter. This is the 3rd tour in as many years to make up for the West Indies coming and touring or going and touring England during COVID. It's very much an honouring of a promise. I mean, the West Indies kept the lights on in that first torrid summer of COVID, and England promised to make good, and they're living up to that promise now. This is probably the tightest scheduling of a series I can remember, considering that the Test team have been in Pakistan and will be leaving for New Zealand in a couple of weeks' time, Steve Harmison. But it, as much as it is born of a financial commitment, there's a lot to look forward to, and a lot of opportunity as well.
A lot of opportunity, a lot of. Just had a chat about central contracts and 29 contracts, and the reason why there's so many. Talked about the keeping away from the franchise stuff, but there is a lot of crossover between tours, red ball, white ball. These tours of the West Indies are so important for West Indies cricket. We have England coming to town, Australia coming to town, India coming to town. It's so important for cricket in the West Indies, the money that can be made. So you got to fit it in when it's needed, and unfortunately for England, they have a crossover between Pakistan, the West Indies and New Zealand, so that's why you're going to see a more youthful, energetic England side who are trying to prove that they deserve more skin in the game when it comes to the big boys being available. The likes of, I'd imagine Stokes will be back available now, McCullum's, Brook, and one or two others. So I'm excited about this group. It's a shame. The only disappointing thing, it's a shame that our captain, our leader, Josh Butler's not there to mould these young players. But I think it's a very, very good, very, very good young England side that's going out to the West Indies to hopefully prove a point to the national selectors that the need to be considered when the big games come around, when the big boys come back and the big games come around.
Well, there's only one of us in the 3 in the commentary position at the moment who's a chief executive, and that's not me or Harmy. So Darren Gough will understand the financial implications and England honouring this debt. And Jason Holder said a couple of days ago that the West Indies are really being kept afloat in return now by these England tours.
Yep, they are. Broadcasting deals are so important now, especially for the West Indies. But as you can see from the crowd, there's not a big crowd in there. It's all about broadcasting rights and selling it to radio, the likes of us, and TV, and what it brings. And you will always get an English support that go out and watch in the Caribbean. In fact, most people in that ground will be English today.
I think that's absolutely right. Now, Matthew Ford is going to bowl the first over from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And on strike is Phil Salt, who's off the back foot, punching it out to extra cover, straight to the fielder, Shimron Hetmyer. And there's no run. Early days, but that he's not quick, Matthew Ford, but that ball just, maybe it was the angle, maybe it just nipped back. It looked to me like it moved.
Yeah, it nipped back. I think if anything, I thought it just sat in the pitch a little bit by Phil Salt's reaction. He went for an in-swinger. He was holding the seam to head towards, the seam was canted towards fine leg, and it just sat in the pitch a touch.
Here's Matthew Ford once again, right arm over the wicket, and this time a little bit straighter, and it's turned out towards mid-wicket. And again, it's gone straight to the fielder, this time Shafane Rutherford.
Yeah, it's definitely an action that favours the ball going into the right-hander, Matthew Ford. I like him as a white ball type bowler. I think he can bowl good lengths. He can swing the ball with a new ball, and he's playing a big part for the West Indies in white ball. So no shock to see him opening the bowling, and it's a decent start for him. 2 dot balls, especially when you're bowling at Phil Salt.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, there's a slip in place. Cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. Orthodox 3 and 3, saving 1. Slapped away, just slightly back of a length through extra cover by Phil Salt in the first runs. 3rd ball of the innings, and it's gone through extra cover for 4. There's a good hearty chase out to the cover boundary by Shimron Hetmyer, and but he wasn't able to get there. Good to see that the outfield looks to be holding firm. Those of you who played in that 2008 Test match, and those of us who watched it, will never forget the beach.
The beach, yeah, I got left out for it because it was a beach and the wicket was soft. 4 days later, I was back in the team when we went back to the rec round.
Yeah, that Test match abandoned on the first day. Salt now plays defensively as Ford pitches it up, doesn't make the mistake of dropping short of length on that occasion. 4 without loss. England losing the toss, asked to bat first in the first of 3 ODIs at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua. And we're seeing very judiciously selected shots from the cameramen of the crowd, and as Darren Gough says, they're all English. I'm afraid the lack of love and affection for the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium hasn't changed a great deal in Antigua. Another in-swinger from Matthew Ford, driven firmly out towards mid-off, straight to the fielder, Alzari Joseph, and there's no run.
He loves a flashy watch, doesn't he, Alzari? Always has bright, colourful watches on. Ever since he came onto the scene, good bowler. He's improved, hasn't he? He's upped his game over the last 2 or 3 years, Alzari.
It's funny, I mean, many people didn't see him as leadership potential, but he's really taken to the role of vice-captain, and he's obviously widely respected in the group. That's down the leg side. That'll be called a wide by umpire Leslie Reefer. He's definitely getting a bit of swing, isn't he?
Yeah, there's definitely shape there. He's just not... When he's gone for the full one, that's when he's losing the shape. The shape's going more down the leg side. It's swinging more from a fuller length. When he bowls that sort of back of a length, he's getting some shape in towards the batter. Then the indifference of the surface of why probably the West Indies have decided to bowl first. That's helped, but there he's gone for probably the big booming in-swinging Yorker, and he's just got his starting line wrong, and it's gone down leg side. But there is some shape there. Good swing.
Here is Ford up to the crease again and gets it just right this time. Starts on the line of 5th stump and swings back in towards 4th. Phil Salt plays it away defensively. So 5 without loss, a boundary and a wide. Salt has 4. Will Jacks has yet to face ball.
I'll tell you what, just from watching as well, Army, it doesn't take you long to do it, assess the pitch. Straight away, you'd be looking at that now if you're the batters in the England camp and you Phil Salt and Will Jackson, you're having a chat. Immediately would say, might be staying in this pitch slightly. It's obviously had a bit of water on it and it's not got that pace in it. It looks pretty slow. Wait till the ball's right under your eye, and if you're going to hit, make sure you hit hard. Don't be playing half and half shots so you get caught in the ring.
Yeah, I think it's a straight back wicket shot. I think the minute, because of the slowness of the pace, any sort of 45-degree angle, or even the horizontal bat shot early could be a little bit more of a challenge to control. So I think rotation of strike will be good from Salt and Jackson. No, they're big hitting players, but just till they get going, build their confidence. And I think the West Indies have seen that, because the fielders inside the circle are very, very close. It does look like a slow outfield, so I think the West Indies and Shai Hope will be looking to make sure that East fielders will be in the ring, tight on the one, and not giving England a chance to rotate the strike and potentially give one batter who is seeing the ball better than the other on a wicket which is sitting in the surface more chance of accessing the boundary and getting England off to a good start in a power play.
23-year-old Trinidadian Jaden Seals will bowl the second over from the Sir Andy Roberts end, which is, dare I suggest, the more illustrious of the two ends. It's there's a grandstand at the north and south end. The Sir Curtly Ambrose stand has where the ground staff are based, whereas the Sir Andy Roberts stand, it's a 5-storey grandstand, and that's where the players' changing rooms are and the corporate suites. It's pushed away defensively by Will Jacks up to mid-on, straight to the fielder again, and there's no run. Casey Carty at mid-on.
I think from what you're saying there, Darren, from a bowler's point of view, though, we'd be saying to each other, keep the stumps in play. Top of the stumps, bowl straight field, make them take a risk to hit the big shot if they want to play cross-batted. This has got something in it. If we started on the top of sort of middling off and get the ball together, go either way, then we're in the game and create pressure that way.
Here's Seals again. back of a length in towards maybe not the rib cage but the waist, and pushed away by Jacks defensively on the onside.
Yeah, looking at the weather, I don't think they're going to get much swing with the bowlers that are on point. And I like Seals. I think he's a fantastic. And another one I think seemed pretty well. He's come back after a promising start. He disappeared for a bit, and then I think he's really stepped up this last 12 months. He's I really like him as a bowler. Strong, can hit the pitch hard, and I think he'll be the type of bowler that can make England batters work on this pitch. Hit that back of a length, look into it top of off and middle, and like Army says, it'll be difficult to get away.
Here's Jayden Seales once again, full straight approach up to the crease now, and Jacks again pushes it straight to the same fielder, Kesey Carty, at mid-on, and there's no run.
He's a nice young man, and Jayden Seales. We had him on the show early in the... It was early last season when he came over to Sussex, and I think when we had him on, I think we had him on in April, didn't we? And he wasn't. I think he'd only been in the country about a week, 10 days, and
the interview was delayed while he was taking off some of his sweaters.
So he's cold running in the car. You could see the condensation of the windows in the car. It was freezing, the poor lad. But he was a brilliant sport. I mean, he gave us some great lines, and he loved his time in county cricket.
Here is Seales again, goes for the Yorker, and it's a little too straight and a little too leg side, and it's clipped away just for a single down to Matthew Ford at long leg. The great thing is that, I mean, let's be honest, he wasn't being paid a king's ransom by Sussex, and he was happy because he wanted to acclimatise for the Test match tour.
Oh, great move for him. I think Sir Clive Lloyd, we were talking to him earlier on the phone, and he were talking about back in the day, a lot of West Indian cricketers came and played county cricket and learnt to play the game. They can't get in now because they're all wanting to play franchises, and they don't play enough 4-day stuff to come and get appointments at some of the counties.
Here is Seales once again. Similar error, too little too full, little too straight. It's driven up to mid-on, but it's gone straight to Kesey Carty. I mean, there were several lines, as you said, that stuck out for me, but the one from a 23-year-old who's got all this earning potential, and he said quite kindly, just said, we asked him about T20 cricket, and he said it's not what you'll be remembered for.
Which is exactly what you want to hear. You're remembered for the Test match wickets, Test match runs, how many times you played and beat Australia if you're an Englishman, or an Australian if you're playing against England, how many times you won the Ashes. That Test match is huge.
Here's Jayden Seales once again, and that's clipped away through mid-wicket. Carty chases and slide tackles the ball. They'll come back for a second. I have to say that although the outfield is nice and firm, and there was no rupturing of the soil as they slid alongside that ball, it seems very slow. It's like the ball's rolling like a ball of wool across Velcro.
Yeah, it does. It looks slow, but the pitch is slow as well, so there's nothing coming onto the bat, and a little clip through mid-wicket from Salt there, a June or a July balmy day in Trent Bridge, Edgbaston, Old Trafford, that flies away for 4. So they're going to have to work hard for their runs. You look at the start from the West Indies. That was a good over from Jayden Seales. He kept the stumps in play for the majority of it. And there's a couple of them shots that Phil Salt hit straight down the ground. Hard hands. If I'm standing next to Jayden Seales as another bowler saying that's a good area, keep going. If I was standing next to Gough, keep going in that area. He just got to push that little bit further out from himself, and we've got to slip in place for a reason. So keep that one going.
Slight change in the field. 4 saving 1 on the offside now, as well as a slip. Oh, in-swinger once again from Matthew Ford. Crashes into Will Jacks's pads. They just put an extra man on the offside, which is interesting because he's bowling these in-swingers. They've got the slip, the short third, backward point, extra cover mid-off, and just one less on the leg side.
Interesting, isn't it? How he delivers the ball as well. You can just see it when he runs in. He just opens that wrist, and it almost comes like a slower ball, doesn't it?
A bit like leg cutter-ish.
Yeah, leg cutter-ish. Yeah. Well, it's a bit like Jimmy Anderson's actual leg cutter, and that's what he does.
Here's Ford once again, and he's a little bit of width outside the off stump. Very good fielding at cover point by Roston Chase, diving to his right. Really good one-handed stop. That was too much width on it, and Will Jacks will feel he's missed out there.
Yeah, he's got away with one there. There's Matt Ford. Excellent bit of fielding from Chase, but that is width, and it's not something you want on this surface. See, he's tried everything in his might to try and get it to swing in. It's too obvious, to be fair. He's not looking at late. It's going everything from the wrist.
Ford in again. Big in-swinger this time. That one swung more than anything, and it's counterproductive because it's been flicked away for 4. It was too full, but prolific swing there. It's too full, and Will Jacks didn't need to hit it at all, just glanced it away.
Yeah, I think as we said first of all, when you do try and get it fuller, it is going to swing more, but his action is that much made for early swing, isn't it? With the way he releases it from his hand. If he can just delay that a little bit, he'd be quicker and it would go later. But unfortunately for him, he doesn't get his line right. It's going to slip down the leg side.
Ford overcompensates, goes wide of the off stump. Jacks for the cover drive, but it was just probably a little bit too wide to drive with comfort, and he couldn't reach it. Salt 6, Jacks 5, 12 without loss. England asked to bat first, and I'll give you their team. 4 debutants, so Phil Salt, Will Jacks, Jordan Cox, Jacob Bethel, Liam Livingstone, beg your pardon, captaining the team. England's 6th white ball captain of the year, Sam Curran, Dan Mosley. Here is Ford once again, another big in-swinger, but he has lost control of it, swings too much. And there's a bit of consultation from Rod Tucker as to whether that ball hit the batsman's pads. He seems to be checking with the square leg umpire, and then he eventually does call wide. So it's another extra. Jamie Overton, ODI debut for him at the age of 30, batting at number 8. And then Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid, and John Turner, another debutant at number 11.
Yeah, the Overton's an interesting one. I think he's a fantastic cricketer, but he's literally playing as a 6-hitter down the order. That's what he's playing as. Number 8.
We'll have more on that in a moment. Wide of the extra of off stump and driven beautifully through extra cover. Lovely, lovely shot from Will Jacks. He may have struggled to reach the last wide one, but not that one. Beautifully driven through extra cover. So you're not expecting Jamie Overton to play a big role with the ball then?
No, I don't think he's been bowling. He's coming back from injury. I think he's on a rehab to re-enter bowling.
So he's bowled a little bit, but he hasn't bowled. He's not. I don't think he's match fit to bowl.
No, I think as a cricketer, if he's fit, bowling and batting, I think he's a fantastic cricketer, as is his brother. But he's playing as a batter, as he did in the one-days at the end of the summer.
He's a 6-hitter number 8.
What a luxury. Forward comes Will Jacks, pushing it up towards mid-off, fielded by Alzari Joseph. All right, okay, right, Jamie, we want you to make your debut, but we don't. You can take it easy. We're going to bat you 8. And just try and launch a few out the go. Don't worry about the bowling for now.
Can you remember we had that 2004 series where we were in Guyana. The first ODI got rained off. Me and you were at the end. You at the winning runs. We needed 15 or 20. I walk out at number 10. We had Chris Reid batting at number 9. Everybody thought it was a masterstroke. That Reedy was because he hit low Yorkers and he
was a finisher.
He was a finisher. But he was only playing because we had 12 fit men, because we had 3 injuries on the rubber dinghies, on the jet skis the week before. Gilo got injured. Simon Jones got injured. Somebody else got injured. We only had 12 fit players, didn't we?
Just looking at the team list, I mean, there are 9 bowling options, 8 proper bowling options. So that's okay. Jamie Overton doesn't have to bowl. 8 bowling options. That driven now by Phil Salt as Jaden Seals goes a little too full and straight. Kesey Carty runs around from mid-on to field. It's easier to mention the completely non-bowlers. Salt. Jordan Cox, he's a non-bowler. I know he does everything. Plays the guitar,
keep wicket,
writes his own
music.
We've
got 2 all-rounders. Phil Salt, wicket-keeper as well. You've got Cox as a wicket-keeper as well. You've got Bethel, can bowl left-arm spin.
Yeah, so actually it's only Salt and Cox who don't bowl. So there's 9 bowling options, 8 without Overton.
And they're both bat and keep wicket. So we're playing 11 all-rounders.
Yeah. Well, does John Turner bat? Here is Seals again, and it's driven by Salt straight to cover. Well, he's born in South Africa, he must bat.
I think we're only allowed 1 who can't bat in the side. I mean, we'd have been shot 15, 20 years ago, won't we? Gough and Caddick. Oh, I'm doing myself down
Gough
a little
could
bit.
Goughy's setting everybody up.
Mullally and Caddick.
Yeah, Goughy's setting this up because prior to us being here today, we went down to Hawksby and Jacobs, talkSPORT, to the Sixers bar, and there was a competition, hitting sixes or facing 12 balls, and there was only one winner, 1D Gough.
Here's Jaden Seals again, and back of a length and clipped out towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
Mind you, second place was a centre forward from Aston Villa who played for England. So it didn't take much. Darren Bent was second.
Where were you, Army?
Fourth. I was behind Monty. That shows how much I can bat. Macca even tied with me. So it's been a long time since I picked a plastic bat up.
Wow.
We had good fun though. I was sober. That was the problem.
Well, you had to be. I mean, that's not really the event, to limit yourself to half a lager shandy, is it? You've got to get into the spirit of things. 19 without loss. England put into bat as Jaden Seals was in again and going straight. There's a lot of straight bowling at the moment from Seals and Ford, which makes me sort of think that it's one of those... it's conditions that makes the bowler want to attack the stumps. Maybe they're expecting a little bit of uneven bounce. What we can say for sure is that it's going to be a hard-working pitch and outfield for the batters. I think they're really going to have to apply themselves. They're not sort of one of those incidences where a guy like Phil Salt can race off to 45 off 20 balls. I just don't think that it's conducive to that kind of wild stroke play. That's driven straight towards extra cover down into the ground. Salt remains 8 off 13. Jack's 9 off 10. It's 19 for none.
I get where you're coming from, Manners. Absolutely. But I don't think that will come into the thinking of Salt and Jacks at all. I think they will go in and realise, hang on a minute, it might be harder when the slower bowlers come on and the medium pacers bowling cross seam, slower balls. The best time to bat is now and score heavily in these opening 10-15 overs. I don't think it'll be even in their thinking, but they're just going to see how it goes and build a partnership.
Here's Jaden Seals again, and it's full and straight once more, and Phil Salt pushes defensively out, square of the wicket on the offside. 19 without loss, and we've had 5 overs bowled. England put into bat. You might have heard Steve Harmison a couple of overs ago mentioning Jaden Seals talking to us on the programme. That programme is following on. It's hosted by me and Steve Harmison every Monday. Goughy's a guest occasionally, and he's not being a chief executive. And indeed a coach. You're back into the coaching business, Goughy. Breaking news today, wasn't there?
Was there? Has it been breaking news today?
Oh, is it not broken yet?
No, yeah.
Well, I won't break it then.
No. But I'll give you a hint. I'll be out in the Caribbean in a few weeks.
Welcome to our listeners on talkSPORT. It's the first of 3 one-day internationals. The West Indies won the toss and asked England to bat first. They remain intact with Phil Salt and Will Jacks at the crease. Salt on 8, Jacks on 9. 19 without loss, England. Outside the off stump here from Matthew Ford, the right arm medium pacer. A little bit of team news for those joining us on talkSPORT. 4 debutants for England today in a very, very new look team. Jordan Cox will bat at 3 on the scorecard that we've been given. Dan Mosley. Jamie Overton, debut at the age of 30, batting at number 8. And John Turner, who's had a couple of false starts in his international career. Finally, he picked in a couple of squads and was injured in one of them and didn't get a game in the other, but finally makes his debut today. Matthew Ford in again, tucked away by Will Jacks, straight to mid-wicket again. And there's no run. 4.2 overs gone. England 19 for none.
That's better from Ford. Just what you were talking about in the last over about getting off to a racing start. This is the best time to bat against the brand new ball, and the bowlers have got to be disciplined. They've got to be looking at in and around that 5.5 metre mark straight, and not giving the batter any chance to get his hand free. The one thing you can, when you're talking about it, man, is Salt get 40 off 25 balls. He could do if the bowler goes chasing.
That's very wide, and it's driven in the air, and it just drops short. Malzari Joseph at mid-off. Did he take the pace off that? It was no timing at all from Will Jackson. It almost cost him his wicket.
There's the danger, though, of playing shots when you're going at it. When it's a little bit slow, the wicket, it's a little bit sticky. And if you don't go over, you end up just catching it like that. And it just fell short, didn't it, Malzari Joseph at mid-off?
Bat seemed to come out of his hand, didn't it? I think the bat just twisted in his hand and took all the pace that wasn't on it.
Here's Matthew Ford again, a medium pacer really. Briskish medium, would be complimentary. It's pushed out square of the wicket on the offside for an easy single. And Will Jacks moves on to 10. I mean, you need a bit of pace on the ball, don't you, to play that sort of rasping slap cover drive. And there wasn't any. So we just toe-ended it to mid-off.
No pace on the ball from Ford, but no pace off the wicket either. It was there to be hit. It was wide, it was outside off stump. You'd argue that if he left it, it would have been given a wide. And you know, the disciplines from Jaden Seals' end's been very, very good. Matt Ford, not so good. He's been all over the shop.
Here is Ford once again. And that's driven straight to cover. Roston Chase fields. And there's no run. His reputation and his reason he's in the team is he is regarded as particularly skillful, and subtle changes of pace. I mean, there's one. I'm not being facetious. So genuinely, I mean, if you bowl medium pace and you can vary it, but you know, even from 125 to 118 makes a difference if the batsman can't pick up the change in pace.
I just think his wrist position when he doesn't quite get it right, his natural variation with trying to, and him not knowing what he's doing.
Ford completes the over. I was referring to kilometres an hour there, by the way, not miles an hour. 20 overs gone. England asked to bat first in the first of 3 one-day internationals. The first of 2 are going to be played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua. And after 5 overs, England are 20 without loss.
Their bowlers are, Gough said as well, you know, talking about bowling, Darren, them bowlers are the more difficult ones to line up in ODI cricket, especially as the wicket gets a bit softer, ball gets a bit softer and the wicket's got a little bit in it, because somebody like Matt Ford, who runs in and he goes over the perpendicular and he gets the sort of what looks like a leg cutter, and his wrist doesn't quite get his wrist right, and it just angles in and it just floats out at you, and all of a sudden the one he gets right, and he gets right behind it, if he gets that in a good area, it kisses off the surface, and all of a sudden you find the edge and you go, how on earth has he nicked me off? Because I mean, he's bowling powder puff and then he's bowled one that just bounced through. So it's a natural variation that probably the bowler doesn't know how to do it. It's just a sort of indifference of wrist position. And if he gets it in the right area, one when he gets right behind it, could be the wicket-taking ball.
Jaden Seals with his 3rd over. And again, he goes full and straight. And it's actually a very good single. Cleverly run from Will Jacks. I think Kesey Carty was slightly on his heels, was he? Maybe I'm being unkind. Maybe it was just good running. He's just dropped it, taken the pace off the ball and set off the single. He had to sprint it.
It's called reputation, isn't it? When you've got 2 players who hit the ball hard, you tend to be on the defensive as a fielder. You tend to give yourself a couple of extra yards because they don't think you're going to tap and run. You're looking for him to hit boundaries, so you tend to just naturally sit back a little bit.
But it's good from England, rotation of strike. If you're not finding the boundaries, don't die in the hole, get off strike.
Here's Jaden Seals, and when he's driven out towards extra cover, towards cover point actually. There's been a change in the offside field, as I mentioned. That's Shimron Hetmyer. Is it rude to look at someone's tattoos?
I don't think so.
I don't know why. I suppose it's my generation. It was always thought that it was told it was rude to stare. But so many people are tattooed. The reason I ask is that I just noticed what looks like a nightingale on Phil Salt's left forearm. It's very attractive.
Are you trying to put, why has he got a nightingale? I mean, is that what you're looking at?
I don't know. It might not be a nightingale. It just looks like one to me. Close-up shot of him, and that's driven straight back down the ground. Hit hard into the ground by Phil Salt. Nicely fielded by Jaden Seals in his follow-through.
He's got a flower on there as well.
Like a rose, doesn't he? He's got the red rose of Lancashire on his arm.
I don't think it's that.
No, I don't think it is that either. But he is from the red rose of Lancashire.
Show of support for his new county. That's the case.
Just a little pause there because I'm seeing pictures of Darren Sammy. I think he's time to bowl cross seam, isn't he? That's exactly what Jaden Seals is doing.
Seals up to the crease again, bowls, and it's pushed away behind square on the offside. My theory is that the West Indies were expecting a little bit more uneven bounce. They've bowled very straight. I know Matthew Ford's been a bit erratic, so that might just be having an unpredictable day. But Might that be Darren Sammy thinking this ball's, it should be bouncing a bit more unevenly? Go cross seam.
Well, they're trying it, aren't they? I mean, they've balled seam up. We've seen there's not really much swing. I think it's all from the hand from 40. But I think with Seals, cross seam a little bit quicker, see if there's anything uneven in this pitch.
That one is punched off the back foot again, straight to Hetmyer, playing his first game since December last year, first one-day international, that is. And, there's no run. I think Salt and Jacks are being very patient.
I just think it's the surface, Manners. I think the surface has not got any pace in it, and Darren Sammy there is probably saying to Jaden Seals, right, it's not swinging anymore. Let's get into the cross-seam business. Let's hit the pitch hard. If there's any more unevenness because of the ball, whether it hits a seam or it hits the shiny side, and what the cross-seam bowling will do is you'll get the ball softer quicker. This pitch in 10 overs time.
And that one is chopped away again, no timing whatsoever. And Hetmyer fields, but they scramble through for a quick single. Tell you what, as a shot maker, Goughy, as a stroke maker, like a boundary hitter, this is a bit like, with apologies to vegetarians and meat eaters, but this is a bit like being invited to a mate's barbecue and you're looking forward to some chops and sausages and there are only lentil burgers available.
But they're going to have to pick out now when they're going to go and just gamble on it, because I think it's their natural game to hit the ball hard, Salt and Jacks, and the way it goes now, and I think what we'll see now is more cross seam, trying to get that ball softer, and it's going to get difficult as the game goes on. The worry is for England is, but they're already probably looking at this pitch and thinking, hang on a minute, they've got Archer and they've got Turner, who are both quite lively, and they might just skid onto the batter a bit more, So already it might be easier for England, and that's why the West Indies as well wanted the ball first.
Yeah, absolutely. And a bit the ball's soft, I said 10, 15 overs time, this pitch, I mean, this could be really, really difficult to play the big shot on. And we could be looking, Manners, Goughy, you've been involved in ODI cricket for a long, long time, like in old-fashioned 15, 20 overs.
Oh, driven off the thick outside edge, outside half of the bat, runs away down towards third man. Third man is up inside the circle, so he's got a fortuitous boundary there, but a much needed one for Phil Salt in England.
And I think, as we said at the start, I think any width whatsoever, that's your gamble shot. You've just got to go at it hard. You can't afford to be half and half. Any width, just go at it, and that's where you're going to score your runs in these power plays. Because, like I said, if your ball is straight, cross seam, it's obvious, it's difficult to score off. But any width whatsoever, throw everything at it.
Here's Matthew Ford running in once again in his fourth over, starting his fourth over, 3 overs of 15 before this. And that one is pushed out to extra cover. It could be one of those scenarios, Harmy, where people who haven't watched the game will hear about the half-time score and think, well, 240 for 7, that's not very good. Yeah. And then the West Indies could be bowled out for 90.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was just about to say before the ball was bowled there, that this could be like a 15, 20 years ago game where 250 is going to be a good score. Yeah. I mean, it could be like an old-fashioned ODI.
I'm prepared to say right now 250 would be a good score. That's pushed again out towards mid-wicket, no run.
Well, if you said to England now, would you take 250? They'd probably say yes, right? But
probably
when
not.
But when you've got players like Cox and you've got Bethel, you've got Livingstone, you've got Sam Curran and Overton, these boys hit the ball long, right? So it's a difficult one. But I think 250 would
normally on flat roads.
You'd take 250. But the Caribbean, other than St Lucia, really, and Barbados, most of the pitches are like this. Guyana.
Pushed away out towards extra cover. Again, Hetmyer fields and there's no run. It's
Trinidad, Antigua.
Yeah.
These pitches, this is what it's like when you tour there, especially in the one-day games. It's not all Barbados and St Lucia.
But that's where we're playing, Barbados and St Lucia. Antigua, Barbados and St Lucia. That's where all the 8 games are. And I just think it's brilliant for them. I've talked about talk to England, young team up, but they're going to have to play on a surface they're not used to playing on, which is good.
Ford in again, and it's driven up towards Alzari Joseph at mid-off. He's right on the edge of the circle. Phil Salt, he's just stared at his bat as if somebody's thinking, is this actually mine?
Has it got a hole in?
Is this an adopted bat?
Has it got a hole in? Have I brought Darren Gough or Steve Harmison's hands out with me instead of my own? I mean, but that's the beauty about this. You know, Phil Salt's been in 26 balls now. I mean, if he wants to get 100, he's going to have to get 100 a different way.
Driven and again, not beautifully timed, but he will get 4 through extra cover. The ball's just not locating the middle of the bat, or the middle of the bat's not locating and then even when it does, it's slowing up so quickly over the outfield. Anyway, well done Phil Salt, another boundary. It's only his second, would you believe? No, third. He drove one in the second over, he's outside edged one in the previous over, and now he's driven one through extra cover. And again, it's a very, very welcome one for Phil Salt. He's going to have to, excuse the pun, earn his salt today. He's just going to have to... Right now, Will Jackson, Phil Salt know this is not going to be an easy day.
The thing is, though, they're just watching it now, you know, and I think 30, I think is still a decent score under the conditions we've had. And we're probably at that total because Ford has not got it right for the West Indies. I think Seals has bowled okay, but I think Ford has just given England batters too much width. He's already made a change. He's took Seals off now. He's brought on the experience of Alzarri Joseph. Anybody who knows Alzarri Joseph, he can bowl magic spells, but he also can fetch it. He can bowl half volley after half volley, down the leg side, wide. But when he gets it right, he's a superstar with a ball in hand.
100%. Absolutely. He's a fantastic talent. He bowls good wicket-taking balls. I'm surprised he didn't come on from the other end instead of Ford, unless Jaden Seals is going to go to that end, and this is Alzarri Joseph's end. Remember, Alzarri Joseph is from Antigua.
Clipped away, first ball from Alzarri Joseph, and they think about a single. And Shimron Hetmyer has had a shy at the stumps and has not made contact. In fact, it was Ruston Chase who had a shy at the stumps, and Shimron Hetmyer has to chase it. And what should have been a dot ball, it was a run-out chance, I think. We'll know more from the replay, but Alzarri Joseph just thinks, well, what a great way to start. Thanks a lot. 4 off the first ball. It should have been a dot.
Yeah, it should have been a dot. It was a good pickup. It didn't need to be. I don't think it really needed to be thrown. No, he was miles back in. Was Phil Salt? I mean, mid off. I'm not sure it was mid on or mid off. Was not backing up, and unfortunately for Shimron Hetmyer, he didn't. That was the last thing he needed, was a chase to the boundary.
Kesey Carty was the man who threw it.
Fuming. I'd have been fuming.
Alzarri Joseph was. You could tell. Trying hard to control his emotions and his frustration. This one open face back, guided away by Will Jacks to third man for a single, for a couple actually. They come back for 2, and into the 8th over now. England put into bat. It was a no ball as well. 34 without.
See, this is what it does. It puts pressure, unnecessary pressure now on the ball. Alzarri Joseph. He's fuming. He's not focused. He's just had a ball. Went for it. It was a dot ball. Ended up going for 4 overthrows, and then he's bowled a no ball. Now they've got a free hit. So immediately now the momentum's changed. The pressure now is all on Joseph, the bowler, and it should be on the batter.
7 off the first ball, and I don't know if you noticed there looked as though a marked difference with a little bit more pace that Alzarri Joseph's got coming onto the bat. So watch this space. It might be easier with more pace on the ball for Jackson, for Salt to score.
Will Jacks finally gets a piece of sausage now. He can tuck into this one. Free hit. Here's Joseph. Well bowled. Beautiful. Wide Yorker delivered from wide of the crease. Hand almost above his head there. He fired that one in. Really, really good response and a good comeback from Alzarri Joseph. And it's only a single. And Will Jacks discovers that it was, in fact, lentil sausage. You couldn't get stuck into that one.
Manners, you must be hungry. I mean,
I am.
You are hungry, are you?
I am.
That marathon run you went for this afternoon has made you very, very hungry.
I'm frustrated for Phil Salt and Will Jacks, but I'm not just frustrated. I'm admiring their patience and their self-discipline. Again, open face bat steered away by Phil Salt down towards backward point for another single. You and I discussed on the Following On podcast a couple of weeks ago that Phil Salt's record in T20 cricket is in stark contrast to his record in 50-over cricket, and we did ask the question about whether there are different skills required and whether you need to be actually it's more skillful, the right thing to play 50-over cricket, and it's really good to see Phil Salt actually recognising the situation.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing. It's a different way to make big runs on this surface.
Oh, sorry, Joseph in again. Jack steers it towards cover point. You've got to be more than a hitter.
I also think, Darren, that's probably why he was overlooked for that. I know Jamie Smith's a ridiculous talent, and we've seen that. But I would say 3 months before Jamie Smith got the nod, I thought Phil Salt was pole position to take over from Ben Foakes. And I just wonder if that 2020 contrast to 50 overs was why Rob Key, Luke Wright and Brendan McCullum went, no, we don't think he's ready for Test match cricket.
Zari Joseph up to the crease again, rolls wide once more, and he sets off for a single, does Jacks, from the non-striker's end. Salt, and Will Jacks wasn't interested, turned his back on him.
Yeah, you look at it now, and he's bowled 5 balls, he's gone for 9. The pressure on here, and it does happen. Look, I've been in this position. You're thinking, right, I'm just going to get out of this here. Maximum I want off this ball is a 1. And you've still gone for 10 in the over. That's a great over. Look, the bowler is already frustrated. He's still affected by that first delivery that got overthrows for 4. It affects individuals.
I think he's come back very well. I mean, he has gone for 9, but he's come back very well in the over, and he finishes it with a dot ball as it's pushed out towards extra cover, and there's no run. But certainly, Alzari Joseph was just letting off a bit of steam, venting a bit of frustration, and good on him. Fair enough. I mean, he deserves to. We've had 8 overs. England asked to bat first in the first of 3 ODIs. Phil Salt and Will Jacks both have 18 off 28 and 21 balls respectively. 8 overs gone, 39 without loss. And time for a change in the commentary. Let's head over to North Sound, where Machel, St Patrick Hewitt and Mark Butcher are standing by.
And welcome, and you join us at North Sound. And I am Machel St Patrick Hewitt, and with me is Mark Butcher. The score currently stands at 39 without loss after 8 overs. Jaden Seals will continue from the Kirtley Ambrose end. Mark Butcher, how you doing?
Good to be here, I've got to tell you.
And that ball catches. Phil Salt goes for the big shot. Is it going to be taken? And it is taken. Mark Butcher has just, well, he's given a wicket. It's Alzari Joseph running backwards from mid-off, and he takes a very good catch over his head. Phil Salt will be furious with that one. The shot was possibly on, but it catches the lower portion of his bat. And Jaden Seal has struck Mark Butcher.
Yep, just signs of frustration really from both Salt and Jacks. The ball hasn't come onto the bat quite as they would like. It's had to be really full for them to get that drive away. And it was a matter of time before Salt decided he needed to go over the top to try and find the boundary. Just didn't quite time it. Brilliant catch from Alzari Joseph. Joseph, who was spewing about the overthrows in his previous over, turned, sprinted and took it as it dropped over his right shoulder. It was a brilliant catch. Excellent piece of cricket from him. And the West Indies have their first breakthrough. Excellent pressure from them in this power play.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point there, Mark Butcher, that it could have been easy for the West Indies themselves, and there's an element of it in the previous over from Alzari Joseph to get frustrated that they hadn't got a breakthrough as yet. But it's the bowling has been patient. It's been on a relatively correct spot, and as you said there with Phil Salt is the one who's actually given in to the frustration that he couldn't get his innings going at the rate he wanted it to get going at.
Yeah, we've seen here in the last 5 ODIs here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, 261 has been the average score for teams batting first, and on none of those 5 occasions has that number been enough. And you can see why. The pitch, although it looks good, the ball seems to be going through to the keeper quite nicely. It lacks a little bit of pace, and every once in a while the ball will just hold up a little bit. West Indies have gone cross seam from time to time in order to accentuate that unevenness in the bounce, and the pressure is told.
So the new batter is Jordan Cox on debut, and that first one is fielded by Matthew Ford at cover. There's no run.
Yeah, big moment this for Jordan Cox. Been travelling around with England, been down there in Pakistan on the Test match tour. Only played 4 List A games in his professional career. Quite extraordinary.
Is that you in favour of the of his selection?
Well, no, it's got nothing to do with that. It's just players as we go forward, and as the players get younger, those coming through, the better ones aren't going to play any 50-over cricket.
Seals in again to Jordan Cox. That one's defended, and Seals will field that off his own bowling. No run.
No, Matthew Pepper is also in the squad. Has only played 7 List A games for Essex. Jaffa Chowan, who's also in the squad, the leg spinner of Yorkshire, has played none.
Yep.
So, you know, these players, the new players coming into the team, are having to learn very much on the job. I mean, Adil Rashid has 140. This is his 141st cap. The next best is Sam Curran with 32. So England are very inexperienced.
Seals in again. That one's a genuine, beats the outside edge. Shea Hope likes the look of that one. Just moved away from Jordan Cox an inch. Doesn't catch the outside edge. There's no run.
Yeah, excellent delivery. Really good seam position. Just late movement. Seam just bites a little and goes away from Jordan Cox. He had a brilliant county championship summer for Essex. Played superbly in the 100 as well for the Oval Invincibles. And in case people are wondering, why are they not playing any List A cricket? Well, it's because of the 100.
Yeah. Cox has faced 3 balls so far, and this 4th one is guided down to third man for 1, and that gets him his first international ODI run.
Yeah, and a pitch with a tiny bit more pace in it might have found himself in a bit of trouble there. Another delivery that just left him off the pitch from Jayden Seals. Rather got his bat a long way away from his front pad, just feeling for it. And because of the slowness of the pitch, managed to keep it down to third man for a single.
So Will Jacks is still there. He's 18 off 21. He will face the final ball of this Jayden Seals over, and that one is defended, and that brings an end to a successful over for Jayden Seals. He's 1 for 8 from 4 overs, and England are 40 for 1 after 9. Given the nature of the wicket, or what you've seen so far, Mark Butcher, what would you say after 9? Or is it too early to say what an acceptable total might look like on this surface?
I still think that somewhere between 280 and 300 is possible. You know, we've become very used to, particularly England teams over the years, but a lot of teams in 50-over cricket getting off to these really fast starts, these flyers. Doesn't always translate into huge scores because 50 overs is a long time. So there are different ways of making your way to 300 and 300 plus. I suppose for England at the moment, because they have such a lack of experience and there's not a single player in the squad that's made an ODI 100. Difficult for them to kind of go, okay, well, we'll start slow and accelerate towards the end. They don't know necessarily whether they're capable of doing that yet.
Alzari Joseph for his second over. That one strays onto Jordan Cox's pads, and it will go all the way down to the boundary for 4, and it's 4 leg buys. Direction off there from Alzari Joseph, wondering if he's still seething from that previous over.
Well, he should be feeling a little bit better
after the catch.
After the catch, I should think, but yeah, just a little too straight. Just seeing on the TV screens on the monitors Jordan Cox being presented his cap. 4 debutants. It wasn't so long ago that England had 4 debutants at Nottingham against Ireland back end of 2023.
I've got a question about those debutants in a second, but I'll come to it after this ball. That one's straighter and more accurate from Alzari Joseph, and Jordan Cox defends that, and it's fielded at point by Evan Lewis.
Go on then.
Oh, sorry. I was still looking out of the field.
You're right. I thought you'd fallen asleep on me there, Matt. You were mashing it up last night or something.
So the question, of the 4 debutants, who is the one you would say is most likely, if you had to kind of make a prediction, to still be in the team a year from now? Joseph in to Cox. And that's well fielded by Shimron Hetmyer in at cover. Cox will run through for 1.
Well, I wish you'd kept quiet now. That's a tough question to answer. I mean, the position the position that England perhaps are looking to fill, or there are a couple of positions that they might be looking to fill from what would be their first choice 50 over side for the Champions Trophy, is perhaps an upper middle order batter, or a seam bowling, hard hitting number 8.
Joseph in to Jackson. He defends that on his follow through, no run.
So you've got, obviously, England have got a plethora of batting all-rounders who bowl spin of different types, in Bethel and Mosley. Got Cox, who's a keeper batter. Jamie Overton, I think, is an interesting one.
Okay.
Because at the moment he's not able to bowl, but there were signs before his last back injury that the bowling was starting to come back, bowling quickly and accurately.
A quick run, or quick single there, I should say, from Jax, fielded by Goodikesh Multi at point.
And we saw in his Test match debut at Headingley against New Zealand, where he made 97? What a terrific hitter he is of the cricket board. And I just wonder if that is a position perhaps England don't have a lot of options in what would be their first choice 50 over team. So he might not be the obvious one, but he might be the guy that could still be there in a year's time.
Final ball of the 10th over, and that will be a dot, and that brings an end to the power play. First power play, and England are 46 for 1. Jordan Cox is on 2, Will Jacks is on 19.
So think about Jamie Cox's role as a keeper batter. Well, England would be very keen to have Jamie Smith in that role, I think, going forward. So there's not an obvious route in for somebody like Jordan Cox. Dan Mousley, maybe, but obviously Liam Livingstone has just got a lower order, bowls off spin, bowls leg spin. He's kind of got that role sorted out as a utility bowler who is a powerful hitter. So that the route into the team is not quite as obvious for the likes of Mosley and Cox. Turner, who knows? I mean, with the injuries to fast bowlers, it might just be a case of who the last men standing are when you come to a year's time. So perhaps too early to say about him. But I do wonder if the role they're looking for is the one that Overton might be able to employ.
Seals into Jackson. There'll be no run there. Jaden Seals, this is a very good start for Jaden Seals. He had a bit of a difficult time in Sri Lanka. He's still feeling his way into 50 over cricket. Obviously, his exploits in the Test format don't need any explanation. But actually, and I'll come to you about that, Mark. How difficult is it for a bowler to go from Test to ODIs? Jaden Seals is still finding it hard to translate that form across, but I'll come back to you after this delivery from Jaden Seals to Will Jacks. Again, defended, no run.
Yeah, I mean his numbers in ODI cricket are nothing to write home about at all. This is his 14th one-day international. He's got 6 wickets at 90, and economy rate of over 6. But I think the West Indies selectors see in him somebody that has so much natural talent and ability that they're quite happy, or they're willing to give him as much rope as possible to try and crack it, to try and work out how the best way to get wickets in one-day international cricket might be.
Seals in again to Jacks, and this may well be another wicket. Jacks has skewed his shot, and it's taken at the second attempt by Goodikesh Multi. And Jaden Seals, we were just speaking about him, and he's got his second wicket of the day. Will Jacks goes for 19, and Mark Butcher, I don't know if that's another frustrated shot there by Will Jacks. Either way, he's got to go for 19, and Jaden Seals is 2 for 8.
Yeah, Will Jacks is extremely strong on the pickup, and he got a delivery that was the right sort of length, perhaps not quite leg side enough, particularly not on a pitch that's lacking in pace such as this one. Once again, the ball just held a bit in the surface, just seemed away from him a tiny bit, and as he tried to pick it up over mid-wicket for 6 downwind, the ball just held on him, came off the leading edge, went straight up in the air, and Moti ran around and caught it from mid-on. So another England opener who's got a start, not a free-flowing, free-wheeling start, albeit, has headed back, and that means that Jacob Bethel, another one of these extremely talented but extremely inexperienced players, comes out for England at number 4.
Indeed. I mean, neither Phil Saw or Will Jacks got off to the starts that we're used to seeing them get off to. And as Mark Butcher alludes to, the surface is just holding up just slightly. And you're having to work to get true value for your shots on this wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw it was probably about 3 or 4 overs ago towards the back end of the power play. Darren Sammy was holding up a water bottle and putting his fingers across it, rather than sort of from top to bottom across the water bottle, and sending out a signal for the bowlers to go cross seam so that the seam might bite and stand up a little bit on the surface. And they've done that with great success. Taken the slips out by and large to the set batters, put a ring field in so that they had to go over the top in order to breach the field. And twice they've tried to go over the top, and twice they've been dismissed.
So Jaden Seals into the new batter, Jacob Bethel. And Bethel is unable to force that one. I think he was looking to go through the covers. Either way, catches the inner portion of his bat. There's no run there. This will be Jacob Bethel's first... Well, I was about to say his first game in the Caribbean. Of course it's not, but it's his first game in the Caribbean against the West Indies. I'm sure when we get to Barbados, there will be plenty of interested observers.
Yeah, he and Jofra Archer both. Archer playing his first ODI series in the Caribbean.
Seals in against Bethel, and he leaves that one alone outside the off stump. No run.
Extraordinary, isn't it? Jofra has only played 10 one-day internationals since the World Cup final, this being the 11th. So injury plagued has he been since a moment where you thought that he had the world at his feet. But it's been his elbows and his back that has have been the problem.
Well, England will be hoping that this will be an injury-free period for him leading up into that Champions Trophy. At his best, he's still one of the world's elite bowlers. Seals, final ball of the 11th over to Bethel. And just leaves Bethel a little bit. And that brings an end to the over. There'll be no run there, and that brings an end to the over. Jordan Cox is on 2 from 8. Jacob Bethel yet to score, and England are 46 for 2 after 11.
Yeah, it's an interesting conundrum England find themselves in now. The two openers were watchful, didn't try to take too many liberties during that power play, which is all well and good if one of them or both of them then go on to make big scores. They both get out as soon as the power play is done. You've got 2 new batters coming in. Fielding restrictions have gone. West Indies can now think about going to somebody like Gudakesh Moti, who has got an extraordinary record in ODI cricket. 26 wickets at 20, economy rate of 3.9.
Yeah.
And so the pressure then mounts on an inexperienced middle order.
I guess this is where that conundrum comes in between playing your natural game and playing the conditions. But Alzari Joseph, for his 3rd over, goes full to Jordan Cox, and there's a no run there, defended back down to Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, and you know, it's such a different team again from the one that just played against Australia, which was a different team from the previous series to that. The lack of continuity, the lack of trust, perhaps. You know, a lot of people talk about the Owen Morgan method and how England sort of rejuvenated and then started to set the standards in terms of 50-over cricket. It's also based around having a heck of a lot of unbelievably good players and experienced players.
Joseph in again, and Cox cuts that. It will be fielded, or well, no, it's not. Jaden Seals looked like he dived and cut it off at a backward point, but he actually dived past it, and there are 4 runs there.
Oh, Alzari Joseph, his face. If looks could kill, there'd be 1 or 2 dropping dead over in the stands just now, because he is furious once again. It was a look we saw a lot during the course of the summer. He ran in gamely throughout that Test match series against England. The West Indies lost 3-0, but the amount of times he was let down by the fielders, either with catches or ground fielding, it doesn't look very happy.
I mean, I don't know how many times I've ever seen Alzari Joseph smile, but he wasn't then after that ball, and this one is defended, and there's no run there. If I can find the stats to back it up, but Alzari Joseph throughout his career has an extraordinary amount of balls dropped. And it may explain why his demeanour is forever frustrated on the cricket field.
Yeah. Is it Stuart Broad that holds the record for the most catches dropped off his bowling? Or at least he'll tell you it's him.
Joseph in again to Cox. And this one's just guided down to third man for 1. And that will bring Jacob Bethel onto strike, who's yet to get off the mark, but will have an opportunity to do so. England 51 for 2. 2 balls left of the 12th over.
Yeah, plenty of England fans in the ground and staying at the hotel where we are stationed. Yes, nearly all of them looking forward to coming to the cricket. I was in the lift with a slightly older lady who said she was being dragged along. She sounded like she was expecting the worst day possible. I tried to assure her that even if she doesn't enjoy the cricket, there's plenty of atmosphere and vibe to get involved in that doesn't involve the cricket, and who knows, it might bleed into your blood.
Could well be converted afterwards. Joseph into Bethel. Bethel tucks that into leg side, no run. One more ball left of the 12th over. Alzari Joseph to Jacob Bethel. Bethel yet to score. He's faced 4 balls thus far. And Bethel kind of pulls that one round the corner, and this time it is fielded by Jaden Seals, and that will bring an end to the 12th over, and England are 52 for 2.
It is talkSPORT 2. It is exclusive one-day international cricket. West Indies against England in Antigua at the North Sound venue. And England batting first after the West Indies won the toss and decided to bowl 52 for 2 after 12. Jordan Cox has 7. Jacob Bethel won. The 2 men dismissed. Phil Salt made 18 from 29 before he was caught by Alzari Joseph off the bowling of Seals, 18 off 29. That was 39 for 1. And then Will Jacks, the second man, dismissed for 19 from 27, also caught at the second attempt by Gudakesh Moti off the bowling of Seals once again. So Seals has a twofer, and Gudakesh Moti is about to come into the bowling. So we're going to get some twirly man action for the time being from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Philo Wallace is alongside myself, Andrew McKenna. Thoughts so far, Philo, after 12 overs?
Well, the West Indies will feel quite happy to be in the position that they're in, to have 2 English batters back in the pavilion, and Phil Salt be a 1.
Moti is in, he's left arm over. Bethel takes this from outside his off stump. He's a left-hander as well, down to long on for a single, 53 for 2.
Yeah, the pitch is actually slower than I thought it would have been. I thought it would be a lot more quicker. And Phil Salt and Jack weathered the storm a bit, but obviously looking to go too hard at length deliveries, and Alzari took a very good catch to get rid of Salt. And I thought that Jack's just gifted his hand away. He was caught by Moti. The bowler on the occasion was Jaden Seal. So West Indies will feel quite happy knowing that they won the toss, inserted England, and they have them 2 wickets down for 53 runs, and this is the 12th over.
Moti is going to bowl left arm around to the right-handed Cox, who just turns to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's not the quickest pitch, it's not the quickest outfield, and it's not the smoothest outfield I've seen in international cricket around the world as well. It properly bobbles around once it gets out there. Jordan Cox is aiming towards deep backward square and finds it on this occasion. Gets down low. Moti was just sort of firing that one in towards leg stump, and Jordan Cox stayed down low and then just played sort of a flick sweep. Helped it through backward square leg and away for a very safe and very well played boundary 4.
Yes, a very good shot there from Jordan Cox. A badly lined delivery from the left-hand spinner Moti. No backward square, and he just helped it quite nicely. Got a lot of bat on it and down to the boundary for 4. That will ease some pressure off of Jordan Cox. Obviously, there's a lot of talk about his ability as a batter.
50 up for England, 53 for 2. And Moti is in, bringing Cox forward, pushing out on the offside on this occasion. And there is no run. So 12 overs and 2 balls to get to 50 for England. Left arm around. He comes in once again. Inside half of Jordan Cox's bat. Will go straight through square leg. Alzarri Joseph will come from short, fine leg and collect that. And they will take a single, 58 for 2. Cox goes to 12. Bethel will be back on strike with 1 ball left of the over. He's 2 not out. Bethel is waiting. Moti is in. Bowls left arm over to him. And it's just pushed out to the deep cover sweeper, who is Seals. And that is the end of the over. So 13 gone. 59 for 2. Cox 12 from the 16 balls he's faced. Bethel's got 3 from 7.
Yeah, England going at 4.54 runs and over is not. It's not helter-skelter. I think you have to give credit to the West Indies bowlers. I thought they bowled a good line and a good length. They assessed the surface quite quickly, and they hit the lengths hard, which was missing in Sri Lanka. So they'll feel that, the fast bowlers particularly feel that they have done a good job. And now it's Moti who's come into play. He's the one that has had a success as well in Sri Lanka, and it's going to be interesting to see how he goes and how the English batters will face up to him.
Alzarri Joseph to start his 4th, 0 for 17 so far. But he's already had a couple of pretty poor pieces of fielding off of his bowling. He goes in, bowls right arm over to Bethel, who drives solidly to Carty at mid-off. And there's no run. Our regular cheery old soul, Gary, our statistician, has just informed me Alzarri Joseph has had 16 dropped catches off his bowling in one-day internationals, which might explain why Alzarri Joseph looks so unhappy half the time.
Yeah, that first 3 balls wasn't... he never looks, Philo, Alzarri Joseph, that he's having a great time on the field, is he? He never really breaks too much into a smile. But after them 3 balls, there's steam coming out of his ears after the overthrows.
In he goes, right arm over once again. He's been swung away into the leg side by Bethel. And because we're only in the 14th over, there's no huge number of deep scouts on the leg side. And Bethel helps himself to a boundary. He goes to 7. And that was just, well, it was one that was in the wheelhouse, really, about waist high. And Bethel wasted no time, didn't stand on ceremony, and just whacked it away through the leg side for 4.
Andrew, I need to remind you and Steve that Bethel is a Barbadian. He's grew up playing cricket in Barbados, and that is a West Indian shot. Take the length and hit you over mid-wicket.
Are you trying to claim him back then?
No, take him.
Joseph is in, right arm over. Bethel pulls into the leg side once again. That's going to be a 2-bounce 4. So, Control-C, Control-V.
Yes, very good shots there from Jacob Bethel. Just picking the length. Alzarri Joseph obviously down on pace, but Jacob Bethel just sitting back on the back foot and waiting for that ball to just loop up, and just helping it over backwards, well, forward the square, down to the boundary for another good 4. Pressure on Alzarri Joseph.
Yeah, that's just lying. His line's horribly wrong. It's too straight. If he gets that a little bit wider and making Bethel hit across himself and play through the offside, he got more of a chance as there, Alzarri Joseph. But that there is on middle and leg, on the hip. It's easy boundary when there's nobody out on the leg side.
Joseph is in. Now that's a lovely looking shot from Bethel. It's a big stride into the ball, and it's a square drive on the bounce to the fielder at point, and arguably one of the best looking shots. Actually yields no runs.
Yes, and Bethel obviously would have been in the Caribbean for the Youth World Cup as well. I would have played in Antigua. Obviously, it's a relayed surface, but he would have had the experience of playing there, and he would understand the conditions. But again, you're seeing getting into a good stride, which just shows confidence, and just not hit that stroking the ball, which is part of his armory as a batter.
Dot for dot the over so far. In goes Joseph, and that has been... The face and the blade is opened, and it's guided through very fine third, and 4 down there, can't get around. It looks in a way that it's nicked, but it's not. It's actually guided down there because there's no slips in place. And Bethel knows that if he gets the right amount of wood on that one, it's flying away for a boundary, and that is indeed what happens. a third 4 of the over against the West Indian vice-captain, 63 for 2 England.
Just overcompensated as Alzari Joseph. Same length, 6.5, 7 metre length in pitch. That's what West Indies have hit quite well and has been successful for them. But too straight on the early part of the over, and that one there was just too wide outside off stump.
Joseph on this occasion is roundabout off stump. It's well played by Bethel. Again, just opening the face, keeping almost the blade of the bat there, and then just puts it slightly wider of the fielder at backward point. They can take a single. 13 off the over. Alzari Joseph has now bowled 4 overs, 0 for 30 in this one-day international. 14 are in the book. England are 72 for 2.
I don't think he's bowled that badly. A couple of misfields and stuff like that. But he's playing at home as well, Steve, and I don't know why he's not smiling. Because I don't mind if he's in Sri Lanka and angry, but you can't be in Antigua and be angry as well.
Yeah, you can't not love being in Antigua, and he is a. I mean, I think Manners mentioned it a bit earlier, Philo. He's not somebody who would say he would be. I would say look comfortable with the responsibility of a vice captaincy role, but he seems leadership. He's taken leadership on, and even in the CPL, he's been a captain of different franchises. So there is something in there.
Moti to start a new over. Left arm over to the left-handed Bethel. Off the back foot, punches back past the bowler, and they'll take a single.
But last year he captained the Leeward Islands franchise in the Super 50 and was doing really well. And obviously that raised the eyebrows of the selection panel at the time, which was headed by Dr. the Most Honourable Desmond Haynes. There's no longer a selection panel, but the new format has kept him as vice captain.
Moti bowls left arm around. He seemed to bowl that one about a foot short of the popping crease line on that occasion. Jordan Cox is just propping forward, pops it out on the offside, no run.
It's good as Moti obviously is the lead spinner now in the ODI setup, and he has to be the one to try to break this partnership.
Cox is driving Moti back to the bowler and his follow through, and there is no run once again. Cox 12 from 18 on his one-day international debut. We'll be heading to New Zealand for the Test series that you'll hear live and exclusively on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel as well. Moti goes in and bowls to him. Again, he's well short of that front line, pushed out into the offside, and they will take a comfortable single, 74 for 2.
It's good from Cox, though. He's identified that Bethel's timed it in the last over very, very well. And he's looking just to rotate the strike there till he gets into a position where he's timing it better. A good over so far from Moti.
In he goes. Gives that one a little bit of air. Bethel is forward, pushing into the onside to mid-wicket. There is no run. Bethel and Cox, 2 of these players picked to have a look. Potential future. Deep in his crease is Bethel on this occasion as Moti hurries this one through to end the over. And that will be the drinks break as we hit 15 overs, 74 for 2. Jacob Bethel, 21 years of age. This is his 6th one-day international. He's only played 21 List A games of cricket. And his List A record, highest score of 66, 424 runs at an average of 25, 350s, strike rate of 84.5, and the 5 one-dayers so far, granted he's not had that many opportunities, 85 runs at an average of 28.3, highest of 35. Jordan Cox has only played 4 games of List A cricket, 98 runs at 24.5 with a highest score of 46. It is all about talent identification for this England group, not the numbers next to your name.
Well, clearly West Indies are doing the same thing as well. We have Joel Andrew in the squad. He's not playing today, but the selection process to me now seems to be picking guys on talent, and I'm not so big about that. I think that sometimes you need that experience. When you score runs, you come into this international setup. Runs is a continuation. Jacob obviously and Cox, the selection panel for the ECB have realized that yes, these guys have talent and they throw them in at the deep end, but sometimes you have to give a player enough time to mature. In international cricket, as it is, it's not easy. They leave from the West Indies, they go into New Zealand for a Test series, so it can be a hit or miss, but you have to give credit for them for the foresight. But I think down the road is not going to be a long-term process that can work successfully. You still need to fall back on those experienced players who have scored runs.
I think it also boils down to Machel, and that's what Philo's saying there, and character sort of continue what Philo's saying there. It's when it goes wrong. When a player, I mean, he's not always going to be sweetness and light. I mean, the sun's not always going to be shining. You are going to get a patch that Ollie Pope is going on at this minute in time, and you have to have something to fall back on. And the numbers that suggest there tells you that it's not their fault that they've got no numbers to fall back on, because they've been identified from a talent point of view. And I haven't got too much of a problem with it, as long as there's experience around them and they understand that, you know, the good eggs inside the dressing room is helping the group and helping the team. So I have less problems with players coming in and being identified as talent and not by numbers. My only worry is if they come into a group where they are struggling, then all of a sudden instead of the sink or swim time, it's constantly sinking. And I think that is always something to drag it back from. When you're in a team where things aren't going quite well and you haven't got that backup plan to fall to, then you're basically swimming against the tide. So while it's like this, and I think England have got some good senior players in that group, and Liam Livingstone, another one who is a senior player who needs to stand up, giving them responsibility earlier in the summer with a higher place in the order, seemed to work. Now we've got him as captaincy. Let's see how that goes. Sam Curran, another one, a lot of experience of IPL and stuff like that. Joffre's played a lot of cricket, and so has Adil Rashid. So there are players in there, good eggs in there, as well as Marcus Trescothick, that some of these young players, if they do have a little bit of an indifferent time, they will have, I think, a comforting arm and experience of them times to try and help them through it.
I was going to ask you this before the game, but we didn't get time to. Liam Livingstone as captain. When you've watched Liam Livingstone down the years, did you think there was a captain, or has he got the job to replace Josh Butler because he is by far and away the most experienced player, if you like, in the group? There was really only, I suppose you could say, Sam Curran potentially as the only other option.
Yeah, Sam Curran's done something wrong, I think, because he's probably the head and shoulders option.
Well, Ruston Chase is going to bowl some off spin, and he goes right arm over to Jordan Cox, turn to short, fine leg, no run.
It's also a challenge for Liam as well. I think the captaincy's come at the right time for Liam. I think you look at Liam as a cricketer. He's got a very, very good headpiece on him. He's got a good cricket brain. He identifies leg spin, off spin when he's bowling.
Chase in short, and it's able to be punched off the back foot by Jordan Cox to long on to Ford, and they'll take a single, 75 for 2.
So you can see when he's bowling, you can see there's a cricketer, a thinking cricketer in there. So that is a tick in the box. Not always convinced that's apparent when he's batting. I think he's a bit hit or miss and hit or out, and but he's so talented. Has he fulfilled the talent that he's been given? I think some will argue he hasn't, because I believe when I first seen Liam Livingstone, I thought he was a Test cricketer for many, many years to come, but that hasn't flourished. But he is an unbelievable white ball cricketer.
Ruston Chase around the wicket to Jacob Bethel. That's short, with no real pace on it, and Bethel really sort of cloth that out to the cover sweep, and there he will take a single. 3 balls of the over gone from Ruston Chase, 2 singles so far, and 76 for 2.
This is the test for Liam, and this is probably the ultimate test. Has he got leadership qualities in there? Because there is a good cricketer in there, there's a fantastic cricketer in there, but I think at the minute we've only seen really bits and pieces.
Ruston Chase, that's well down the leg side, well taken by Shea Hope. It's a wide, so 1 more to the total. You have to bowl it again. Ruston Chase has got the job of trying to pull things back from the Sir Andy Roberts end, because before this over, the 7 overs from this end had conceded 41. Chase goes in. Jordan Cox plays it back past the bowler, and it'll go down to long on for a single. While from the Ambrose end, 8 overs, 2 for 33. So at the moment, the Ambrose end is doing the heavy lifting in terms of the wickets.
Yeah, Ruston Chase obviously has really come on leaps and bounds with his bowling. In the white ball format. He started in red ball cricket, was very successful, got dropped, and he's just honed his skills into the white ball setup, and he's been that bowler that Shea Hope would turn to drag it back, and also he has the knack of picking up wickets.
Chase around the wicket, gives that one a little bit more. Bethel is staying deep in the crease, square drives it, but it's straight to the fielder at point, and there is no run. Can't wait for Gough to come in with Ruston Chase bowling, because
no, I still have nightmares on that.
What was it? 7? Was it 7 for or 8 for?
8 for. That was me
in
and
Barbados.
Yeah.
In goes Ruston Chase. Now that's well wide of Bethel. Square driven out to the cover sweeper, who is Casey Carty. just for a single. 79 for 2 at the end of the 16th over. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Test match series in 2018? 17 or 18,
yeah,
something like that.
20-ish, wasn't it?
And Roston Chase basically ran through the England side to help, 2019 it was, to help win a Test match in Barbados. It was the same one that Jason Holder made 200. And I think Gough said on air, I'm not calling him a spinner, I'll call him a slow bowler.
No, that was yeah, I was involved in that. It was the what you give the spinner the over before lunch. And Manners, I think Manners was on, and Manners says, well, usual over before lunch, off spinner. And we both looked at each other, me and Darren, went, he's not a spinner, he's a part-time bowler. 4.5 hours later, he had 8 for in Test match cricket. Wow.
Moti to start a new over. Oh, Jacob Bethel's just flicked him over the keeper's head. Got well outside of off stump, got low, and just helped it on its way. And they will take a couple. 81 for 2. Bethel goes to 21 from 20 balls faced.
The fortune favours the brave. That's a very brave shot, because that was a faster delivery from the spinner, and he just helped it quite nicely over the head at these new shots they call the scoop.
In goes Moti once again, now staying deep in his crease on that occasion, and just drops it into the offside. And there's no run. I tell you what, Shea Hope's life would have flashed before his eyes, that previous ball, because he was standing still pretty tall there behind the stumps, and that was not a million miles over his shoulder.
That's why the keepers have to keep their helmets.
Absolutely. Moti in, that's down the leg side. We clip through square leg. Easy single. One more to the total, 82 for 2.
It's good from Bethel, though. He's making the bowler bowl at him. That's a great thing if you can get it. Not let the bowler have his own length, not let the bowler have his own way. He's gone for the scoop, he's gone for the sweep, and now Moti's bowling that little bit faster, but he's having to bowl it that little bit fuller. So Jacob Bethel can easily just tuck him into the leg side, keep left and right rotation.
Slip in place as Jordan Cox plays defensively out on the offside. And there is no run being brought forward by Moti.
I think one of the keys to me here is these two young men, these two young batters for England, how they're going to challenge the West Indies slow bowlers.
Moti in. Reverse comes out from Jordan Cox. He was looking to hit that square, and he's ended up hitting to the cover fielder, who is Shimron Hetmyer, and there's no run.
Yes, I think if you look to hit that down through the leg side, it'll be a lot better. But again, he made up his mind quite early. But they're showing innovation in their shot selection to the spinners.
Moti is in, driven back to the bowler and through the bowler. They will take one, which really shouldn't have been there, but it was hit back at the bowler, Moti, with such pace. He's not able to stop it. So 4 from the over, 3 for third. 3 overs have cost 13 for Moti. And well, I suppose, look, you wouldn't want to lose a couple of early wickets, but from an England management point of view, in terms of having a look at these two, it's almost more interesting to see them go in at 40 for 2, and rather than come in at 220 for 2 when you've been lashing it to all parts. You really find out about in this situation.
Absolutely, talking about characters and their temperaments, and Cox and Bethel have ticked the box in that respect in many ways, because this is like an old-fashioned. It's going to be like an old-fashioned ODI.
Roston Chase to start the new over. Turned round the corner by Cox. Alzari Joseph will do the fielding. And Bethel didn't like the look of that one from the non-striker's end, so that was the cry of no, no, no. And they stay where they are.
You can see this being, I don't see it being 300, 350 and beyond. I think they're going to have to work really hard as the innings goes on, because the balls are going to get, from either end, are going to get softer and slower.
Roston Chase in, right arm over. Brings Jordan Cox forward. Nothing there on that occasion. No run.
So because of the situation that went in, you're right. It's good to see them challenged in different ways, and so far so good from Jordan Cox and Jacob Bethel.
Chase goes in. Fuller ball. Can clip that down to long on to Ford. Is Cox, so there's one more to the total. He's got 17 from 28. Bethel a runner ball, 22. England 84 for 2, halfway through the 18th here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, and one thing about this partnership too is that these are relatively, well, one is a debutant and Jacob is only into his 6th ODI, and the chemistry between them, how they build this partnership and rebuild the innings for England, is also going to be important for them and their development to move forward.
Chase around the wicket. He's taken that off stump as Bethel. He's got it past the fielder at point. There is a deep man, Casey Carty, and he will get it back in. So it's just a single. 85 for 2.
And it's been done differently, Machel. And they've both shown good qualities of hitting the ball down the ground, hitting the ball square of the wicket, hitting the ball behind the wicket. So it's not a case of crash bang wallop. They've identified it's a difficult surface to hit through the line of the ball. So the rotation of strike and boundary options.
Chase in. Cox just turns on the onside, no run.
Have come in different ways, which is always pleasing of the eye to see, especially of young players coming in. So I think, I like what Philo said there. There does look a nice little chemistry between two lads who are new to the team, who look as though they get on really well.
Final ball of the... Oh, that's short from Roston Chase. He's got away with one there. Ideally, that probably would have been slapped through point for 4, but there was so little timing on it. It's ended up at mid-off. So end of 18 overs, 85 for 2. Some more thoughts from Philo, and then we're all getting out of the way because Manners and Gough are coming back in to take over the commentary.
We're talking about the game in Barbados, which Gough can go at when talked about Roston Chase. That was a bizarre game of cricket. I mean, it was a bouncy pitch in Barbados. England left Stuart Broad out and played Sam Curran, which was the first one. And me and Gough had 2 days booked on the golf course. when was it Dowrich? When Dowrich and Jason Holder got together and we're thinking, right, we've got 2 days off here. And they batted for a whole day without losing a wicket. 2 very, very unhappy fast bowlers from the north of England that afternoon.
I bet the golf course looked very small.
Yeah, and if you've watched me and Gough, you could play golf lately, you needed a big one.
Yeah, well, we are set for some hard work ahead in the next 5.5 hours for the batters on both teams, you would think. Here's Matthew Ford back into the attack, and first delivery is pushed away by Bethel to cover point. There's no run. He's going well. Jacob Bethel to run a ball. Oh, well, 23 off 24 now. England 85 for 2. Put into bat. If you are joining us late, it's a very new look England team, as it is always bound to be, with so many new faces. 4 debutants today. One of them is out there at the moment, Jordan Cox, 17 off 30. Forward in again, and Bethel drives firmly, but only as far as extra cover. It's gone straight to Brandon King. Jordan Cox, Dan Mosley, Jamie Overton making his debut at the age of 30, and John Turner, belated debut for him, having featured in a couple of squads, one which he injured himself before he got a chance to be selected, and the other he didn't play a game, but John Turner probably the only sort of non-batter in this England lineup, with 10 or 5 or 6 all-rounders. That one is driven by Bethel once again. He needs to stay patient here. Ford is allowed to bowl good balls and bowl to his field, and that one again driven. Third delivery in a row has failed to score. He's driven that one straight to extra cover, and there's no run. Matthew Ford none for 23. Back into the attack. First 4 overs cost him 23, and into his 5th overs, and it still cost him that. Ford in again, in at the pads of Bethel. It is now 4 balls without scoring as Shimron Hetmyer fields at mid-wicket.
Yeah, but he's come around the wicket, Matthew Ford, in his second spell, and he's obviously shut down Bethel. He's not giving Bethel any room to use his hands, because he loves to whiff on the ball. Jacob Bethel hit the ball through the offside or the leg side. So this is good bowling from Matthew Ford. He has to continue. He's only bowled 4.4 overs. 4 overs and 4 balls, so he has to finish this over well.
From the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, and that one is slapped by Bethel for a single out towards the man sweeping on the cover boundary. Keeps them down to 1. Jaden Seals, athletic fast bowler, doing the sweeping on the cover boundary. Coffee.
Yeah, he's right about Matthew Ford. I think he gets 2 balls and over. He tends to drift and give it a bit of width. His length's okay. It's just his line. He's varied his line so far in this game, and I think England will be pretty happy with the score at the minute. 86 for 2 off 18.5 overs. It's difficult to score if you get the ball straight, back of a length, split field.
Here is Ford again. Oh, he's top edge to pull, and it's gone straight up in the air. Third man runs around. Good catch from Kisikati, running in from the third man boundary. Just lost patience there, Jordan Cox, or maybe it was just a genuine misread of the length. But they do say that Matthew Ford's strength is his change of pace, his subtle change of pace. Didn't look like there was anything particularly obvious that it was a slower ball, but I don't know. Most people will say that's a batting error, but I tend to think that bowlers deserve a little bit of success every now and then.
Yeah, I will give credit to Matthew Ford. It's the ball of a short of length, not fast, just the length is what undo Jordan Cox. Looking for more pace and bounce, didn't get it, and the ball just came off the face of the bat and flew down to third man, and Casey Carty, who's not known to be a very good fielder, took a reasonably easy catch in the end. Because in Sri Lanka, they had a lot of problems fielding, although those games are played at night. So it's very good to see Casey Carty actually taking a catch. But you have to give credit to Matthew Ford.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, I think the problem there was the shot selection. I think we've seen on this pitch where it's a little bit too pace, slow in nature. It's in cross-shot bats is not going to be easy. And as you saw there, the way he bowls it, he has it like comes out of his hands almost like a leg cutter. It did shape back into him, tied him up a little bit, tried to pull it through the leg side and got that top edge, and it carried to a comfortable catch really in the deep at third man. Not a position you used to seeing the ball caught
on a slow track. Yeah. But the bats nowadays are phenomenal. They hit the batters use these blades are balls to go very, very far. But a good catch from Casey Carty, and Matthew Ford is saying, yes, come on, give me some credit. Well bowled to him. Again, maybe shot selection by Jordan Cox. He would look back and said maybe he should have punched that ball through the offside rather than look to pull it.
Now then, Roston Chase continues the 20th over, and Bethel drives it down towards long off, where it's safely and comfortably fielded by Matthew Ford. I have to say that it does feel and look like a straight back wicket. You know, keep the bat straight. But guys like Jordan Cox, who, you know, he's 23 years old, he's played a lot of cricket, but he is still relatively inexperienced. Now he's kind of thinking, how limiting is that on my scoring options? You know, he doesn't get to play on too many straight back wickets that you wouldn't have thought. That's pushed away by Livingstone behind square on the offside, no run. Yeah, and 17 off 31 balls. Not too bad on this pitch, but he's probably at scoreboard pressure. He's probably thinking, hang on a minute, Bethel's knocking it around nicely, a run a ball, I'm going to have to hit a boundary. And he probably was looking for that boundary shot. Roston Chase in again, shaven-headed, bowling off spin, and as he always does, pushed out to Hetmyer at mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, this is the whole passage of international cricket, the pressure. One guy is going, the other is holding, and the other guy that is holding decides, look, I think I need to hit a boundary, and gets out.
It's driven down the ground by Livingstone. He's off the mark with a single. I mean, for a shot maker like Jordan Cox, a guy with a big reputation, one of those young sportsmen who's sort of borderline confident, arrogant, and knows it. I mean, he knows that he comes across sometimes, his confidence comes across as arrogant, so he wants to make a big impression on debut. He wants to make a and suddenly he finds conditions completely unconducive to shot making. Roston Chase in again. Bethel comes forward and plays defensively. So I've no doubt that he would have been feeling the pressure. He wants to make a big impression.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've seen this 29 contracted players. He's not one of them. He wants to get a place in this side, and he realises, but he's got to get runs.
Roston Chase in again. Bethel drives down the ground to long on. He now is understandably perhaps going to give himself the luxury of a quiet few overs. 20 overs gone. England put into bat 89 for 3 in slow conditions, pitch and outfield.
Yes, the pitch obviously is quite slow. I'm surprised it's that slow. But the outfield obviously looks a little tacky, knowing that this series is just around the corner. But you have to give credit to Jacob Bethel. He's 26 and 31 balls. He will be the batter now that England will be looking to bat deep into the 50 overs. He's picked up the pace of the pitch. He's working the ball quite nicely around. He knows the bowlers as well inside out, and it's a good opportunity for him and Captain Liam Livingstone to obviously look now to try and forge a big partnership here if England is supposed to get it to a reasonable target, a total that they can defend. But Bethel is going to be the key for England if they're going to get a big total.
Here is Matthew Ford continuing. Bethel drives, slaps it straight to Jayden Seales, again patrolling on the cover boundary. And it's just a single. What is a big score, Philo Wallace?
Well, I think on a surface like this, you're looking at 270.
Oh, really? I thought 250 might be a big score.
No, I think that England got depth in their batting, and 270 is capable. They're capable of getting 270 because the West Indian bowlers don't finish well. Huh? They give a lot in the bottom. Alzari Joseph is one of the culprits who give a lot of runs in the bottom, and you got guys who can bat in the bottom. So you still got the cushion there, and these two will understand that they need to bat deep. I don't think that Liam Livingstone will be looking to go helter-skelter too early.
Straight drive, lovely shot that from Liam Livingstone. It was pitched up, it was full and it's straight, and there's just an illustration again of how slow this outfield is. I mean, really, that was out of the middle of the bat from Liam Livingstone, and he's only managed to scamper back for 2.
I think that's been the obvious thing for me. How slow? Well, the pitch is slow, the outfield is slow. It's all set for a very difficult situation, but it's very difficult these days, the way teams play, to work out actually what a good score is. I think what we go from our experience, you look at it, and it's around that mark, isn't it? Around 250 to 270. But anything can change.
Forward in again, another straight delivery in at the pads of Livingstone, and punches it to mid-on.
I mean, you used to look at 30 overs as your benchmark, and you used to say, right, say the score's 120, let's double it and add 30 or 40, right? And that's what you're trying to get. You still kind of work on that theory.
Yeah.
But anything can happen in that last 5 overs now. So that's when it blows out the water. But realistically, I think you double it and add 30 or 40, don't you?
Agree.
Livingstone, captain. Short, and he's pulled it, and he's got away with it. He got away with it. I mean, it was a pull ball. It was short from Matthew Ford, but and it just didn't bounce as much as he thought, and it came off the bottom of the bat, just a single.
And one of the things that the England batters have to understand as well is that value for runs. They'll play a lovely drive or a lovely flick, and they have to run. In England, you hit the ball, you time it well through the gap, it runs across the outfield for 4. In the Caribbean, you don't get that, so you'll have to hit the ball a bit harder. And the English batters will have to understand that when they hit the ball, they'll need to run a bit more. And the only way to get bonkers is if they really middle it.
Short, pulled up into the air, he's gone, he's caught an extra cover. Jacob Bethel's gone. It was a straightforward, simple catch for Brandon King. Matthew Ford, I don't know, they talk about the subtlety of his change of pace. If it is that, it's just too subtle for me to pick up. But I mean, maybe it's just the pitch, but Bethel's gone for the pull shot. Darren Gough said a few minutes ago, it's a straight back pitch. He played the cross bat shots at your peril, and now England are a spot above her, 4 down.
Yep, trying to hit across the line. I think at that situation, it might have been better off just trying to use that pace of Ford hitting him through the offside, you know. But trying to hit across the line, where there's a little bit of an uneven bounce. The West Indies bowlers have been clever. They're using cross seam quite a lot as well. Orders from the coach, Darren Sammy, on the sideline. And we've seen now where when you're trying to be the aggressor and you're trying to hit across the line, we've seen 2 wickets now just pop up in the air.
Yeah, lack of pace on 4, cross seam delivery, slow wicket, can't pull. And he's pulling from a high level rather than a low level, so that is the problem. Obviously the ball just came off the toe end of the bat, an easy catch. So therefore when he was going off the field, he was telling Sam Curran that the pitch is slow. So it's going to be interesting to see how Curran, when he obviously faces deliveries and get in, how he approaches it. It's going to be, he's a left-hander, so the left-hand right-hand combination is still there. But England now have 2 new batters at the crease, so this is going to be pressure on Sam Curran and also Liam Livingstone.
Interesting that, quite right that Jacob Bethel passed on a comment to Sam Curran. I only chuckled because Sam Curran's played 32 one-dayers and he's 26 years old, but in cricket years he's more like 36. He's been playing top-level cricket for well over 10 years. I think probably Sam Curran had worked out that the pitch is slow. But well bowled Matthew Ford. I mean, his first 4 overs were a little bit erratic, I thought. He was bowling in-swingers, actually, with the new ball. But he's come back beautifully now, and as I say that, he bowls a wide Sam Curran first up.
Yeah, he was just showing the guy at mid-off how he's holding the ball cross-seam to get it to just hit and lag a bit. So it is good bowling. Obviously, James Franklin, the bowling coach, will be quite happy. He had a torrid time in Sri Lanka. He'll be happy to see that they've picked up 4 wickets for 94 runs in 20 overs and 5 balls. So it's good from the bowler's point of view that they're getting those wickets so early in this ODI.
94 for 4. England put into bat. Sam Curran is forward and drives that one up towards mid-off Kudukashmoti fields, and there's no run. 21 overs gone, 94 for 4. I'm just going to quickly run through this England team again for those of you joining us for the first time. Salt, Jacks, Cox and Bethel have all gone. Livingstone and Curran at the crease. Dan Mosley, it's interesting, he bats like 5 for Warwickshire, or has done. He's due to come in at 7. Jamie Overton at 8. And then Adil Rashid, Jofra Archer and John Turner. So whilst we looked at the batting lineup before the game and thought, oh, there's a bit of batting there, now suddenly you're thinking Rashid, Archer, Turner, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah, I mean, England's strongest team wouldn't have those 3 at the end. You've probably got Archer and Adel, but you've probably got one more person who can get a good amount of runs in there, unless they play Wood and Archer together. But Woody can hit a long ball, by the way. Woody can hit big sixes and fours.
Roston Chase continues with his off-spin, and forward comes Liam Livingstone, trying to work it away on the leg side. Chase gets across and does his own fielding. I mean, at this stage, you would assume that in the England change room they've decided on what their target is. Some time ago, probably, actually, as Roston Chase is in again, and Livingstone pushes it towards mid-on again. And I would, or at least, if they haven't decided on a number, they would have decided on how many, that they still want 6 wickets down, or at least 5 left by a certain number of overs. Here comes Roston Chase again. Livingstone whips it away through mid-wicket for another single. Once again, the ball rolls away like a squash ball on a cold winter's morning.
And that's just tomorrow morning, you mean? No, obviously England will have their targets set up, at end of 10, at end of 20, end of 30. They want to be XYZ with how many wickets down. So they want to go into maybe the last 15 overs, last 15, 20 overs with at least 4 wickets in hand. They have 6 wickets in hand. So these two still have a rebuilding process to do. It's not out. They're not out of the woods yet, but once Curran and Livingstone can set up a partnership, they'll be okay.
Curran comes forward to Roston Chase and pushes that one into the gap on the offside, nicely placed. There are lots of analogies you can use, but it's like taking a group of sprinters. They turn up expecting to do some training on the track, and the coach takes them down to the beach, makes them sprint on the beach. They can't expect to clock 10 seconds for the 100.
But Neil, the pitch is going to get slower.
Is it?
Or West Indies are going to bat last.
Yeah.
So
who are the workers? Who's going to be, apart from Shea Hope, who's brilliant? Who is prepared to graft and score in ones and twos?
Rutherford has just came back from Sri Lanka as the most consistent batter with 3 half centuries in the 3 ODIs. So he'll be the one that they'll be looking to continue that mold. And Evan Lewis has just finished on 100.
That's right, 164 balls in the 3rd game. That one is pushed by Curran straight to point, no run. 97 for 4 after 22 overs.
Do you know, man, I think realistically on this pitch, I think England would have looked at it and been looking at around that 20 overs mark, around where they're at 20. But they wouldn't have wanted to have lost the 4 wickets.
Agreed.
Because if you want to up the tempo and score big at the back 10 overs, you need wickets in hand. You've just seen, we just talked about at 9, 10 and 11 there, although Archer can hit a ball and although Rashid can hit a ball, on this sort of pitch, you need a few balls to get in.
Yeah.
You need to adapt to the pace, the slower balls, the 2 pace of the pitch, the outfield. You need to adapt. No matter how good you are, you do need to adapt. If it was just flat and it were a Barbados wicket where you look at the score, you think, yeah, 330, 350. But this is not. This is hard to score on.
Yeah, there's a pitch where you have to work on. You've got to work for your runs here. And you have to be smart as a batter.
Matthew Forward comes Livingstone, pushes it up towards mid-off. The point is, a guy like Matthew Forward is absolutely perfect, isn't he? Pace off. He's perfect for this. He's not going to fight the pitch. He's going to play with the pitch, not against it.
Yeah, he has common sense, Matthew Forward. He's a common sense bowler.
England have got a few of them as well who are good on these sort of pitches, bowling lots of mixing up their pace. So they've got those in the lineup as well.
Driven away by Livingstone and straight up to mid-off. Well, there are 9 bowling options in that England team. There's a question about whether Jamie Overton has is up to more than 3 or 4, maybe a spell if he's even needed. They've got 9 bowling options.
It's a lot of options. Sometimes 9 is too much, you know, and it confuses the captain. But again, the captain is out there batting. He spent some time. He's only 12 balls, but he would get a feel of what the pitch is like and what is required from his bowlers.
Forward in again. Livingstone tries to run it down to third man, opens the face of the bat, only succeeds in nudging it to backward point. Roston Chase does the fielding.
One thing I hope I don't see is Livingstone gets frustrated and looks to hit against the run of play. He needs to console himself and look and say, look, I can stay here and bat deep along with Sam. Because the longer he bats, the more familiar he becomes with the surface, and then he can express himself. It's going to be a little difficult, but he has to fight through a difficult period.
Forward in again. That's monstered away by Livingstone through extra cover, and he's onto the back foot. He's slapped it through extra cover off the back foot, and I reckon as he's hit it, he thought that's 4, but it's just rolled and stopped.
And that's one of the frustrating things of a batter in the Caribbean. You play a good shot like that, and you still can't get to the boundary. You've got to run. And he's saying that obviously the outfield is bumpy, so it slows the ball down even more. So he has to work hard. I hope that he realises that he has to work hard for a score here.
Matthew Ford in. Livingstone opens the face this time, does manage to run it down to third man. Alongside me, Darren Gough noticed immediately that Liam Livingstone was just laughing.
Do you know, when you say about that, hitting it on the ground for 4, Chris Gale never struggled. He hit 6s. If in doubt, it's 6s.
If the outfield's slow, take it out of the equation.
Take it out of the equation.
You got to get close to the ball to hit it on the ground.
Welcome
to our listeners on talkSPORT who are joining us into the 23rd over of England's innings. Batting first at the invitation of the home side, the West Indies, in the first of 3 one-day internationals. And it's hard work, slow pitch, slow outfield, good bowling from the West Indies. England are 100 for 4 as we have the last ball of the 23rd over. Sam Curran punches it. That's one of the best timed shots we've seen, and a rare boundary. Sam Curran punching that through extra cover, just a bit of width, ever so slightly too full from medium pacer Matthew Ford. A rare boundary for England. There have been very few of them. 23 overs gone, almost halfway, and they're 104 for 4. Darren Gough.
And there's the shot we're talking about. It was that back of a length. Instead of trying to pull it through the leg side, use what pace there is off the bowler and hit it through the offside. It's the safer option, and it was well timed, that from Sam Curran. Someone that's just come to the crease. He was a 1 before that shot, and I would say that's probably the shot of the match.
Yeah, there's a shot to play on this pitch, or those back of the left deliveries, punching it off the back foot through the offside. And he got very good timing on it as well, on a slow field, we were saying.
You're listening to me, Neil Manthorp, Darren Gough and Philo Wallace, former West Indian opener, and that one is nudged away by Livingstone out through mid-wicket. Very rarely in recent times, on any pitch, have England only struck 12 boundaries and no 6s in the first 24 overs of an ODI.
Yes, when you see no 6s, it tells you something about the surface. The surface is not as true as they would have expected. So they've realized, look, we have to try and look to hit more 4s than 6s, and that is what they've done so far. And not a lot of bad deliveries from the West Indian bowlers.
West Indies got a slip in now for Roston Chase bowling off spin, and it's pushed away by Curran out towards extra cover. Liam Livingstone captaining the team, the 6th white ball captain for England this year in T20 and ODI cricket. 6 different captains. Here is Roston Chase once again, short pulled, punched away, to backward point. 3 of the 4 England dismissals have been out to pull shots, and the one who wasn't, Will Jacks, was also victim of the pitch, trying to work it on the leg side, leading edge. So pitch playing a big role in all 4 dismissals, and I'll tell you who they were in a moment. Here's Roston Chase, punched by Curran straight to cover, no run. Phil Salt made 18, Will Jacks 19, both out. Jacks got leading edge. Phil Salt 18, Jordan Cox on debut 17, and Jacob Bethel 27, all out attempting to pull, and no pace on the ball, splicing or edging the ball up into the air, and all well caught. That one is pushed out towards mid-on, and a pick-up and a shy at the stumps, and I suspect that Livingstone was struggling to make it at the non-striker's end there. That was a very, very tight single, and I think England may just have got away with one.
Yeah, I think he's pretty quick though, Sam Curran, but he's well fielded for the West Indies. I think he would have got in. Good choice of run. But I think when you talk about the scores there, you've talked about 18, 19, 17, 27. That is also an idea of the pitch because players are getting in. It's taking them time to get in and then they're getting frustrated and getting out.
Here's Roston Chase. Liam Livingstone comes forward. Happy to defend that one. No run. 106 for 4.
And the best players in the world would realise that and just make sure they're there for that last 5, 6, 7 overs and end up with 90 or 100 not out. The best players, the real elite.
That's all from us in the commentary box at the moment. It's time to head over to North Sound, Antigua, where Mark Butcher and Machel St Patrick Hewitt standing by to take up the next 25 minutes.
So you join us back at North Sound. England 106 for 4 after 24 overs. I'm Machel St Patrick Hewitt, and with me is Mark Butcher. We're roughly at the halfway stage. Mark Butcher, how do you see this game so far?
Well, it's a struggle. That's how it is at the moment. England have struggled to come to terms with the slowness of the surface. West Indies have been they've been workmanlike. They've been good at banging away at a decent length, forcing England to play big shots. When they've done it, they've got out.
Alzarri Joseph will bowl to Sam Curran, defends that in the offside, no run. You said forced England into playing the big shots. I'm intrigued by that comment. Have England, quote unquote, got themselves out, or have they been bogged down and tried? Do you see where I'm coming from?
The latter, yeah. I mean, they've struggled to find the boundary with any sort of regularity. West Indies have maintained a pretty straight line, a pretty good length, haven't allowed England to play too many cross-batted shots. Kept the field up in the ring.
Joseph Curran again defended and well stopped there by Roston Chase, who's a specialist in the gully area.
And then when England have sensed the opportunity perhaps that the ball is a little bit shorter or a little bit wider, and then they could try and go over the top to try and break the shackles, they've miscued them and got out unerringly. And we're not quite at the halfway point yet. I mean, there's still a heck of a lot of time left in this game for a couple of batters to get in, but you just have to sort of temper your ambition a little bit, I think, when it comes to stroke play.
Again, this one is pushed into the covers. There'll be no run there. Sam Curran's got his chance at number 6. Is that a spot too high?
No, I don't think so. I think probably the higher that Sam Curran bats, the more productive he'll be. He's definitely not a number 7 or 8 sort of finisher, big hitter, 120 strike rate player. I think the higher he is, the better off he is. But whether or not England at full strength can fit him in at a position that will suit him better is another thing.
This one is pushed down the ground. They'll go for the quick single, and it's well run there by Sam Curran, and that will take him to 7 and bring Liam Livingstone onto strike.
A similar talking point really about Sam Curran as a bowler in the England lineup. In the power play with the new ball, very, very strong numbers indeed. 25 wickets at 23 in the power play. Outside the power play, 18 wickets at 54. And in the previous World Cup in Australia, he was used sort of more as a middle overs to end overs bowler, and it didn't go well.
Liam Livingstone wants a quick single, is called back by Sam Curran. There'll be no run there. Is he coming then off the back of that point that you're making about Sam? I mean, he's one of the more senior players in this team.
He's the second most senior player in the team.
But arguably, he has as much, I don't want to say to prove, but his position's not as secure as some of the debutants, even, in a weird kind of way. Joseph to Livingstone. Tries to force that one off the back foot, no run.
Well, I suppose it depends on what you mean. It's the end of the 25th over. We are at the halfway point now, 107 for 4. Livingstone is 10, Curran is 7. you know, in this squad, he plays every game. When you break it down to a 15 for the Champions Trophy, for example, pretty sure he'll probably make that 15s. Then whether or not there is a position available for his particular strengths and skills, and they are very strong. The stuff that he's good at, he's very good at. And then it becomes a case of whether or not you can fit him in around other players who are comprising your best 11.
How would you fit him in then?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're asking me to speculate as to what the 11 is that they're going to have.
Yeah.
Which I'm not going to do. But, you know, if Sam Curran plays, and this was the argument that I had with one or two people during that World Cup, if he plays, then if he bowls, he's got to bowl when the ball is new, or at the death, but you don't want him in the middle overs at all. And as a batter, he's better off above number 7 than he is at 7 or below, which is what throws up the conundrum. Are there then better players in those positions than him at one suit or the other?
I'm like a dog with a bone with this point. I'm not letting you off that easy. But first, Roston Chase is going to bowl his 6th over. He's been miserly, gone for 15 off his 5, and he's into Sam Curran. Forces Sam back, and there'll be no run there. Which of the two suits, I'm sure you're going to say both, but which of the two suits is more likely to get him in, wickets or runs?
Both. He's an all-rounder.
Forced through the covers there by Sam Curran. And
I mean, that's the point. These guys are, you know, he and Liam Livingstone are balancers, aren't they? Of any 11. They allow the team to bat deep, and they allow you to have a captain to have plenty of bowling options. And so you need them to be firing on both fronts. I mean, that's just, unfortunately, that's the nature of the beast. That's the job. Are you done now?
Yeah, I'll let you off.
Okay.
So Liam Livingstone is on strike, the England captain, 10 off 19. Roston chases into him, pushes that off the back foot, and he'll come through for one. Chase tries to field that off his own bowling, but Matthew Ford will pick it up at long on, and there is one. England move to 109 for 4. Somewhat slow going at this moment in time, but you would imagine that Livingstone and Curran just kind of want to consolidate, build a platform to cash in at the back end if they can.
Well, I mean, that is the format, isn't it? You can find yourself 4 or 5 down halfway through the innings and still make 300, but you kind of got to figure out a way of doing that without finding yourself 7 down before there's 10 overs left at the end.
Chase, that one was a drag down, and Curran will slap that down to long on for 1, and there'll be one more ball left in this over. Livingstone on 11, Curran on 9, England 110 for 4.
Think back to the World Cup final on a pitch that was not something that Owen Morgan would have chosen to have played on, given that his team was brilliant at scoring 350 plus, 400, 300 every time they played.
Chasing Livingstone, and he will force that one through the covers. 4-1. They shouts like they want to, and Livingstone is sent back, and that brings an end to the over. 4 off it from Roston Chase. England are 111 for 4.
And the reason I bring that up is because it's the last time I can remember, and it might not have been the only time since then, but the last time I can remember an England team in this era kind of finding themselves or finding a way to win a game in a style that was not the one that they would have set out to have played before a ball was bowled. And I think that's one of the things perhaps that becomes lost in 50 over cricket or 50 over teams, when your players play most of their cricket at a much shorter game, 20 over game. The ability then to kind of go, okay, well, it's not a 350 day today. How are we going to find a way to get ourselves 275, get ourselves a chance of making a total that gives us a chance of winning the game in a style that is not the way that we really want to play, but is absolutely necessary. And if you think of Australia winning the previous World Cup and the way that they managed to do it, it was by doing that. It was by being hard-nosed enough to realise that there was different ways that you were going to have to play the game to be successful.
start of the 27th, Alzari Joseph into Liam Livingstone. That is defended, and there is no run. But then how the players aren't playing enough list A cricket, so you just have to learn on the job then. It's as simple as that.
Pretty much. I mean, you know, there's an enormous amount of skill when you look out on the ground on both teams. But the amount of thought and calculation that needs to go into a 50-over game as opposed to a 20-over game is something that perhaps is lacking. That's where the experience comes in.
Livingstone this time comes down the wicket and he's able to force that through the mid-wicket region for 4. I think he'd had enough of defending and nudging and nurdling. That one was short enough for him to run down the wicket at, and it's a welcome boundary for England.
Well, Alzari Joseph has been greeted with Livingstone sounding the bugle, basically just running at him, and he has smeared that through mid-wicket. It's ugly, it's vicious, it's violent. But Alzari Joseph has been the most expensive bowler for the West Indies, and it's no surprise to me it's because he's the quickest.
Yeah.
Quickest bowler on a slowest pitch. They found it easier to hit him than the others.
Joseph in against Livingstone. That one forces Livingstone onto his knees. Maybe it was a bit... Did it rush him somewhat? And he runs through for 1. Did he misjudge that one, or did it just rush him?
It might have just been a touch fuller than he was expecting. I wonder if he calculated that Joseph was going to bump him after he ran at him the ball before. And Joseph just pushed that one up there. And as it was, Livingstone was camped on the back foot, and he played it as though it stayed down. It didn't. It just was much fuller than he expected it to be.
So that brings Sam Curran onto strike. Livingstone's on 17 from 24. Sam Curran's on 9 from 16. Joseph into Curran. Curran's able to guide that down to third man for 1.
It's interesting the way that sort of stats and modelling colours always the modern game. You would think, given their numbers, that Moti and Chase would be bowling for West Indies at the moment in this middle period, but they know that Curran is unbelievably good against left arm spin. Great numbers against left arm spin. Livingstone great numbers against off spin. So the spinners have gone. They've been removed.
Joseph in again to Livingstone. Livingstone plays that on the leg side for 1. Relatively good over, well, not even relatively, a good over for England this one so far. 7 off it with 1 ball to go. Liam Livingstone on to 18.
Yeah, they've definitely both enjoyed having a bit more pace on the ball from Alzari Joseph. Roston Chase, as you said before, Misley, none for 19 from 6. He'll probably continue from Sir Andy Robertson, so spin hasn't totally been removed, but been reluctant to keep Moti on while Curran is at the crease.
Final ball of the 27th over. Joseph into Curran. That is pushed onto the leg side. There'll be no run there. That brings the end of that brings an end to the 27th. England 118 for 4. Sam Curran is on 10 from 18. Liam Livingstone is 18 from 25. And England slowly but surely trying to establish this foundation.
It's been the sort of danger point of partnerships, hasn't it? Bethel and Cox kind of got themselves moving, going, got to 40 between the two of them, and then the wicket fell as they tried to accelerate. 25 from 38 from Livingstone and Curran, and England need these guys to be there for at least another 10 to 15 overs. Really give themselves a chance to accelerate at the end.
It'll be Roston Chase who will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. So far, West Indies will be happy that they haven't had to look at a 6th bowling option. They may well get it done with the 5 that bowled so far: Ford, Seals, Joseph, Moti and Chase. Ramara Shepherd surprisingly left out. Roston Chase in to Liam Livingstone. Again, Livingstone forces that down the ground to long on for 1. Yes, so West Indies were just in Sri Lanka. Shamar Joseph didn't play any games there. He had to come home early for personal reasons, so there was possibly, I mean, based on how this game has gone, pace on wouldn't possibly have been the best thing for this game, but surprised that Romaro Shepherd didn't get a goal, given he has the ability to swing the ball as well and bowl cutters. Chase, bit full of that one, no run, fielded by Shimon Hetmyer.
He was a real thorn in England's side in the last series here back in December 23. Finished a couple of games with the bat, took wickets with the ball.
And again, no run there by Sam Curran. Looks like he wants to attack Roston Chase, but tempering the urge somewhat.
Yeah, Roston Chase, the off spinner, it's another matchup, good matchup against Sam Curran, his off spin.
Feels like he's looping it up there, trying to tempt Curran. This time Curran forces it off the back foot through cover for 1 to bring Liam Livingstone back on strike.
Did you cover the Sri Lanka series just recently?
No, I didn't cover it, but I mean, certainly watched the majority of it. And they were testing time for the West Indies out in Sri Lanka. Chase into Livingstone. And again, Livingstone pushes that down too long on for 1. Again, just ticking things over slowly. 3 off this over with 1 more to go. Roston Chase largely in 50-over cricket is, and I say this respectfully, so I then say something disrespectful, is a defensive bowler. But there's a place and time for that. And this last ball is pushed again by Sam Curran down 2 long on for 1. And that brings an end of another quiet Roston Chase over. 4 off it, none for 23 from 7. And the reason why I make that point, Mark Butcher, about Roston Chase is somebody will watch someone like Roston Chase and go, how's he gone none for 23 off 7? Why don't England go after him? But there is an art form. I think he's a defensive bowler. I don't think he's there to, well, everyone's there to take wickets, but I don't think that's his role. It's to limit the basic bowler as low an economy as you possibly can. If you take wickets, it's a bonus.
Yeah, I think West Indies bowling attack by and large is that anyway. I think it's pretty. It reminds me of a lot of the 50-over cricket that you used to play back in the 90s, whereby wickets weren't, because batting teams didn't come out and put the foot down, and 240 was often a winning score, etc., etc. Bowling attacks were basically set up to be very, very defensive. And it's only been sort of latterly, perhaps, or if you're talking about the brilliance of a team like Pakistan back through that sort of era with reverse swing, etc., that teams have come out specifically with wicket-taking bowlers in 50-over cricket. But this is a very old-school way of going about it. West Indies have, just done the basics very well. Sluggish pitch, bowled pretty straight, set relatively defensive fields, and said to the opposition, come at us if you're good enough. And thus far, England haven't quite been good enough.
So it looks like, Gudakesh Moti is back into the attack. So they obviously listened to Mark Butcher. They've taken the pace of Alzari Joseph out of the attack. He has 4 remaining. He's gone for third shape. Moti to bowl his 4th. And Curran is able to push that one down the ground for 1.
Yeah, this is an interesting little period, this, with particularly Moti as a Curran, because Curran knows that this is kind of his super strength in white ball cricket. Left arm spin or the ball turning back into him. But the one thing that Moti has in his favour here at the ground is that easterly wind that's blowing really strongly across the ground. So that's kind of in Sam Curran's hitting arc. So he doesn't get it quite right. You've got 2 fielders out there for the catch. Should he decide to take him on and try and hit him over the boundary. Not a massive hit, but that wind is significant.
Gudakesh Moti makes things happen. It's rare he goes through 10 without a wicket. It's into Liam Livingstone. Livingstone pushes that into the covers for none. England 123 for 4. Liam Livingstone 20 off 28. Sam Curran 13 from 23. Again, Moti 4, and Livingstone can't do anything with that. There's no run there as well. You can hear the encouragement. Everyone saying Moti's name. This time Livingstone down on 1 knee and laps that round the corner. I don't think there's a field. Well, there's 2 fielders converge on it, and actually it's well fielded there by Jaden Seals. Down at deep fine, and they restrict Livingstone to 2.
Yeah, there's a little invitation there for Livingstone to get down and play that fine lap. If you miss that, you're dead. And I think Moti is calculating that it's worth perhaps giving away maybe the odd boundary, the odd 2 to that fine sweep, because the wicket taking opportunity might come from it.
This one's wider to Livingstone. Livingstone, his eyes lit up a bit there, but he wasn't able to get full purchase on that and just actually dabs it down into the ground. A rueful smile there from Liam Livingstone. No run though. Final ball of the 29th.
Stop it.
And this time it's pushed. Long on is deep. And there's 1 run there to end the over. England 126 for 4 from 29. Liam Livingstone 23. Sam Curran 13.
I tell you what, it's good to be here. Seeing the barbecues and the smoke sort of billowing up from the terrace, the grass terraces around the ground, all of the England flags, the football clubs on the St George's crosses. Chelsea, Luton.
Yeah, I went out earlier on looking around, and I must say actually, compared to what it was like at the start of the game, it has filled up as the game has gone on. And there are actually a number of locals here. I did think they'd come in a bit later as the day goes on, and certainly as it goes into the night, I think he'll continue to fill up. You can see some people in the distance coming in even now. Ruston Chase started the 30th over into Liam Livingstone, and again he pushes that to long off for 1. There's been a lot of pushing down the ground for 1.
Yep. England just trying to play the conditions, play the situation as you find it rather than as you wish it to be.
Chase to Curran. Curran slaps that one. Too long off for 1. Brings Liam Livingstone back onto strike again.
Yep, still a bit more than a 20 over game to go, so plenty of balls left. Should England have the wickets in hand to try and take toll at the back end.
Chasing again, Livingstone turns into leg side. Big shout of weight, no run. Where do you stand on the 6th bowler option in, I mean, you could say T20 cricket, this happens to be the ODI format. Should you entrust it in your 5 to get it done? Or, and I'll come back to that, Chase to Livingstone. Turns that one a bit finer. Liam Livingstone will get 1 for that. Moves him on to 25, England 129 for 4. West Indies tend to be a team that will always play a 6th bowling option, which doesn't necessarily balance out the side, but it's because they tend to not have faith in their 5. Do you think you need a 6th?
It's always nice to have as a captain, going back to my...
That one's left alone by Sam Curran, no run.
Going back to my captaincy days, it's just nice to have that option. Should one of your bowlers go bust on the day, I mean, not necessarily get injured, but just have a bad day, which can happen. Just being able to share that 5th set of 10 overs around.
Chase again, pushing that one a bit wider. Sam Curran takes the invite and pushes that through the covers for 1, and that's the end of an over. Ruston Chase's over go by so quickly, you forget that they've ended. Another 4 off it, 8 overs, none for 27. England 130 for 4 at the end of 30. Liam Livingstone on 25, Sam Curran on 15.
But there's one thing as a captain that I do recall, and I've seen it happen with captains in the modern day games. You can have too many options, and it kind of confuses you, and you don't, you walk off at the end of it and look down at the bowlers that you've used, and one of your guys has only bowled 6, has bowled magnificently, and somehow didn't get through the whole 10, and you've used 6 or 7, maybe sometimes even 8 bowlers. So it can confuse the issue a little bit, but I think generally speaking, most teams would prefer to make sure that they've got a 6th somewhere, and even better if he happens to be somebody that bats. That's why England are so very keen to have batters in the top 6 who can also bowl.
Yes. Multi in to Sam Curran, who greets that with a slap of disdain down the ground. And the boundaries have been hard to come by, but that one was inviting Sam Curran to take on Multi, as Mark Butcher has alluded to. Favourable matchup, and he greets that with a boundary.
Yeah, mid-off was up inside the circle, and Sam Curran has just slapped it. Not quite dead straight, but just straight enough to beat that mid-off and flash away to mid-off for 4.
Multi in again to Curran. This time the more conventional push. Too long on for one.
These two, Curran and Livingstone, got a bit of stick, or at least felt that they got a bit of stick for some of England's performances in that 2023 World Cup. And in truth, it wasn't their fault. I think perhaps the team selection and the way that they were used made it so that they couldn't give of the best of themselves. First time they've ever batted together in ODIs, these two.
Multi into Livingstone, pushes it off the back foot. Quick single, should have been fielded there at point by Casey Carty. And they'll come through for 1. Livingstone moves on to 26 and Curran on 20.
I know they're very close. They get on really well, and they were both sort of a little bit stung and kind of circled the wagons a bit. So they'll be incredibly keen, the pair of them, to put on a real good show here and put England into a position of strength in partnership.
Multi to Curran, defended by Multi. Remember, you're listening live and exclusive on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Exclusive listening to the West Indies and England series. That one is another dot ball. Yeah, the partnership between Livingstone and Curran is currently 43 from 61. One of those partnerships which you're looking like, oh, they've got to 40 already between the two of them. But playing the situation well at the moment, Curran and Livingstone. This one again pushed down to Lon. 4-1, and that brings an end to the 31st over England. 137 for 4. The Livingstone move is on 26 and Sam Curran is on 21. 7 off that over from Gudakesh Multi.
Yep, highest partnership of the match so far. Matthew Ford, 2 for 36. Got his career best figures against England here in December of 2023 of 3 for 29. Jaden Seals has his career best figures in all ODI cricket in his 14th game, 2 for 8. Joseph has been expensive. The man with that little bit more pace on show has actually been dealt with by England in a much more comfortable fashion than the guys who have bowled slower or bowled spin. Moti with none for 24 and Chase with none for 27.
And it will be said Roston Chase who will bowl his 9th. Sam Curran is on strike, and that's fielded by Shimron Hetmyer. Extra covered, and there'll be a no run there. This one again, another dot ball there by Roston Chase. Brandon King this time fielding at point.
Now we got Goughy back there in the studio. Spent a few days with him golfing last week in Portugal. Just remind him that he's been showing everybody his brilliant Yorkers on Instagram these last couple of days. Blowing people's pads and shoes off with his Yorkers. All our yesterdays coming out.
That ball is again fielded by Shimron Hetmyer. There's no run there for Sam Curran. Chase in again to Curran. Again a bit fuller there by Chase. This time Curran's able to push that down to Matthew Ford. That's long off for 1. I wonder if the England bowlers are watching what's going on here in terms of how West Indies have approached this.
It'd be interesting to see whether the conditions remain the same. The stats favouring chasing teams here at this ground are astonishing.
This time Liam Livingstone does come down the ground. I figured at some point he'd have to do that, and it's a straight 6. Maybe Chase dropped it a touch short, but again Liam Livingstone picking the right delivery to attack. And it's the first 6 of the innings. I hadn't realised until I just looked at my monitor here. First 6 of the innings by England, and Liam Livingstone moves to 32.
He was very, very quick there. Roston Chase wouldn't have had the chance to see him coming. Didn't have a chance to sort of change his mind in terms of the trajectory of the delivery. And Livingstone, as he does, gave it everything. 6.
Last ball of the 32nd over. And Livingstone defends that one. That brings an end to the over. We're going to hand back to Andrew McKenna. And England are 144 for 4. Liam Livingstone's on 32. Sam Curran is on 22.
$144 for 4, 32 overs gone. I think it's evident now to everybody, if you haven't been listening to us or even watching from time to time, that these are not conducive conditions to scoring quickly. It's been very hard work indeed. Gudakesh Moti continues with his left arm spin now. We've heard from Philo Wallace. That's whipped out towards mid-wicket for a single with the spin by the left-handed Sam Curran. We've heard from Philo Wallace that the pitch will get slower and more awkward, and it's been slow and awkward from the off. So the West Indies need to keep control back end of the innings. Moti in once again. Forward comes Livingstone playing defensively. There's no run. 145 for 4, and it's indicative of the scores that the top, or the 4 dismissed batsmen have made. That it's one of those pitches and situations where you're never really in, and when you think you are in and you try and play a big shot, you're out. Liam Livingstone has hit the one and only 6, but there's been precious few shots threatening the boundary, and that's punched again off the back foot by Livingstone down towards long off for a single. Phil Salt and Will Jacks added 39 in at a slow rate by their standards. Salt made 18, Jacks 19, Jordan Cox on debut 17, Jacob Bethel 27 from 33 balls. Probably one of the most free-flowing innings that we've had so far, although Liam Livingstone is now getting nicely into his work. That one driven by Curran, again straight to the fielder. 146 for 4. Livingstone 33, England's 6th white ball captain of the year. Sam Curran on 23. Batting to come though. Curran nudged this one down towards Shimron Hetmyer. They go through for another single. The over comes to an end. 33 gone. England 147 for 4, alongside me Steve Harmison and Darren Gough.
From England, if we're going to be honest, and they're at that danger mark now. They're at that time where both of them have got in, they've got used to the pace of the pitch, and the temptation now is to hit the boundary. Just keep pushing along. We've already talked about after 30 overs, what's the score, double it at 30, and if we go to our calculations, it looks like England, if they've got wickets in hand, are going to be finishing around that 250, 260 mark, right? 260, which would be a good score, and it'd be really, really competitive, unless the wicket changes as the game goes on.
Yeah, if it changes under the lights and the ball skids on and England's at extra pace, that could come to effect. It could go the other way and completely slow down.
Roston Chase continues with his off spin, and Sam Curran hits across the spin, across the line out towards deep mid-wicket, wide, long on, and they go through for another single.
The beauty about what England have got in their makeup, we were joking last time we were on comms out, was they've got 9 all-round bowling options and 2 wicket-keeping all-rounders. So, I mean, they've got spin bowlers, they've got seam bowlers, they've got whatever it needs to be. But they need to get that score on the board, and you're right, Goughy. I think 260, 270 will be a very much in-game score.
Roston Chase into Livingstone, and that's pushed away out towards long on again. However, I would put it to both of you that given it's very difficult to get in and make a start on this pitch, and batters who do come in now at the back end of the innings might be just, because they've got to push the pace a little bit more anyway. Short and pulled away by Curran out towards deep mid-wicket. Again, it's gone straight to the fielder. What I was about to say was you can see England being bowled out for 210.
Oh, absolutely, but this is why it's important for Livingstone and Curran now. They've done the hard work. They've got in. They've adapted to the pace of the pitch and where to score. They've got to keep it going. Don't go too early. Get to 44 overs, then go.
Driven, smashed away by Livingstone over deep mid-wicket. Second 6 of the innings, second 6 to Liam Livingstone. And boy, oh boy, I tell you, well, like as Darren Gough said a little earlier, if the outfield is slow, which this is, take it out of the equation. What a shot.
And nothing wrong with this shot whatsoever, because it's a normal shot you would play against an off-spinner. The guy's coming in, he's been consistent on his pace and his line and his length, and you hit to the area that you would hit an off-spinner. And there's nothing wrong with that shot. Calculated shot.
Yeah, playing
the right shot.
Yeah, good percentage of batting. He's come out towards the ball. He knows the ball, if it is going to turn, it's going to turn back into him. He knows the field, where the fielders are when they are square of the wicket. So he's gone for the straighter hit. I think he was well controlled of that, was Liam Livingstone.
Roston Chase about to come to the end of his 10th over, and that's punched away. Used his feet again, Liam Livingstone. Now we're seeing the stand-in England captain getting towards his best. 6 and a 4, used his feet on both occasions, got to the pitch of it, and then, more importantly, hit the ball exactly where he wanted to.
He did. He was in total control. He got there early. He went early, showed Roston Chase that he was coming early. But the thing I like about that is he got himself some time when he got there. He set himself, kept his head down and kept his shape.
He's now run a ball exactly. Oh, he's caught. Is he dropped? Shimmer on Hetmyer, diving forward at short mid-wicket. Livingstone using his feet again. This time doesn't quite get there. Clips it out to mid-wicket. Hetmyer dives forward. I think he got his hands there. I think it popped in and then popped out when the elbows hit the ground.
Exactly right, Manners. I think that's what he's doing. We're just going to see a replay here. It's gone straight into the hands, and then as it's gone into the elbows, his left elbow's gone into the ground, it's just popped out. It's an easy catch. It's a comfortable catch for Shimron Hetmyer. Above ankle height. Diving forward, but above ankle height. He's got 2 hands to the ball, and that would have been a great end to what was a decent spell for Roston Chase. He's gone for 10 off. Well, he's last two of his last 3 balls of the over. He's bowled 10 overs for 47. It was an excellent display from Roston Chase, but that there would have just gone into drinks and would have took the. Can you imagine the momentum coming off the back of drinks? The England captain's gone. England 5 down in a lot of trouble. Liam Livingstone looking good just before drinks there. That's a big miss, Darren.
Huge miss. He'd done the hard work, hadn't he, Liam Livingstone? He realised, but it was Roston Chase's last over. Tried to take a few boundaries off him, and he's bowled well, Roston. Really well. But he's ended up going for what, 47?
47 off 10, I think. That's
47 off 10, but he'll be slightly disappointed with that because he's done nothing wrong. He's bowled tightly, but his last few overs, they've just become comfortable with him bowling. Probably would have been best to take him off for a couple of overs after 6 or 7, but the temptation was there. Oh, he's getting through his overs, and then suddenly, bang, bang, and it changes so quickly. A 6 and a 4, but that's a huge miss there for the West Indies. And England will be the happier going into it. 160 for 4 from 34 overs. Still got the power to come down that order, but this partnership has been excellent. We don't often talk in these days about partnership and the importance, but the harder the pitches to score on, these slow pitches where you can mix your pace up, where you're putting the spinners on as well, partnership becomes a real important factor.
Yeah, I agree, and I think when we talked about it before the game started, and we talked about the young, energetic, enthusiastic group of players that have to be managed well by experience. And, there is some experience in there in Adil Rashid, probably the most experienced. I think I've seen a stat before. Adil Rashid, 889 runs in ODI cricket, more than anybody else in this squad. Tells you everything about what this squad is. But the two others who are very, very experienced when it comes to numbers of caps and white ball cricket games for England is Sam Curran and Liam Livingstone. And they've come in at numbers 5 and number 6, and I think they've showed their experience. They know the big shot. On our screens we're seeing the replays of the 4 wickets, and the 4 wickets are very, very similar. Young players, inexperienced players get into a strike rate of about 70, 75, which in normal 50 over cricket is not good enough, but on this surface, I mean, talked about it earlier, 260, 270 will be a decent score, but the youth and naivety have wanted to impress and gone for the big shot. They've succumbed, and Livingstone, up until that last over, has been very, very quiet, rotated the strike very well alongside Sam Curran, who's going at a strike rate of 60%. But there was just a little glint in Liam's eye there as to go, Roston Chase, you're not going to get away with 10 overs just bowling at us. I'm going to get you. And he took the gamble in that last over, and it paid off.
The other thing for Livingstone, apart from spending the time that he has at the crease with bat in hand, is that he's been able to formulate a bowling plan. I mean, we heard Philo Wallace say a little earlier on commentary that 9 options is too many. I mean, you'd rather have 7, really. And maybe at this stage he might even be discarding a couple and thinking who is best going to serve us in defending whatever we get. And I suspect that he'll be positioning himself for a few overs.
I'm sure he will, but I think Gough, Liam Livingstone he's a confidence character. When he's good, he's really good. And I think as captain, this is doing him the world of good. going in, first game as captain, a lot of question marks in the last few months, whether he didn't even get picked for an Australia series during the summer. He came in as a late replacement. Now he's captain in the team, so there's a lot of pressure on Liam Livingstone's shoulders, and he's getting off to a good start with the bat, and I think that will transform into his captaincy as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's had an unbelievable year, hasn't he, really? Like I say, it was hit and miss whether he was going to play. He played and he delivered in important parts of the games, and he's here as captain now, 44 from 45 deliveries.
Gudakesh Moti with his left arm spin. That was the drinks break, by the way, which is why we had an elongated chat. The second drinks break in the innings. 161 for 4. Jaden Seals has been outstanding. I thought he would have bowled another couple of overs before now. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 8 for 2. Be very unusual for any bowler to bowl 5 in a row at the death, unless he's carrying an injury. That's punched away by Livingstone as far as mid-off or extra cover, no runs. Jaden Seals, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 8. Surely he'll bowl 2 or 3 and then a couple at the end, a couple of spells. But Gudakesh Moti has been tidy with his left arm spin. Livingstone tries to cut, a bit too close to him, he gets tucked up.
Well, that's why he should have split it up. I think Rossin Chase straight through. I think he could have actually split it up and brought the seamer back for a couple in that, especially someone who knocked over the top order. 2 wickets with his 5 overs.
Moti in short, just short enough for Livingstone to pull out towards deep mid wicket, and a good diving stop from Jaden Seals, but I think his foot was in contact with the rope. He's a perennial boundary fielder, Jaden Seals, because he's a terrific athlete. I'd say that like fast bowlers aren't. I don't mean to be unkind, but I think his foot was in touch. Is that how you saw it?
Yeah, I thought it was 4. I think he's just slipped into the rope. Yeah, it's 4. 2 feet into the rope.
So we talk about England having 9 bowling options. That is 4. The West Indies have only got 5.
And that was the strange thing, like Darren said about Chase, as well as he bowled up until 2 of the last 3 balls he bowled. Why he bowled 10 straight through.
Moti in again, chipped up in the air and gone. Lovely bowling from the left arm spinner. Livingstone becomes the 5th out of 5 dismissals, courtesy of the two-pace nature or the stopping nature of the pitch. Gudakesh Moti just held it back a bit, it gripped. Livingstone was into the shot too early, and he's lobbed the tamest of return catches straight back to the bowler. But good innings from the England captain, 48 from 49.
Absolutely a good innings for his country as captain, 48 from 49, strike rate of 98 on this pitch is a good going. But Moti, I think he's bowled it actually a little bit quick for this sort of pitch. But that one just gripped a little bit. Liam Livingstone just trying to push it for 1, trying to do nothing but push for 1. And he got that leading edge, didn't he? And it just popped back up. An easy caught and bowled there. And it brings... Who's this coming to the crease?
Dan Mosley.
Oh, Dan Mosley's coming to the crease. Debutant.
An exciting young cricketer from Warwickshire. There is another way, Manners, if you've only got 5 bowling options, not to use them all. That's bowl the opposition out. And another quick wicket here, and the West Indies will feel as though they could knock England over for that 200, 210. That would be that would be a great thing for the West Indies. Good player. I like this kid. I think this kid's a really good player. Ian Bell told me the Ashes 2005 lads got back together about 3 or 4 years ago. I'm trying to think. Yeah, it would have been it was about 4 or 5 years ago at Edgbaston. And I said to Belly, who was Warwickshire captain at the time, I says, any young guys coming through? And he said, this kid is going to be a player. Watch out for him. Going to be an absolute superstar in Malta.
Well, he's delivered. I've been lucky enough to see him the last few years, been at Yorkshire, and he's delivered against Yorkshire many a time, especially in white ball. So, yeah, I get why he's picked. I get why he's making his debut. But he's going to deliver now for England.
The last couple of seasons, there's been a lot of speculation about Warwickshire needing to go out and buy themselves a couple of top order batsmen, but the feeling has been that they're going to back the youngsters, Bethel and Mosley, I suppose, and Mosley certainly has been given a lengthy run the last couple of English summers. Mosley's first delivery pushed away defensively on the offside, and there's no run. 35 overs gone, 165 for 5, and knife edge would be overstating it, but the innings is finely poised.
It's finely poised. It's going to be a good game of cricket. Sometimes these wickets do produce good games of cricket. I like 50 over cricket, I really do. I'm not saying this pitch is bad for 50 over cricket, but it's not exciting. But I think it's a very, very good game for players to work out what a good score is and understand the sort of little intricacies of the game. I really do like that.
Low scoring games tend to be the most exciting in 50 overs, don't they? I mean, look at a World Cup final,
well,
England, New Zealand.
When you get to the end,
you get to the end, it is, yeah. I mean, the middle period of, I would say, from 20 overs to 40 overs is not that exciting.
It's like when you watch old footage of 1970s football in January and February, and the ball wouldn't roll in the mud. Smashed now by Sam Curran up into the air. Has he got enough? Has he got enough? He didn't, but it's put down. Oh, did Keisi get there? Did he get there?
He did, yeah. I think not only did he get there, I think he got two hands to it as well. I think he got two hands right on the tips of his fingers. Sam Curran's gone for the big one over the top of extra. I think he's going straight, and it's just spewed off over the top of extra cover. He did really well to get there, and then in the hesitation of not setting himself, he's had to jump for it and dive for it. And
I don't want to be overcritical, but what about the timing of that shot from Sam Curran?
Terrible timing. I was just going to say it, but obviously Army jumped in. But again, you just lose a wicket. We're talking about the pitch now. It's the game is knife's edge, right? Could have go either way here with a score. And the next ball, trying to hit boundary off a ball that wasn't that bad, it would have been the wrong choice.
Jayden Seales it is, who's back into the attack. So my hunch was right. He's not going to bowl 5 in a row at the end. He's going to bowl 2 or 3 now, and then I suspect 2 at the end.
It's the way this team plays. It's like, I'm not bothered about what happens at the other end. It's about me. It's about my role, and it's about very blinkered. I think that came from the Owen Morgan days of, well, the next cab comes in, the next man comes in, he has to play his way, irrespective of the last ball's being a wicket or 6 or 4. Some people will say that's a good thing, some people will say that's a bad thing. Some people will say it's a brainless thing.
Jayden Seales in again, short and wide to Curran, who cuts it out to Keisi again at extra cover. To me, one of the cornerstones of successful cricket is thinking about what's happening at the other end, whether you've got a bat or a ball in your hand.
But it was Owen Morgan. Owen Morgan was big on your role, play the game, see the game as you hit it, you see it, and don't have negative doubts and thoughts about slowing down or worrying about what's happening at the other end. You play your own game, and if Sam Curran sees it, he goes for it, even if Liam Livingstone's just got out.
Seales in again to Sam Curran, who flashes, drives this one out to cover point, deep cover point, sweeping on the boundary. Dan Mosley's blowing bubbles. Got the bubble gum rather than the chewing gum, and he looks very relaxed. He's a different sort of character, as I understand it, to Jake Bethel. Dan Mosley, not exactly reserved, but not the overstated, confident character like a Jordan Cox, for example. Dan Mosley sort of keeps himself to himself. That's driven firmly out towards extra cover. Carty once again does the fielding, and England remain 168 for 5. You can still see, you really can see 250, 260 or 200.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that part of the game, isn't it? A couple of quick wickets here and then the game changes. It becomes very hard for the batters coming in, the lower order, to get the ball around. So they end up panicking, hitting cross-bat shots, and you end up getting skiddled for 200. Exactly. And this is why I think they've got to assess the conditions of the pitch in the game and get that partnership going.
Seales to complete the over, and they're steered away by Mosley to backward point, straight to the fielder. And there's no run. 36 overs gone. Mosley has 1, Sam Curran has 29. It's 168 for 5.
How would you rate that bubble there? He blew with his chewing gum.
Good
bubble, wasn't it?
If it burst, it would have gone on the side of his nose.
5 or 6 out of 10, wasn't it?
It's a really good one, that.
It wasn't Hubba Bubba.
No, I don't think it is Hubba Bubba, but it was a good one. I think it was a good hot air balloon. He must have a few in there.
When I said Dan Mosley is blowing bubbles, it occurred to me that some people might think that I was saying that he was puffing. No, he's got bubble gum in his
he's got chewing gum in his mouth. blowing bubbles as he's trying to relax in the middle, which good for him. He's on debut. Congratulations to him on that. And whenever you feel as though trying to get yourself relaxed, Sam Curran looks steely-eyed. He looks as though he means business. You know, sweat pouring off him, shirt sticking to him. It's a big innings now for Sam Curran. England need him to at least another 7 or 8 overs.
Flat drive from Curran, and it's misfielded by Alzari Joseph on the edge of the circle at mid-off. It was hit very, very hard, and it just deflected off his ankle or his wrist. He's rubbing that now. I think it was wrist and ankle, actually, but it allowed Curran to go through for a single.
Might need a new watch, right on the where the watch is.
Sam Curran up to 30 from 45 balls. Here is Moti to Curran, and that one is driven down the ground once again for a single. 170 for 5. Harmy, just on that point about central contracts, a lot of people have been slightly confused. Some of the really high-profile players who are only on 1-year contracts, they don't realise that that's a continuation of the contract that they already had.
Continuous of a 2-year contract.
Yeah, exactly. Is of any of those contracts been extended? Did anybody have a 2-year contract was given a year extension?
Yeah, Harry Brook has got an extra year, hasn't he?
He had 3 years.
Did he have 3? Joss Butler.
Punched away off the back foot by Sam Curran down towards long on, and they go through for a single. Hetmyer fields.
I think
I have
there's
to
only
say that if Brook
Butler and
extensions,
Stokes. Butler and Stokes have got extensions. I think there was only Wood, Root, Brook had 3 years.
Right.
And Atkinson's got an extension.
Atkinson had a year extension. Flicked away through mid-wicket by Dan Mosley, rather, and they go through for a single. Credit to our producer and producer-director, all-round boss for this series,
Nando's
Scott
order.
Taylor, who just pointed out that
Jamie Smith as well.
Extension.
He's got 2 years, so I'm assuming he's got an extension.
Right. Here is Gudakesh Moti once again, left arm spin, driven by Curran. Moti fields himself. England remain 172 for 5. But if you haven't heard, the news broke just before the start of play. England now have 29 centrally contracted male players. That one is driven by Curran again towards long on, but Moti intercepts off his own bowling.
Getting frustrated here, Sam Curran. I think the end of the overs just come at the right time. Hopefully Maudsley in the next over can chew up a couple of balls just to let Sam Curran digest that over. It was a good over from Moti. 4 singles off the early part, but Sam Curran not being able to get himself back on strike, just getting himself a little bit frustrated. He's 31 off 48. He's just ticking a little bit. England need him now. You know, I've said before at the end of that last over, 7 or 8 overs needed by Sam Curran. He's at number 6. He's in as a specialist. He's in as a batting all-rounder by batting at number 6. I'm sure he'll bowl his full quotation on this surface, but he's been given the responsibility as a top 6 batter, which I like. I think that's a great move for England.
Bet you £1 that Adil Rashid's the only one who bowls all 10. Here's Jaden Seals continuing to Mosley on debut, pushes that one out towards the man sweeping on the cover boundary. I just think Livingstone is going to just spread it around. Do you know what I mean? He's going to go sort of 2 here, 3 there, 1 there, 2 there.
£1, that's a big bet for you, that, Manners.
Is that rand or a pound?
You know you can get a pint of lager in South Africa for that, don't you? 173 for 5. Can make it a fiver. We're in London. But I mean, somebody could be outstanding and bowl their 10. Here is Seals again, and it's driven, flashed out towards extra cover. Carty picks up, and this time keeps the ball in his hand. He's already had a couple of overthrows, trying to run out batsmen at the non-strikers end, including in Alzari Joseph's very first over. 174 for 5. England asked to bat first by the West Indies. Just a reminder, if you need reminding, that the West Indies have won bilateral series against England in both formats in the last 2 years, and this is the 3rd time England have toured for a white ball tour of the Caribbean in 3 years. Thick outside edge now from Mosley as he looks to drive through extra cover, and it flies away through an obviously unguarded gully area down towards third man for a single. And the West Indies have won all of those series. It's been unproductive times for England in the Caribbean for over 2 decades. In red ball cricket as well, they haven't won a test series since 2004.
Late 60s before that as well. I think England only won once, one tour in the Caribbean test match since the late 60s.
Here is Jayden Seales. He's been very, very impressive today, and concedes a single as Sam Curran flashes it away out towards the cover boundary. Another single. 37.4 overs gone. Dozen left after this one. And a reminder that even if England do, if they finish with 260, I think it's a really good score. And you know, they'd be hoping for 6, 7 and over in the last 12.
I tell you what, we were talking about Sam Curran. If he could ask any pitch to bowl on, this would be it for Sam Curran. This is the perfect pitch for him.
Bouncer. And Dan Mosley ducks underneath it. Good bouncer as well from Jayden Seales.
Because this is why when he goes into the IPL and he gets picked up on the slower pitches and he bowls cross seam, he bowls cutters, and he becomes hard to face. We've seen him though try to do that in English conditions, and he's fetched it, right? But I think this pitch, after his last few games as a bowler for England, is the ideal pitch for him. If he gets it right, I'm sure he will be. He'll be mixing it up from the off.
Yeah, I agree.
Dan Mosley on strike, on debut. Seales into him again. The left-hander drives off the back foot. Firm push, really, out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. End of the over. 38 overs gone. 177 for 5. Dan Mosley 6. Sam Curran 33. Men out so far. Phil Salt 18. Will Jacks 19. Jordan Cox 17. Jacob Bethel 27. And the captain Liam Livingstone a very fine 48 of 48 deliveries. 177 for 5. I can hear listeners, I'm imagining it, but I'm saying, get Harmy to talk about 2004.
I remember it. It was that long. It was that long ago.
20 years.
20 years.
Time flies, eh?
Yeah. Seen on our screen the outgoing CEO, Johnny Grace. Actually, that injury, that Rod Bramsgrove's on our screen as well, who's out there, Hampshire's chairman. He'll be over the moon that John Turner's getting a game for England.
Gudakesh Moti in, reverse sweep from Dan Mosley, turns himself from a right-hander, left-hander into a right-hander, and he got something on it, didn't run away very quickly. Was that a leg by? I think he got some bottom edge maybe. A couple of runs, yes, he's on to 8.
He'll be a lot happier, even happier, that he's sold a percentage of Hampshire County England to GMR. Because you were in negotiations with them. Yes, I was part of them negotiations over in Dubai.
It was his boat we got injured on.
Yeah, and he got injured on his boat as well.
Moti in again, and he's pitched it up full, and it's slog swept straight to deep mid-wicket. And Dan Mosley has gone. I have to say it's a long boundary out towards deep mid-wicket. And Evan Lewis takes the catch, and very coolly and very calmly. I don't think he was more than a yard in from the rope. It pitched well outside Bethel's off stump. He went for the slog sweep. It turned. He was hitting with the spin. No question about the choice of shot. No criticism, just didn't hit it quite far enough.
No, he didn't hit it quite far enough or hard enough. He hit it flat enough, which managed to get Lewis a good catch from Lewis, about eye level. He was about a step in from the boundary. He got enough on it, did Maudsley. He was just, there was a good bit of bowling by Moti. He's seen that he was, in the last few balls that Maudsley's looking for the sweep or the slog sweep or the reverse sweep. He played the reverse sweep, didn't really play it properly and connect with it the way he wanted. So he's gone for the big slog sweep, and Moti's just got it underneath him. He didn't quite, he got the line right, did Maudsley, from an angle point of view of where you'd want the ball, but it was just a little bit too full for him to get fully underneath it, to get it into the air, to get it over the boundary, and because of that he's hit it flat, and a good catch from Evan Lewis.
Yeah, good catch from Lewis, pretty calm. Moti actually, after average start really, has come into this game, got his length right, got his speed right, And that's a good, comfortable catch on the boundary. Well, made it look comfortable. Captain's happy. And there we go. West Indies are definitely in this game now. A bit of work still to do from England. And we'll be glad now they have got a batter coming in at number 8, Jamie Overton. Big, strong player. I've seen him play some destructive innings at the back end when he plays for Surrey. Can he do it for England?
Here it is, Gudakesh Moti bowling to Jamie Overton, goes for the sweep. That's going to be very close.
My word.
Bottom edge? Well, it's just, that was very, they'd called for the review. All three of us thought
I think it's
out.
hit pad first. I think it's hit his glove, but I think it's his pad first. I think this has gone pad onto arm.
Director, we have a play review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked
if it's not his glove, it's stone dead.
Yeah.
Can we go to front on, please?
Well, the West Indies just sort of nonchalantly said, yeah, of course we're reviewing it. Moti into Overton. We're having a look at the replay now.
Yeah, pitched in line. Oh, it is arm.
Ball is close to the pad. Can we just go to ultra edge, please?
It's out. I think that's out. I think it's hit his arm. It's not part of the glove.
No, it's his glove. It's his arm.
It's hit his arm. It's his forearm. So
it looks out.
This
looks out
looks
to me.
close.
Stand by for ultra edge.
It looks, as you just said, stone dead. It doesn't look
dead,
close.
Yeah.
We could be wrong. I mean, it's turning. The ball's
Well,
turning
that's
more.
out. Jamie Overton's looking at the big screen and he knows where he's going. Unfortunately,
Still waiting for ultra
he knows
edge.
where he's going.
I mean, I don't want to be critical, but he has spent almost 40 overs watching and seeing that it's a straight back wicket.
Keep rolling.
You need to be in.
Keep rolling that through.
Before, I think, before
Especially
you start
to
sweeping.
Moti. To Moti as well, who's
Keep
bowled
rolling.
it quite quickly, hasn't he? It's not like he's bowled it slow.
Keep rolling, right?
He's bowled it
Missed the glove
quickly.
And then made contact with the
Difficult
arm.
shot when you
and
first
pad.
come in.
I'm satisfied, no bat involved. Can we go to ball
Tell
tracking
you
when
what's
ready?
interesting. The third umpire is Alahuddin Palakar from South Africa.
Original decision is not out.
Oh dear
Pitching
me.
in line, impact in line,
Oh yeah.
and wicket hitting.
It's in middle and middle.
Ask you to overturn your decision of not out to out. You're on screen. Signal now.
I mean, that's it. That's it in middle and middle. It was a sweep shot which was not controlled. He looked totally off balance. He's a big man, is Jamie Overton, well over 6'4". He's brought in the side as a number 8, a big 6 hitting number 8, hitting it down the ground, playing at the Oval, playing at Taunton on these flat pitches, and he's a big hitting, big shot player. And making your debut to get out with a half attempted sweep shot. I mean,
It was very full for the sweep anyway.
It is, but you've been picked in the side because you're a 6-hitter and you've played a half-hearted sweep. And I think it just shows you that this game,
well,
the way this game's played in
Gough
mind.
is shaking his head.
I'm really struggling to understand how he come to that decision going out to bat. It's hard, you know. I was a very, very good number 11, borderline number 10, and I played some horrendous sweep shots in my time first ball. But when you come in the team as your big hitting 6-hitter and you get out like that, I'm sorry, hat-trick ball.
Hat-trick ball, Gudakesh Moti in to Adil Rashid, and he turns it out to mid-wicket. Could be a run out. Oh, team hat-trick was on there for a second, but Shafane Rutherford didn't gather it cleanly. And England move on to 180 for 7.
The way I look at it, he's coming. If England are going to use him in that role, would you see Pollard getting out like that?
No.
Would you see Pollard? No. Would you see some of those big hitters the Australian side have got coming in at 6, 7, 8? They all hit down the ground. That's the safest place to hit. Pollard wouldn't have got out trying to do a little fine sweep first ball. Gets in, couple of balls, then it's long straight.
Sam Curran now drives Moti, but not with full intent, aggressive intent there. It's more of a little push on the leg side, and it's gone straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Sam Curran really holds the key now. 33 not out. Here is Moti once again. It's too short, and it's pulled away by Curran, only for a single. I think that ball's quite soft now. quite roughed up. There's a lot of cross-seam bowling from the quicker bowlers earlier on, but Gudakesh Moti has bowled beautifully. 9 overs, 3 for 40. I mean, you know what your strength is as a batsman. I'm going to leave the the comments to you, but it did look curious, particularly as we are led to believe that Jamie Overton's really nowhere near full bowling fitness, so he's been included as a luxury item in the batting order.
Yeah, because of the all-rounders England have possess, you have the luxury of having somebody like, and Jim, I'm sure Jamie Overton would have been a floater. If England are playing an absolute shirt front, a belter, and 150 for one at the end of the sort of, the 18th, 20th over, he comes in at number 4, number 5. He comes in up the order because he is a luxury. He's somebody that but it just looked ungainly. It looked as though he was so out of kilter and so off balance when the ball made contact with him, because he didn't make contact with the ball. The ball made contact with him. It looked as though he was playing that game twister. Really did look ungainly from a big man.
Jayden Seales, he's been outstanding for me. That's just short enough for Sam Curran to pull out towards deep mid-wicket for a singles. Shimron Hetmyer does the fielding. Coincidence or not that all 7 wickets have fallen from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end?
It's amazing how that happens.
I think it's a coincidence.
A coincidence, yeah, absolute coincidence. All the poor shots have been that end. There you go.
All the pressure, all the pressure's been from that end. All the pressure's been from that end. Alzari didn't bowl well from either end. Neither did Ford, and so Moti and Seales has bowled brilliant.
Seales is in again, and just as you say that, bang on cue, he gets one to. Is that reverse? Gosh. Anyway, it just swung a bit down the leg side past Adil Rashid, and it's a wide.
So not many people will know this, but Adil Rashid, when he first came on the scene, used to bat 4 and 5 and 6.
6, yeah.
Right? And get loads of runs. He's got hundreds. He was a good batter. And I think
he's got 1100s, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's become so frustrated over the years how he's gradually slipped down the order. And he ended up playing because that's what happens. You slip down to 10, you play like a number 10, right? If he had more responsibility, I promise you, he's such a skillful batter.
Here's Seales again, and that's down the leg side once more, and may have been a contact with the pad, so it won't be called wide. Does it work the other way, Harmy? If you were shoved up to number 5, would you play like a number 5?
I'd try to. I'd think I could. Coffee used to bat 3 in one-day cricket. He used to come in swinging, block the first few, and whoosh, here we go again.
I batted 3 for 3 years.
You were the Jamie Overton of
Can you believe it?
He was the Jamie Overton of Yorkshire and Essex, wasn't he?
Yeah. A night watcher as well.
Who was captain?
Ronnie.
I just wonder whether Jayden Seales has. He's got 2 for 18, and it's the 8th over. It's brilliant bowling. But that's nudged away by Adil Rashid for a single. He just wants to get Sam Curran on strike now, and that's very good cricket. I'm just assuming that it's some kind of reverse swing. It's a rough outfield. A lot of throws, a lot of cross-seam bowling, as I said, and he's not bowling in swingers with conventional swing, is he?
There's got to be reverse swing. The averages would tell you on this sort of pitch, you're going to get a bit of reverse, and there's got to be some out there at this stage of the game. What is it? 40th over, right?
That's right. Exactly. Here's Jayden Seales again. Bowls wide outside the off stump, and it's quite full as well. Sam Curran launches himself into it, but so much mistiming from all of the batsmen today, and that's not through any fault of their own, but it's just a slightly inconsistent and slow pitch, and most batsmen enjoy the ball coming onto the bat with some pace. They can hit through it and rely on the behaviour of the bounce. The West Indies have got a slip in now. I like that a lot. 185 for 7. Seales in again, and Adil Rashid guides it away. Bowls a short ball rather than a bouncer, Jayden Seales, and Rashid is up onto his toes and just nudges it nicely past that slip.
That's why he slipped down the order, Darren. He's
he
was. He's a fantastic player. He was a fantastic player when he was younger coming in. Risty, he was a good player. Was Adil Rashid at number 6 and number 7. Dangerous player. Square cut. Because of not being so very tall, and them great wrists. Anything sort of on a good length, you get a quick square cut going for 4, and you could he didn't mind a short ball.
It's nudged away by Sam Curran this time for a single. It is the end of the over, so he wants to keep the strike. 40 gone. He moves on to 37. Do you know, you were chuckling there because Adil Rashid looked uncomfortable, you know, but I'm not a believer in aesthetics. I don't care if he looks like he's uncomfortable against short ball. I just like the fact that he got everything that could hurt out of the way and then just opened the face and guided it to third
and
man.
by the way, Manners, sometimes when you're facing a fast bowler on a slower pitch, it is harder.
It's harder on a slower pitch, yeah.
When it comes quicker, I know it sounds daft, but stay with me.
Yeah.
When you see it short, you know it's short and you're out of the way, right? And get out of the way. But when it's like this and it's too paced or it's slow and it's short, you're in two minds. Shall I play it? Shall I
can't
don't?
go underneath it.
And that's when you get in trouble.
Floodlights are on in North Sound, Antigua, as the last of the natural daylight disappears quite quickly. Slogged down the wicket by Sam Curran. He's given it away. Now England aren't going to get 250. Gudikash Moti in his last over, first ball of his 10th over. Sam Curran's gone for it. And here we have the same conversation that we've had so many times before. Choice of shot, match situation, match management, and Sam Curran has hoiked that one straight down to long on. England's last hope of 240, 250, and he's gone for 37. And as we've been saying, for 41 overs, conditions are very difficult. But as Darren Gough and Steve Harmison said, leave it till the last 5 overs.
He knows it as well. He knows that was a poor shot. The situation of the game, Moti's last over. You only have to look at that. Yeah, Moti's last over. He's already just picked up 3 wickets in no time. He knows, but he is the guy who can get him up to that 250 mark. And it's just a poor shot. And you see his reaction. He stayed at the crease, didn't he, for 5-10 seconds. He knows that's a poor shot. Everything about it, the execution of it, the situation of the game, and England now in trouble at 187 for 8.
Couldn't agree more, Darren. I think, especially Manners, you've got the bowling figures in front of you, and you can tell us more. But you look at your Moti's in his last over. You've got Seals, who's nearly finished. You've got Alzari Joseph for 4 overs left. There's 10 overs left in this contest. They've only got 5 options, and I mean, Alzari Joseph is being kept out of the attack because he's the one that's going around the park. The only person on that field at the time can capitalise that was Sam Curran.
Gudikash Moti's got 4 for 40. Brilliant bowling. That one is pushed away by Jofra Archer out towards cover. Doesn't even think about the single. Funny thing is that Sam Curran is like, ooh, like a 10-foot putt just lipped out, and he'd hit the. I mean, he's caught 5 yards inside the boundary. Here's Moti once again, and it was just the wrong choice of shot. And yes, I would have said that even if we'd hit it for 6. Honestly, I think that, you know, just it is risk reward in this situation. 7 down, 8 down now. Moti in once again, and sharp turn, nicely played by Archer, just nudging it away towards Carty at short third, and they go through for a single. 188 for 8.
It's a little bit like when you're batting in the tail with a test match, or you marshal, you get to the last one and then you get out last by taking them sort of risks. He's still got 60 balls left in the first innings. Sam Curran batting with numbers 9, 10, 11. Had to be there till the end.
Moti in again, turns sharply. Adil Rashid backing away, give himself some room to hit through the line. Couldn't do it, too short, and he nudges it to point, no run.
That's the difference between getting 230, 240 or getting bowled out for under 200.
Adil Rashid chops one into the covers, and big man Jaden Seals gets down nicely to field that one, and Gudikash Moti's 10 overs comes to an end. 4 for 41, quite outstanding. Helped a little by some injudicious shots, particularly from Sam Curran, but nonetheless Gudikash Moti has done very, very, very well indeed. Just run through the England spin options. There's 4 by my reckoning.
Rashid, Maudsley,
Bethel,
Livingstone and
Bethel.
So 4
spinners, man.
I think they'll all be used.
5.
Jacks
5.
Jacks.
They bowled 10 overs, 20 overs, 4 for 88.
Well, Jacks might open, might bowl 1 or 2 overs at the
Possibly,
start.
yeah.
Does it in T20, different 50, but assessing the pitch, they might think, let's just have a look at Archer from one end and let's have a look at spin at the other and split it up that way. And then he's got them options. And then he's got Mosley, who obviously mixes it up, and he bowls quick spin, really. I've seen him bowl spinning T20 for Warwickshire on numerous occasions.
Yeah, the invisible man John Turner might get a game but not get a bowl.
They're desperate to give him a game, and now he might not bowl.
Alzari Joseph, he's got 4 overs left. He might not need to bowl them all, but he bowls a short one to Archer, pushes it out towards mid-on. Can you imagine? John Turner selected in his 3rd squad for England, and he finally gets a game.
Not bowl.
He's playing on the beach. Yeah.
Number 11. Maybe he scores some runs.
The Thanks for Coming award. Plenty of them. Army won that loads of time.
A hell of a lot more times than you think, Darren.
188 for 8 into the 42nd over. Here's Alzari Joseph again, and Jofra Archer's playing nicely, sensibly pushes that one out towards cover. Doesn't matter about dot balls now, as Steve Harmison just said. You know, there's still 50 balls, 52 balls remaining.
Get what you can.
Yeah.
Get what you can now. I mean, you look at that now. I think if they can get to 220, it'd be amazing. It really would. 220 gives them a chance.
Oh, yeah, real chance. Real chance. I think they've got a chance with 200, but not as good a chance as 225, 230. Here's Alzari Joseph once again. It depends how the West Indies go about it. If they're prepared to put the hard work in, they should win. As Archer pushes it out towards mid-on and sets off for a single. It was always there. Fielder tried to put him under pressure, but Matthew Ford, but I think he was always going to make his ground. The last game at North Sound, England West Indies played, pretty similar, wasn't it? West Indies made 206 and England chased them down, but not quickly. Wasn't that a year ago?
Well, I can't remember last week, never mind a year ago, man.
But the average first innings score at North Sound in one-day cricket, in one-day internationals, is 238. Here is Joseph, Alzari Joseph, and it's punched off the back foot nicely by Adil Rashid. Just a single, and England move on to 190 for 8. And yeah, so just under 240, 238 points is the average first innings score.
You can see why. Slow outfield. The pitch is not a Barbados or a St Lucia like Gough was mentioned before. Was more that come onto the surface. Another misfield for Alzari Joseph. He looked really happy there. I mean, without misfields and overthrows, Alzari Joseph's figures might be better than Jaden Seals, but he's gone for 40 off nearly 7 overs. Poor lad. He really looks. He's never really looks as though he's got a happy face on. But
oh, it's a good bouncer, and it's hit Jofra Archer on the left bicep, I reckon. As we just heard Darren Gough and Steve Harmison saying how difficult it is facing bouncers on slow pitches, and he didn't know what to do there. He couldn't get out the way, didn't know whether to play it, and I reckon he's eventually tried to take evasive action. It's hit him on the bicep.
And that's the problem, honestly. When you play on a slow pitch, it comes, you think that's going to get up a lot further. It doesn't. He took his eye off the ball, hit him straight on the shoulder. It's horrible, because a fast bowler, they're a fast bowler for a reason. They can let one go, and it comes at you a lot quicker than you actually think off the surface. And that were a prime example there, bowling to Jofra.
That one is nudged away into the pads and doesn't bounce as much as Adil Rashid expected. He's on 4. Jofra Archer's on 2. England have lost their way a little. 191 for 8, but there is still time for them to re-find the right direction. Alzari Joseph, none for 40 off 7. West Indies have bowled really well, but their work is not yet done. For the final 8 overs, and to complete their work and to describe it to you, they'll be in the company of Philo, Wallace and Andrew McKenna.
Cheers, Manus. Oh, work to be done here is possibly an understatement. 191 for 8. But we've seen the template. Spin is very difficult to play. 4 for 41 for Moti from his 10. Roston Chase, 0 for 47 from his 10. So it's going to be Matthew Ford coming back into the attack. It's going to be seam up now, and he's going to be bowling to Archer, who stays deep in his crease, carves it to the cover sweeper, and there'll be just a single. 192 for 8, England. Salt 18, Jacks 19, Cox 17, Bethel 27, Livingstone 48, Curran 37, Mosley 8, Overton a first ball duck. It has not been easy, it has been a grind. It's the first match of this series, second game on Saturday. Ford comes in. Rashid whips this into the leg side. That's a wonderful shot. He's got that through wide mid-wicket from roundabout off stump. Gough mentioned earlier the whippy wrist that Adil Rashid has. And that fellow, Wallace, was a perfect example of it with that boundary 4.
Yes, Matthew Ford looking to run his fingers out across the seam of the ball, just full length on leg stump. He just clipped it quite nicely on a slow outfield, on a slow pitch. He's still got good timing and back speed on that ball to whip it into the mid-wicket region for 4 runs. So good welcome boundary for England.
Full and straight from Ford on this occasion, and Rashid just gets the bat jabbed down on it. It's out on the onside, and there's no run. 7.5 overs of the innings to go.
Yes, that ball was a Yorker left delivery, and he just dug it out, Rashid. But then there's a problem with Rutherford. He's not throwing the ball. He's carrying an injury to his right shoulder, and he's favouring that side quite badly. So that also will be a little hindrance, I believe, when he comes to bat, because certainly he's a liability now in the field.
Ford is in, and that is a slower cutter that beats the outside edge of Adil Rashid's bat, and it's through to the keeper. No run. Yeah, he doesn't look comfortable out there, does he?
No, he doesn't look comfortable at all, Sherford Rutherford, and he's a left-handed batter, but he throws the ball with his right hand, which is, impede him in his batting. But we see Ford again using the experience of his T20 skills, just bowling a slower delivery there, running his fingers again across the ball on a good length, and beating the prod from Rashid through to keeper Hope.
Ford on the way for the 5th ball of the over. Again, he's running his fingers over that one, sort of a little leg cutter again. No real pace to work with, and Adil Rashid is dropping it out on the offside. No run. 1 ball of the 43rd to go. The England run rate just under 4.6. It was well over 5 in the sort of 5.5 region earlier on, but as the innings has gone on, it's got more difficult to time, and the run rate has dipped. We are now fully under floodlights. You can see the 4 shadows of the players on the floor. You can actually see it reflecting off the ball as it goes down, as Ford goes into deliver again. Flicked into the leg side by Adil Rashid. He's put that over mid-wicket again. It's almost the same place as before. Seals can't get round. He throws his head back in disappointment. The England 200 is up. 200 for 8. And it has taken them 43 overs to get there. You're listening to this One Day International here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Yes, a very good shot there for Adil Rashid. A length delivery coming into the right hand, and he whipped it with those wrists that Darren Gough spoke about earlier when he was on commentary. And that again through mid-wicket. Jaden Seal running from that backward square leg boundary to the mid-wicket boundary, could not pull it back. And a welcome boundary for Rashid. So 2 4s in that over. 9 runs coming with that over from Matthew Ford, his 8th. But you see now England have just pushed to 200, which would give them some kind of breathing space. And they would like Archer and Rashid to even bat the remainder of the overs.
Well, interestingly, that's actually the quickest of the 450 so far. That only took 57 balls. The third 50 was previously quickest at 64 balls, the first 2 taking 67. So we're saying it's getting harder to score, but actually they've taken the run rate up a little bit. Now, can they continue that with Joseph continuing? He's about to start his 8th, and Jofra Archer goes across his stump, swings to the leg side. It'll go down through fine leg and away for 4. He got enough on that, just an underside edge, and he goes through very fine leg. Archer goes to 7, England 204 for 8.
It's a body line delivery there from Alzari Judith. Ball short and going down the leg side, and Jofra Archer just helped it around the corner down to fine leg for another boundary. This is the difficulty of Alzari Joseph. He's coming back, obviously, to close out the innings, and he's trying to go bowl too many different lengths. That's a short ball that went wrong. Needs to just hone his skills and continue to bowl fast and straight at the stumps. Not that Joffa Archer is a slouch for the bat, but you still need to give yourself a chance to get him out.
Joseph is on his way. Archer swings. He's gone that straight up the chimney. Who wants to take the catch? Shea Hope, the wicketkeeper, does. Archer will depart the scene for 7. England's 204 for 9. And Alzari Joseph, he's not had the happiest of evenings this evening. He's not really been backed up by his fielders. This time, though, Hope takes the catch. It got onto Joffa Archer a bit quicker, that one, and he skied it up in the air, and Hope actually walks in towards the stumps from his normal keeping position to take the catch, and Archer goes, it's 204 for 9.
Yes, that's the third in England battery, so looking to pull the ball on length. This ball a lot quicker. Not as short as Joffa Archer would have expected, but it just skidded on him, and he caught him looking to hit the ball over mid-wicket, the bat face open. And Shea Hope just took a couple of steps forward and said, thank you very much, Joffa. Your turn with the bat is finished. You have to go in and now think about what length you're going to bowl on lines when the turn comes to chase. So a good wicket for Alzari Joseph. That would take some of the pressure off of him. He hasn't been bowling badly, Andrew. He had a lot of midfield and you know, obviously some gifted boundaries from him, but he's bowling a lot of aggression, which is good to see. And this wicket would have obviously said, look, you can get wickets at this level. And he only has now John Turner. If he can clean him up, he can end up for a twofer. So good for Alzari Joseph, good for the West Indies. And obviously England now have to try very hard to battle the remainder of these overs.
So welcome along John Turner. Mentioned earlier on by Manners and the boys that his third squad that he's been in, but he's never previously been able to get a game. Well, here he is. He's now on the field of play. His background, 23 years of age, he's played 17 List A games. Not a huge amount. And Alzari Joseph is going in. He crouches very low to the ground and then stands up as the bowler delivers, pushes to mid-on. Well, he's up and underway with a single. Ford can't prevent that being taken. Good, smart cricket.
Yes, we was Turner all the time. A good first ball from Alzari Joseph, back on left, but he had the presence of mind to just play it with soft hands into the leg side. My feet forwards at mid-on was caught napping. Captain Hope was saying forward, and Turner came through for a single. So obviously it's going to be this kind of passage of play where they're just going to look to get the singles. If the bad ball comes along, try to put it to the boundary. But at 9 down for 205, you're saying that England are looking to be bowled out sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's poor cricket that. You shouldn't be allowing that sort of single to get the number 11 off strike. Joseph is in to Rashid, on his toes, tries to guide it through point, but can't beat the fielder there. So there's no run. 205 for 9.
Even the bowlers have new bats, Andrew.
Oh.
My golly, look at that bat that Adil Rashid is using. It's as big as a lovely building and not a ball mark on it. And he has a bat sponsor as well, isn't it? My God. But
well, Alzari Joseph is the man, isn't he? I mean, he's had more bat contracts than just about anyone on the face of the planet. You might get to see him later. He's got ball in hand at the moment. In he goes. That's quick in towards the rib cage of Adil Rashid. He rides the bounce really well. Turns it through backwards square leg. Casey Carty will do the fielding. Single taken, 206 for 9.
Yes, Alzari has been given a lot of back contracts over the years. But again, I like what he's doing here. He's hitting his lengths hard. He's not taking Adil Rashid or Turner for granted. He realized that he wants to close out this innings for West Indies. So he's looking to bowl aggressive, and that is a good sign.
Well, there's one ball left of the over, and the England batters have got together in the middle of the pitch. It is John Turner on strike. Presumably the message was, you just stay down that end. In goes Alzari Joseph. And Turner plays that perfectly defensively well. This occasion, Ford is alert to the situation at mid-on and prevents the run being taken. So that's 8 completed by Alzari Joseph. He's got 1 for 46 now. 44 overs of the 50 of the England innings are completed. 206 for 9 here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and talkSPORT 2.
Yes, Alzari Joseph obviously getting the wicket of Joffa Archer in that over. Joffa Archer is a dangerous batter. He's been playing club cricket in Barbados for Wildy, so he's been playing cricket and in some kind of form. It's good to get him out. But we see Adil Rashid, we know he's the senior man in this team, I know he has to shepherd as much as possible John Turner and see if they can get England to a respectable total. Obviously, Darren and Steve believe that 220, would be an amazing score. But with 6 overs left, you never know what can happen.
Well, Matthew Ford to start the new over. Swing and a miss from Adil Rashid through to Shea Hope, the keeper, and there is no run. Yeah, just a reminder, the average score batting first in one-day internationals on the St Vivian Richards ground is 250. In recent times, it's actually been a little bit lower than that. And the outfield is not quick by any means. So actually, 230 is probably the equivalent of about 260, 270 elsewhere.
Yeah, well, the nature of the pitch is slow, the outfield is slow, but you have to remember too that the West Indian batters hit the ball a lot harder. They're a lot stronger than the English batters. And obviously, when you look at Rutherford and Lewis coming over to Sri Lanka, they're the ones that West Indies looking to.
Ford in. Oh, that kept a little bit low. Adil Rashid turns that through square leg, and they will take the single. 207 for 9. Rashid goes to 14 from 17 balls faced.
Yeah, well, every run here is important for England. The closer they get to magical total of 220, they will feel good. Rashid is stuck in that end swinger from 4, staying low but watching the ball onto the bat and getting the run into the forward square leg region. Turner has to compliment Rashid. He cannot try to outbat him. I know Rashid is not a big hit off the cricket ball, but at least if he stays there, he can frustrate the West Indies. And the longer they stay there, the more runs England will accumulate.
Adil Rashid can hit quite a hard ball. I can say that because he bent. You see, that middle finger is actually slightly bent. Yeah, but that was often Adil Rashid shot. Ford is in, Turner covers up, and there is no run. Sri Lanka at Dambulla a few years ago, we were covering the series that England were playing, and we were actually out on the outfield watching practice one day, and Adil Rashid was doing some range hitting, sliced it up in the air, and as I was the only one vaguely near it, I thought, well, I'll go and take the catch. Got it horribly wrong and ended up with a middle finger that sort of pointed in the wrong direction. So Adil Rashid does hit the ball slightly harder than most people realise. At least that's the story I'm sticking with.
But he was younger then. This ball is softer too.
Weren't we all? Ford in from outside of off stump. Turner turns this through deep square leg. It's out to Seals, who is out patrolling there. Again, just a single taken. 208 for 9. Turner doubles his score. He's got 2 from 4.
Yes, and Rashid has a first-class 100, I believe.
He's got 11 of them.
Right, so he's no slouch.
Trust me, he can play.
Slouch.
He can play.
If growing up is making himself, well, he still can draw on the experience of scoring runs. But he's a fighter. And obviously he will want to get some runs here to give him even more confidence when he comes out to bowl.
Absolutely. Ford into Rashid. Shorter ball, pulled round through mid-wickets. Out to Moti, who is stationed out on the mid-wicket boundary, and they take a single. 209 for 9. Well, of course, from Adil Rashid's point of view, every run he scores is another run he's got to play with when he gets ball in hand. So,
agree, and it gives the field, it gives the England dressing room a bit more confidence, because obviously the longer they stay there, they're going to frustrate the West Indian fielders, and you know how momentum can shift.
Ford in. Turner punches back to the bowler, who fields in his follow through. No run. So that's 9 overs now for Ford. Matthew Ford has got 2 for 48 from those 9. Jaden Seals 2 for 22 from his 8. Alzari Joseph 1 for 46 from his 8. And then Gurdakesh Moti and Roston Chase have both bowled out already. Moti 4 for 41 from his 10, 0 for 47 from Roston Chase. So these bowlers will all have to complete their stints if we go the full 50, because West Indies have only used 5 bowlers. The question is, can they take that one remaining wicket? Well, Alzari Joseph's the man to try and dismiss Adil Rashid, and Rashid has pulled out to mid-on. So we're not going to need to worry about all the other bowlers and the other options, because Alzari Joseph has removed Adil Rashid. Rashid tried to give himself a little bit of room and ended up just hitting it straight to mid-on. Couldn't clear the man. It was head height. He had to take one step to his right. It was as straightforward as that. And England are bowled out for 209 in 45 overs and 1 ball.
Yes, a very good bowling display by the West Indies. Some blunders in relation to drop catches of misfield, but 209 in 45.1 overs, but would have really given them a good momentum, because they won the toss and asked England to bat first, and to dismiss them for 209 and 45.1 overs, you will have to say job well done to the bowlers, and it's obviously now over to the batters to win this game for West Indies. But the bowlers have done their part. They've bowled well. They have to commend Moti, who continues to impress, and he's the one that has led the charge. Actually, he's quite simple in his approach, assesses conditions quite well, and he has a good support from the captain. And I think that you have to say Moti's the man who really broke the backbone of this England innings. But well bowled, all the bowlers. Alzarri Joseph coming in late in the end and getting 2 wickets, which obviously would give him a lot of confidence for the second game.
Well, 209 in a one-day international. Sometimes you get more than that in a T20 game, but we'll keep saying it. It is not that kind of pitch. It's not that kind of outfield. So 209, yes, it is disappointing. It is on the low side, but it's not a million miles off what Gough and Steve Harmison were saying earlier could be competitive. England bowled out 45 overs and 1 ball. 209 is the score on the total. West Indies won the toss earlier on today, and they elected to put the England side in. England with 4 debutants in it, remember, so it's not the experience, for the full of experience side that England have put out in recent times. Let's take you through the full scorecard then, and the England card. Salt caught Joseph, bowled Seals for 18 off 29 balls. That was 39 for 1 in the 9th over. Second man out was Will Jacks with the score on 46. He was caught by Moti off the bowling of Seals for 19 off of 27 balls. Third man out, Jordan Cox, again caught by Carty, bowled by Ford. He'd made 17 from 31 balls. The 4th wicket went down just a couple of overs later when Bethel was caught by King off the bowling of Ford for 27 off of 33. That 93 for 4. Liam Livingstone had launched the counter-attack, hitting a couple of big sixes, but then fell for 48 from 49 deliveries. Caught and bowled by Guttikesh Moti as he didn't get one out the middle of the bat, and he just lobbed back to the bowler. That was 165 for 5. Sam Curran chipped in with 37 from 56 balls before he took on Shimron Hetmyer at long on off the bowling of Moti, but found the fielder and not the fence. So that was 187 for 8 when he was out. Dan Mosley made 8 from 12 before he was caught by Lewis off the bowling of Moti. Jamie Overton then came in and was dismissed by Moti. First ball, LBW. And Rashid, 15 from 19. Archer, 7 from 10. Both caught off the bowling of Joseph, and that left John Turner 2 not out from 5 deliveries at the end. The bowling figures: Matthew Ford, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 48. Jaden Seals, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 22. Alzarri Joseph, 8 overs and 1 ball, 2 wickets for 46. Guttikesh Modi, 10 overs, 4 for 41. Roston Chase, 10 overs, 0 for 47. So England bowled out inside the innings. It means that the West Indies need 210. That's 4.2 an over to get to their target. Philo, Wallace, take me into the West Indies dressing room. We've talked about how disappointed England will be, but from a West Indian point of view, I imagine they're going to be cock-a-hoop at the moment.
Yeah, obviously in the West Indies dressing room, they'll be happy to know that they've bowled out England for 209, a below par score. But again, we look at the surface on which they're playing on, a lot slower than we expected in Antigua. The outfield as well is not as quick as we expected. That is slow. And West Indies will have to show as well discipline in this approach to 210. We know that they like to go after the bowling, like they hit a lot of boundaries. They're a lot stronger than the English batters, but I think the English bowlers as well are skilled. As we see now, that they're bringing on a cover as well, so there might be some rain in the air in Antigua. But obviously the West Indies batters will have to bat well. Partnerships, Andrew, is going to be very important. And I think that the opening pair, if they can get a good partnership, they're going to set the tone for how this game will go. We saw in Sri Lanka, Brandon King didn't have a good game of it in the ODIs. Lewis came into the ODIs in the last ODI. He scored 100 not out, so he has form, he has confidence. Rutherford has been consistent in Sri Lanka, but now we see that he's carrying an injury. How will that affect him when he goes to bat? Shea Hope has not had a good run in Sri Lanka, so he'll be looking to get runs. Casey Carty, again, in between in his form. And then Hetmyer's come back into the squad. How much form is he in? How much cricket has he been playing? So all these are questions that will be asked. But West Indies will feel that once they can get a good start and have good partnerships throughout the innings, they'll be able to overhaul this small target of 210.
Well, yes, as Philo Wallace was just saying, the ground staff have just brought out the big sheet that covers basically the entire square. Hopefully it's nothing more than just preventative and just in case, although it looks like they are sort of scurrying around quite quickly to make sure that there's going to be no potential issues. So, well, we'll keep an eye on that one. Let's keep our fingers crossed, because the last thing we need on this one is a delay. But during the interval, we know that Jos Buttler is nominally the captain of this team. He's only not playing because of injury. He's today been given a 2-year central contract by the ECB. So during the interval, Neil Manthorp, Steve Harmison and Darren Gough are going to be looking at Jos Buttler's captaincy and the areas that need to improve when Brendan McCullum comes in as white ball coach to get the best out of Buttler and the team. So that's coming next during the interval here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and here on talkSPORT 2.
It's a pitch-perfect delivery. International Cricket Live. The West Indies versus England in the first ODI.
What a shot on talkSPORT 2.
As India take on New Zealand, talkSPORT 2 is the only place to hear live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of all 3 test matches direct from India.
Bowled in!
From every sweetly struck cover drive to the boundary to every breathtaking diving catch in the outfield, talkSPORT 2 is there to bring you all the drama and action direct from India.
He's just hit the ball out the ground. Yeah, well, that's certainly woken the crowd up. That's an unbelievable shot.
Continues with the third test, direct from Mumbai, tomorrow morning from 4 a.m, only on talkSPORT 2. International Cricket Live, the West Indies versus England in the first ODI.
On talkSPORT
2. Raining quite heavily at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua at the moment, but we did manage to get through the first innings, and the rain has come. If there is such a thing as a timely moment, then this is it during the supper break. England bowled out for 209 in 45 overs and 1 ball, with left-arm spinner Gudakesh Moti taking 4 for 41 and 2 wickets apiece for the opening bowlers Matthew Ford and Jayden Seales, who was outstanding, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for just 22. And Alzari Joseph came back well after an expensive start, not always through his own fault, 2 for 46 in 8.1 overs. Liam Livingstone, the captain for this series, and England's 6th white ball captain of the year so far, top scored with 48 from 49 balls, 3 fours and the only 2 sixes of the innings. Lots of starts elsewhere without anything much more substantial. Sam Curran top scored with 37, gave his wicket away at a very important time, an inopportune time, with 10 overs to go and only 7 wickets remaining. Curran holed out to long on. But 18 from Phil Salt, 19 from Will Jacks, Jordan Cox on debut 17, Jacob Bethel 27 and 15 from Adil Rashid on a difficult pitch and a slow outfield. It was not easy. England at times looked like rebuilding and building towards something substantial, but things fell away in those last 10 overs just before and after the dismissal of Sam Curran. As I said, raining quite heavily at the moment. This is the first of 3 matches in the ODI series, to be followed by 5 in the T20I series. England's 3rd bilateral visit to the Caribbean in the last 3 years. It's becoming a second home, and it's all partly at least, or at least maybe majorly, to do with repaying the West Indies for coming to England at the height of COVID and playing 3 tests in isolation just to keep the lights on in the English game, and now England doing the same for the West Indies in return. Alongside me during the supper break, Steve Harmison and Darren Gough. We're going to be talking about another new era, the dawn of a new era, with the departure of Matthew Mott and Brendan McCullum taking over the coaching duties of both white ball teams. So 1 coach for England in Brendan McCullum, and it's I suppose incumbent upon Brendan McCullum not just to bring back the glory years of 2019, I'll make that sound easy, but also to work with Josh Buttler. Josh Buttler is 34, he remains England's white ball captain. He'll be 37 by the time of the next World Cup. I don't think they'll be making any decisions about whether he is definitely going to still be the captain in 3 years' time, in time for that 2027 World Cup. But gentlemen, it's obviously something you've spoken about a lot. Brendan McCullum taking over the white ball duties. It came as a surprise to Harmy and I, Darren. We didn't see that coming. We were talking about Andy Flower and a host of others, but we never thought that Brendan McCullum would actually put his hand up for the job for a start. Were you surprised?
I'm very surprised, actually. Because he already, saying that, it's the way it's done now, the way they go about it with Kesey and that. Once he finishes his duty with England, he jumps straight on a plane and goes home and looks after his horses, right? And then he comes back in for games. It's a nice job to have, and if he fancies doing it for another couple of years, because he doesn't have to do it. Let's be straight here about Brendan McCullum. He's made a lot of money in the game, right? He's played a lot of IPL. He's coached in the IPL. So is that ambition to do it? He's done it once. My personal opinion was I thought he'd do it to the Ashes and then go back to the IPL. He might still do that, by the way. But although he's signed as one-day coach, it gets them over that hurdle as they needed to employ someone to come in and kind of give that English one-day cricket the same spike as he's given Test cricket. Can he do it? Brendan McCullum will believe he can. Josh Butler, has he got the same mentality of a Ben Stokes? And can they work together in the same way as Stokes and McCullum have? That's the question mark.
It would have been physically and logistically impossible to do the job, for one man to do the job in the last 12 months, Harmy, and probably if you look back for the last 24 months. But England's schedule is considerably less packed in 2025, which doesn't mean to say it's not packed. It's still packed, just less so. But it's going to take a lot out of Brendan McCullum.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot out of McCullum. A lot of, I think a lot of confidence. You know, he's very, very comfortable with the people that are around him. And he'd not really, I think you can just see by selection and the teams and some of the personnel that haven't been picked. And even you look at the New Zealand squad, the Test squad. I mean, England took 3 spinners to New Zealand and they haven't took a backup wicketkeeper. What they've done is they've took a consistent 16 people who are good in the group and they want to be, you know, I've said this a couple of times.
They got Pope.
Your face doesn't fit. If your face doesn't fit, or you're not a certain player or you're a certain character. I mean, you're right, Ollie Pope is going to be the backup wicketkeeper along with Ben Duckett. But if your face doesn't fit or you don't have a certain characteristics, you don't get picked in this group. That for me is dangerous. I mean, we spoke to Sam Curran a couple of weeks ago, and he made a couple of headlines when we spoke to him, and he was wanting to create a headline. I can't understand how he didn't get picked when Ben Stokes got injured. I don't understand how Keaton Jennings didn't get picked when, you know, me and Gough were talking about it earlier on commentary about players coming into this group from county cricket. There's not many who have had a good season this season where I would pick over what I've got in the Test team as in the arena at this minute in time. Not to say that it's not right, but because sometimes you can be. Like, I thought it was cruel sometimes to leave Zach Crawley in. I think another couple of games for Ollie Pope, and it'll be cruel to keep Ollie in because he probably needs to get away from it, come back a lot stronger and a better player. Why Keaton Jennings didn't get picked over Dan Lawrence opening the batting. If your face doesn't fit or you have a certain way of playing or certain characteristics, like Sam Curran taught us, you don't get picked. Now, England have named 29 contracts, and you look at somebody like Brendan McCullum, he wants to work with certain people, I think. He likes Marcus Trescothick alongside him. He likes Paul Collingwood alongside him. He likes Jeetan Patel alongside him. Now, he's now going to have to spread himself out that little bit more and bring in. I mean, we made the joke before, and I asked Darren if I was out of order saying it, and I'll say it again for people that didn't listen, because I might as well dive in both for it. I've just seen a bloke give a cap who hasn't played cricket for England. That tells me everything about what cricket's been. Matt Walker's just give a cap to somebody who's playing cricket, representing cricket and playing for England. And Matt Walker's never played cricket for England. I'm not saying Matt Walker's not a good coach and he shouldn't be out there. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, when you receive your England cap, it's one of the biggest moments in your life. It's one of the most prestigious moments in your life. When you get told that you're playing for England, I mean, what a feeling that is. And if you receive your cap by a former player who tells you, Andrew Flintoff style, the huddle, the video, goes viral around the world, what it means to play cricket for England. Now, you look, is Brendan McCullum going to work with the likes of Richard Dawson, who's out there, Matt Walker, who else was there, Carl Hopkinson, there's somebody else out there and I can't remember who it is, but all of a sudden Brendan McCullum now has to work with all these off the field staff as well as
we're presuming
the leader.
And we're presuming
he can't. I mean, Collingwood, Trescothick and Patel can't go everywhere.
Well, Collingwood.
Yeah, but even that needs a break. So the personnel of the management staff is going to be so important to make sure that when the red ball team goes that way, McCullum goes with, and once the white ball team goes that way, the start of the trip will have to be looked after by somebody that Brendan McCullum trusts, like Marcus Trescothick, who's gone there. But all of a sudden that has a knock-on effect because Marcus Trescothick, who is worshipped by all top 6 batters, as we were in India and we've been around the world with this team, and you see how hard. I mean, me and Collie fall out many years ago, and we've patched things up since then. But this guy works so hard in that group. Paul Collingwood is an integral part, and he works so hard when he's out there, and so is Marcus Trescothick. The England Red Bull team are going, hold on, where's my batting coach gone? I mean, I know your batting coach can't go out and bat for you, but if them coaches, that has a knock-on effect. So that's why it was so intriguing when Brendan McCullum took over. I loved it. I think it's brilliant, because I want one man in charge for the whole lot. But he's very trusting as McCullum, and is he going to have 8 staff? Because that's what he's going to need. He's going to have to find another 3 or 4, possibly 5 more staff who can go away with white ball teams when he's with the red ball team, who are in the middle of a test match. And then that build-up is being controlled by somebody building the white ball team up for him to get to cross the other side of the world, to then prepare for that test, for that one day, or when that one day series is going on, and vice versa. And I think that is the intriguing conundrum I want to see, I'm waiting to see from where the 2025 goes, in if, like Darren says, he goes beyond the Ashes. I still personally think this whole McCullum-Stokes key will probably finish after the Ashes. I really do. And I'm not saying if they win, there's nothing else for them to go for. If they lose, then like I've said many times before, this Bazball it'll not be looked at over 2.5 years. It'll be looked at 5 test matches against India at home and 5 test matches against Australia away. That's what it'll be reflected on. This is the business time of that. So I still think that the whole McCullum-Stokes key ECB will finish at the end of the Ashes, win or lose.
I think they are setting some very interesting precedents and creating some very interesting atmospheres, and I think that if you create the perception that that county cricket is not a reward system, that allows you the opportunity, a window into playing international cricket, and that is the perception that I think is being created. I think that's very dangerous. Coffee.
Agree with you, Manners, and I think I'm a massive fan of county cricket. I think Army is. But I think you've got a group at the moment that see England as a group, and it's picked from within England under-19s to England Lions. You see now people are playing 1 or 2 games and they're being drafted straight into Lions squads, and then they're being fast-tracked into the test team. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Australia did it with Glenn McGrath, right? And there is other players like that.
That was Glenn McGrath.
Yes.
South Africa did it with A.B. de Villiers and Dale Steyn.
Correct. But when you see that generational talent, they come straight in, and it will always rise to the top, won't it, the talent. But you've got to reward our game. It's not as bad as everyone makes out. County cricket, I've seen it week in, week out. There is some bad moments in it, and there's some poor cricket. But there's also some brilliant cricket. Harry Brook, without county cricket, the way he improved as a player in 18 months was down to county cricket. Not England under-19s or whatever it may be. It was playing for Yorkshire, being given an opportunity, and playing with players like Bairstow and Root and Balance and
Milan.
And Live.
Milan was
Milan.
big for Brook at the start.
It's unreal, man. I mean, county cricket has still got a lot to offer. And I go on about Keaton Jennings. He's another one who deserves an opportunity now. He is a fantastic player who's changed his game to suit what they want, and he's still getting nowhere near it.
It's reinvention. If you can't reinvent yourself, if you're not allowed to reinvent yourself, or if your reinvention is not recognised, and that's it, you're shown the door and there's no way back. It's bolted on your way out. I think that's another dangerous precedent.
Yeah, another dangerous precedent, and for me as well. I look at this winter, and and we spoke, Manners, and more than one occasion over the last month, 6 weeks, about the Lions, and we've had Graham Swan on, and we're talking about Andrew Flintoff and the environment they're going to set. They're taking a young group out there, and Coffey will probably know more about this than me, because obviously he's just come out of the Director of Cricket job at Yorkshire, and he'll be listening to what pathway stories are and understanding what the game of cricket at that end is, Darren. But you're going to take 20 young players to South Africa, and then 18 young players, 20 young players to Australia after Christmas to learn the Ashes. What are they teaching them? This is the thing that's worrying me. is what are they teaching them? Are they teaching them the game of cricket and understanding and absorbing the game of cricket, or is it, well, we want you to play and marry exactly what happens at the international level?
Yes.
If that happens, Darren, it's dangerous, because if you go into a young player goes over to Australia and you go, and to get in a test team, you got to play this way, you got to play that more aggressive and expansive cricket. Then what happens when it goes wrong? What have you got to fall back on? And the hardest thing in the world is international cricket. You have more bad days than good days. You turn your bad days into average days. You turn your average days into better days. And the ones that survive are the ones that, when they're not so and so well, they can survive, but they've got at least something to survive. I mean, battle scars to survive from. What worries me is we're going to take a group of 18, 19-year-olds across to Australia and or South Africa and Australia and say, this is how you're going to play the way the test team do. And then all of a sudden, when you come up against, God forbid, you come up against a top-quality attack and put pressure on you, where's your fail-safe mode? Where's the absorbing of the game to then put pressure and respect the bowler and put pressure back in?
There's no accountability.
And that worries me about the pathway of where this winter's going to be for English cricket.
The reason is they survive because there's no accountability. This brand of cricket is the way England want to go, and look, it's up to them. Rob Key's the director of cricket.
That's fine for international players, but it's not for young players.
Right, Rob Key's in that position. His idea is that he played county cricket, he never really enjoyed it, he didn't think it was good enough. He said it's all about England, which is a massive step up. It's quite obvious to us all, they're looking for players that play a certain brand. Bowlers have got to bowl over 85 miles an hour to get picked, and
be 6'4".
Well, they haven't got to be 6'4", but they've got to bowl over 85 miles an hour, and there's not many. Unfortunately, it's not like it was. County cricket used to be full of them. Now there's not that many. There's probably about 10. If that. So every one of them 10 have got central contracts. Or like Tong's not played for a year and a half. He's got one because he can bowl 90 miles an hour. But when it comes down to it, and on the batting, they're looking at players now, even at Lions level. I coached the Lions this summer against Sri Lanka, and they beat them. It was unbelievable because that was like a reserve Lions team. It wasn't even the main Lions team. And they played them. And what they're looking for is players that play a certain way. They look at a batter and they're watching for 20 minutes and say, he plays the brand of cricket we like. If we get an injury, he's in. On the bowling front, Hull, who had played 8 first-class matches and averages 60-odd, they saw him bowl, right? He bowls he can bowl at 85 miles an hour. No quicker, bowls at 85 miles an hour. His left arm, he's 6'7". They saw him bowl against Sri Lanka, he swung the new ball, and they went, right, we get an injury, he's in. Guess what? They got an injury, and they picked him. And he played at the Oval, and he bowled all right. So far, everything they've done as bringing players in has kind of worked, in a way. If you look at the percentage of games they've won, it's massive compared to the previous era of Chris Silverwood. So they're winning loads more games. They've only drawn one under McCullum since he's come in, I think. Drawn one game. So when you look at it, England have won a lot, but when you look at the tables, we know better off because we're still not qualifying or don't look like qualifying for the final, do we?
Because exactly what people have been talking about the Bazball era is it's very good against sides who aren't very good, and it's not very good against sides who are very good.
Well, there's only 3 good teams at the moment, right?
And I think we want to be the best team in the world.
India, Australia, and England.
We want to be the best team in the world.
Yeah, I just think that you put it this way, you don't win the Premiership without drawing games. Sometimes you're not going to win 4-0. Sometimes you're actually going to have to put 6 at the back and try and walk away with a point. And you don't get any points in the World Test Championship for drawing. You get games for winning, but you do prevent your opposition from earning points with the draw. And Ben Stokes has said it's off the table, which is exciting. And England have been a phenomenon to watch. They've had a couple of shocking Test matches. To be fair, they warned us that there would be some shocking Test matches when they launched on this brand of cricket. We'll come back to this because it's just too good a topic. But I need to reset because it's raining quite heavily. Actually, I won't lie to you. It's raining very heavily. There's an unforecast tropical storm so intense that the ground staff, who are all clad in shorts and vests for the less modest T-shirts, all ran off and put their oilskins on.
Diving suit.
To drag the covers back on. There are puddles forming on the outfield. The one thing that we do know about, well, there's many things we know, but one thing as far as weather and the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is concerned is it's very fast draining. So when you see puddles forming in the outfield, it's not necessarily the end of the story, but it takes a lot of rain for puddles to even form in the first place. England were bowled out for 209. West Indies will need 210. We haven't yet started losing overs, but we will soon. I'm with Darren Gough and Steve Harmison, and we're talking about the looming... that sounds a bit dramatic. The imminent new era for England, in which Brendan McCullum will coach both formats. I also started off by asking you about Jos Buttler and his future. Nothing to do with the fact that he hasn't played for 4 months because of a calf injury. Generally, his future as England's white ball captain, he's been given the full backing of Brendan McCullum and Rob Key. There was briefly a question of whether he should be replaced when Matthew Mott was replaced as the white ball captain, as a coach, but the captain ultimately was given the full backing of the entire administration. And as I said, he's 34, which is great. He's in his prime. Be 37 at the next World Cup. What do you think Brendan McCullum will be looking to get out of Jos Buttler, apart from encouraging him to enjoy himself and not get too serious?
Well, that's what it will be. It'll be to have the fun back and the enjoyment back. But I'm going to give Jos Buttler credit here, right? I think he's took a bit of stick. And I think what I will say about Jos is, but he could easily walk away from international cricket, right? No worries whatsoever. He's another one. He's
turning down. You know what he gets paid in the SA20? He's walked away from the Rajasthan, the Pal Royals.
Yeah.
He's not playing in January because he wants to captain the team in India. I mean,
exactly. Well, he's not played for a while, and that's what I'm saying. Jos now has got a determination. I'm telling you, he could walk away from it and play in Rajasthan, in Pal, and he could go on and play the IPL, although he's just not been retained, has he, by Rajasthan Royals? That probably might be a decision in it as well there. But he'll get any other. He's going to get picked up for a lot of money, right? It's going to be probably around that 18 mark. He's going to get picked up for a lot of money. A lot more than he will get at Rajasthan, probably. But he's doing this because he doesn't want to go out as captain of England, who had a shocking World Cup. He's got a determination that he wants to show, but this team is good enough. He's a good enough captain, and he wants to do what Owen Morgan did. They're quite close, Owen, aren't they, and Jos? And I think he wants to do exactly the same with him. And I like that. He's got that steel, that grit, and he's willing to sacrifice to do it. And he's frustrated as anything that he's injured at this moment in time, and he's not in the West Indies.
I agree. I think it was the right decision for Jos to carry on. It could easily have gone new captain, new coach, and I don't think anybody would have. I don't think anybody would have disagreed. I think they would have said yes, he's our best player. But I think when you look at it and if you break it down, the World Cups, we had a side who deserved to play because they were World Cup winners and they were our best players. But I think they were going over the hill, and I think there was a few of them hanging on by a thread when it comes to bodies. And I think the team let each other down rather than just any individuals. I think a collective team didn't perform as well in the two World Cups. So from Jos's point of view, it's a case of, well, if we're going to go again with a new coach and some young players, I think I've done enough to lead it. And I think that was the biggest thing. Did Jos want to be captain of a young team to mould into what he believed was his team? Because I still think in that World Cup in India, it was still 80%, 75% of it was Owen Morgan's team because of the players and the ages that they were at and the World Cup winners. So I think this was Jos's chance to put his hand up and say to Rob Key, well, I deserve a chance to build my team like Owen Morgan did from 2015, and this is what he got in 2019. Now will be my team. We'll have lost Bairstow, we've lost Roy, all these players that are gone, fallen by the wayside. We've got some exciting new talents, likes of Bethel and all this coming through, and I'll get us to the next World Cup. I'll lead us to a World Cup, and I'll give us our best chance of moulding these young lads to go and win it. And I think that was important for Joss to say, right, any distractions out the way. Fair enough, he's injured and there's nothing you can do about that, but that SA20 decision was a big one. He's never going to walk away from the IPL, and neither should he. But I think everything else, he's basically saying, my focus is on England. I'm going to India with my team instead of going to the SA20, because by the time we come to the next World Cup, it'll be the team I moulded that identifies as me as a captain, with McCullum as a coach. And I'll be judged when I get to the end of that tournament. And by then, what will he be, 35, 36, 37? And I think he deserves that because of the player he's been for English cricket.
37 in the next World Cup, that's right.
He might have to give up the gloves. I think McCullum might...
I was going to ask you.
Yeah, I think
he
I
has
would.
to give up the gloves.
I think I would give up the gloves. If I was McCullum, I'd be pushing Joss to give up the gloves. He's getting a couple of injuries, like Ben, and just say, right, stand there mid-on and mid-off, talk to your young players, be around the field, enjoy your cricket by being in the field rather than being part of the...
Tell you what else he should
work.
give up is a few press conferences. I thought Ben Stokes' biggest challenge would be the media commitments for an England captain, and he has been remarkable. I think you actually have to be on tour to see how much time and effort, and sometimes really patient snapping effort, is required to do all these interviews, all this constant. You have to answer the same questions time and time again. Ben Stokes has been phenomenal at doing that. He's absolutely blown me away. I mean, sometimes the day before a match, England captain will have to spend 3 hours doing media, and Jos Buttler needs to delegate some of that, I think, because he's become really grumpy in the last year or so.
And I think that's why McCullum will be good for him, because McCullum will give him positive energy. We've seen what Brendan's like. Saying that, Brendan's not great at interviews, by the way. For someone who's as outgoing as he is on the way he plays on a cricket field, he's actually not the best in the media. No, Stokes is a different league. No matter what's happening in Stokes' personal life, as a coach, and you put him in anything that happens to him, you put him in front of the media, you put him on a cricket field, and he delivers under pressure, right?
Yeah, but I've also seen McCullum say at the end of a day's play, when somebody you would think would be put up for the media, send a coach out and go, no, he needs to recover, he needs to do his ice baths, he needs to get things back on board. You can have him tomorrow morning, but you're not having him tonight. And I think McCullum is very, very good and very strong-minded when it comes to that, and I think he'd be good for Jos. I think McCullum would be really good for Jos Buttler. I really do. I think they've got a lot of similarities from a playing point of view. The keeper, the aggressive batter, two different characters from off the field, but I think that could work. I personally believe Jos Buttler has earned the right, because of the cricketer he's been for England, to mould a team in his way. This team identifies Jos Buttler as a captain. I'm not sure them two World Cup teams identified as Jos Buttler's team as a
McCullum will get the credit if that happens, because of the way it has happened. But they've now gone for McCullum after a poor World Cup, and if he comes in, no matter if it's Josh's team, I think McCullum will be the one who actually gets the credit.
If I was Josh, I couldn't care if I've won the World Cup.
Yeah, exactly. If you're the World Cup captain, but I do agree on the keeping. I think you look at the injuries had now. It's come back for the third time. It's a calf injury. It's a lower calf as well. I've had one of those. Well, I've had everyone, but when you get one of them, they're very hard. And keeping is a hard job. Captaining, keeping, the fitness that's required. I mean, he did this running on the beach, didn't he? Did he running on the beach?
Yeah.
I mean, running on a treadmill, it's a lot easier.
He could have keep and captain the team that played, the players that played in the World Cup, because they didn't really need much captaining. This is what I mean about if he carried on as captain. This is a young side. They need delegation. They need leadership, and I think that leadership, nothing to do with Josh's wicket-keeping prowess or his ability to keep wicket. I just think they need their captain to be closer to each and every one of them, and I think that will do him the world of good. It might prolong. I don't think it will prolong his career, but it might prolong mentally the freshness that he needs to get around and enjoy the fact that he's playing with some very, very talented young players. And like I said before, I'll keep saying this, by the end of that World Cup, we look at that team and go, that's Josh Butler's team. I identify this team as Josh Butler's team, like I did in 2019 and I identified it as Owen Morgan's team. I'm not sure I did in the last 2 World Cups.
Here's a question for you, and Goughy's never shy of talking about this, but it does fascinate me, and I know that it fascinates a lot of our listeners and indeed our viewers on YouTube. And that's the new era of cricketer and indeed coach. You, both of you, know what it's like to have to perform to keep your job. There are many cricketers in this era who don't have that feeling. Their jobs are not dependent on their success. Brendan McCullum, as you just mentioned, he's a very wealthy man. Josh Butler's a very wealthy man. McCullum, and you know, and there are good things, and there are sometimes a job, a coach who is dependent on his job can be too conservative and will not make the brave decisions in order to keep that job. When you have a fearless coach and fearless players whose jobs are not dependent on their performance and their results, they play with great expression because they can afford to, literally afford to.
You took the words out of my mouth. You know that's coming from me, and I think that does play a big part, and I think that's why now England especially are looking at different types of personality. They're bringing Fred into it, which I think the game needed Fred, and Fred needed the game. And that's one of the reasons he's come in. But we know what he's like. He's a very wealthy man, Fred. He's got loads of energy. He's great. He's funny. Great personality. He lifts people. And bringing him into the side, yes, he hasn't gone and sat 2 years of cricket courses, and he's not an official coach. As long as you've got those people around you as well who can put in the hard yards, like Colley puts in the hard yards, right? You've got to give him credit. He puts them in. Trescothick puts them in. You're allowed a Flintoff, you know, who's their personality. People look up to him and think, wow, he had a good test career. But you're right, on the front where the players are, you've got the coach, who's multi. You've got the captain, who's a multi, right? Millionaires this is. And then you've got half that team that are multi-millionaires. You can afford to go out and play a certain brand of cricket,
like a millionaire.
Like a millionaire. And I think if you are not, and you're trying to get onto that milk, you'll see a little bit more grit. And that's why it's sometimes hard when you've got these guys. Yes, you lead from the top. And when you've got McCullum and Stokes saying, go out and play this way, that's why you've seen a bit of confusion from a couple of players who don't really see that as their natural game. And they get confused for it. It happened to Joe Root. Joe Root got confused with his own game for a short period, right? He did, until he worked it back out, and look at him now. I mean, he's just on all cylinders again. And I think Harry Brooks is very similar. Once he finds out his real game in all conditions, he's going to fly better than he even is now. And it's going to happen with other players as well. Ollie Pope's going through a period now where he's quite confused how he's supposed to play.
But what you've just described earlier, man, is possibly why the likes of Rob Key look at, because what you've just described was probably county cricket, and I think that's why I think the England selecting unit look at county cricket in such a way, which is, you know, like they look
stealing a living. Yeah, it's almost like they're grafting just for their salary per year.
The way they look at it. You talk about my experiences, his experiences. I think that was the worst experience of my life, playing cricket for a living.
Yeah,
I
when
went
you
back
gave it up almost immediately. When you realised you were playing for the money.
When I actually playing for the money. When I played for the money, I was so bad. I mean, I was overweight, and I couldn't bowl a hoop downhill because the love for the game had gone. The idea of not representing my country, because yes, they're multimillionaires. Yes, they've got a lot of money. Yes, they've got play a certain brand. But I tell you what, they're playing for. They're playing for their reputation of their surname. They'll be the best Josh Butler I can possibly be. Ben Stokes has got millions. So what? He wants to be the best version of Ben Stokes he possibly can be. And that's what these guys play for.
We'll come back to it. It's a fascinating topic. But right now, we need to go to Machel St Patrick Hewitt, or known as MASH. The one and only MASH to us on the talkSPORT commentary team. For an update, he's at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua, where it is lashing down, contrary to all weather reports that we saw anyway. Mash, are you dry? Have you got the oilskins on? You all right?
Do you know what, Manners? It's looking all good. The super soaker is out. The umpires are are next to the covers conferring about, I guess, how soon can the ground be ready. So if all is well, I don't want to give a time limit on it, but we're certainly going to see some form of cricket going forward. I think that's the end of the showers. Local knowledge says that will be the one and only main shower, so we possibly will get a full game.
Mash, I don't want to ask you any questions that you don't know the answer to, but so I acknowledge this is a risk. Do you know when we start losing overs?
Let me find out for you and I'll come back to you about that one.
No, that was your cue to have a sound really knowledgeable and have a strongly educated guess. Just say.
I would say, how long have we lost? I think we've lost, what, about 20, 25 minutes so far?
So we haven't. We've got an hour's grace, haven't we? Surely.
Yeah, so we've got plenty of time before we start to get into the conversations about losing overs.
Excellent, Mash. Well, as soon as you've got another update for us, we'll come back to you. Thank you very much indeed for now. It's Mash and Patrick in North Sound, Antigua. Harmy, you hadn't quite finished, had you? We're talking about playing like a millionaire because you are one. And so my thought is, what happens to these more and more young players who are being told / encouraged to play in the same mould? What if they're part of them inside is thinking, well, I want to have a long career, not a short, bright one, where I'm gone at 23 because I made a string of low scores trying to play like a millionaire.
And that's the worry, and that's the concern for, I think, not a lot of players. I don't think they're concerned. They come into that group wide-eyed and a little bit naive, understand that this is how I need to get into the team. But how many times, Goughy, have we said he's a better player now than what he was when he played for England? And I would say quite a few players, you could say, in the recent past are a lot better players now since they've had that disappointment. They've had to go through some adversity. They've had to understand their game. They've had to go back into a level of cricket to then, a little bit of resurrection of how they'll identify themselves in the game, what they're best suited at, whether it's attacking, whether it's defensive, whether it's just, all-round game plan. And I think that is always going to be the challenge now for me of that Lions and that under-19s and that Flintoff group, that we're learning not only how to play international cricket the way Ben Stokes' team plays, but also understanding that it can go wrong. You can have bad times. You can have an understanding that when you play against international cricketers in that environment, I mean, it's such a high standard. You are going to have to, there are times where you're going to be challenged, and most of the time, you're going to be challenged. And that's going to be difficult, the balance to do that, because young players at 18 to 23 are going to go on them tours and go on them with them groups, and that's going to be like a flock of sheep. And if you go in there like a Keaton Jennings type, or a Rory Burns who's a bit different, Dom Sibley who is a bit different when it comes to an opening batter, and you carve a couple of low scores because it's not your natural game, then all of a sudden where do you feel as though you stand in the on the conveyor belt of further international call-ups? So I think that Lions trip is such a hard one to manage in such a way of what are we teaching these players to go in? Because if we're just going to go, right, this is how you have to play to get into the England side after coming through the pathway, then I think that's dangerous, right? Totally disdaining county cricket is one thing, but if all of a sudden, if you're not teaching them the wrong things, but if all you're teaching them is we've got to go, the only way you can play for England is hitting sixes and fours, well, the minute you come up against the Pat Cummins, Josh Hazelwood, Machel Stark, Nathan Lyon type attack, and I mean, you haven't got any backup plan. You ain't playing international cricket for them.
And also, what's important, and I think it should be said, this is what you also need at that young age is continuity in some of your coaching. Now, we've seen with the Lions this year, they've employed Mackenzie and Dale Steyn.
Mackenzie and Steyn.
Right.
They've got Colleen, Chappell, Swan and Flintoff. That's who they're going to go with all winter.
But we all know those two are going to come in They're going to come into these people's lives for a real short period, 3-4 weeks, if that, and then disappear. They'll never do it again. For me, I don't see the point in that. I see no point in that whatsoever. You need continuity. You need the same message, and especially at that age where you can influence people, they need the same message time and time again. They know all the players off by heart now, and you can't keep changing different messages, because sometimes these coaches come in, especially when the short period, and feel as though they have to do something or have to say something. You want the same continuity. Same as you have continuity in selection, which to talk about, England, you need it in the coaching department as well.
And it's more so at the lower level, because the youth level, you know, I mean, some of the best football teams, club teams in the world, and if you go around the traps and you go, the teams that have produced players, teams that have got real match winners out of their academies. You look at their academy director and you go, he's been there 25 years. He's been there 25 years. I mean, Eric Harrison, so many players came out of Man United. He was there for a long time. Yeah, Man City, the same. I look at Durham, right? Case in point, because I know I can speak with experience. I mean, Jeff Cook and John Winders have been the only two academy directors at Durham in 30 years. Look at the players they've produced. John Winders, no ambition to go to the next level, second team or anything like that, but he instills a certain way of performance you need to have to get to first-class cricket. And I think at a level of under-19, academy level or a Lions level, that for me would be, these are the best 5 coaches in the country at teaching cricket. If I can employ them for the next 15 years, and the message I'm trying to get them to get to the next level, then they'll be worth their weight in gold for me.
I think the problem on the Lions tour to South Africa, when it was announced that Dale Steyn and Neil McKenzie would be bowling and batting coach, the problem was that they were described as coaches. If they were described as guests or mentors, then, I mean, Neil Killeen is the coach, but for him to be the only coach that young players have, that Lions have, I think would be a mistake. Then the best coaches are unafraid to bring in second and third opinions and consultants. And I think that if the young Lions fast bowlers hear Dale Steyn of an evening talking about playing in Jacques Kallis's last test match when India were 260 for 2 and he had 0 for 100, and they thought that they were going to lose the series, and Kallis was going to go out with a whimper, and Steyn finished with 5 for 110, got the ball to reverse, bowled India out for 350, South Africa made 400, Kallis made 100. You know, those kind of stories.
That is the key, and I agree with you. That it's great to have around and talk about the stories, because it's feel-good factor, right? I've been used for that. I've been used for that with England on a few occasions.
You do tell
once
a good
in New
story.
Zealand, yeah, once in New Zealand, and I did it just now this summer against Sri Lanka for the England Lions, and that is consultancy, right? And I agree totally, and that's where it did its best. But they are put down as coaches, and you can't keep changing those coaches. Consultancy, yes, you sit and you watch. You're there to support Neil Killeen or whoever's the bowling coach, and when they come to you and want to ask you questions about your career, what did your thought process, you can talk to them. But you don't start saying front arm up a bit more, get a bit further around, run up a bit stuttery, because that would totally confuse most youngsters. I remember I had it. I suddenly made my England debut, did well for a year, and then everybody was telling me what I was doing wrong. And the best thing I did was, the worst thing I did was listen to them and try and change. The best thing I did after a short period was say, off you go. I went back to doing my own stuff. And guess what? I had a successful career. So sometimes you're set from a youngster, you want to carry on doing what you're doing, unless there's something that's giving you injury after injury after injury, or you're making the same mistake after mistake after mistake. Same as a batter. If he keeps getting out the same way, he obviously has to change something technically, right? Same with a bowler. He keeps throwing it down the leg side 3 times and over. He has to change something technically.
Coach or consultant, Harmy, it's the last word before we break, because the big covers are being taken off the square and the bowlers' run-ups are being uncovered, so we should have an update from North Sound soon. So last word on coach, consultant, storyteller.
Yeah, I think they're good, but I think the message has to be consistent, like Darren said, and I think especially at that level, because I think you have to teach people that it's not the sky is not always blue, in international cricket, you are going to have days where you're going to come up against some ridiculously talented opposition, and you've got to have a fail-safe plan, you've got to have a backup plan, and you've got to absorb the game sometimes, not just go out and play sort of flash Harry, because if you do, then you're gone. And I think that message is so important, and that's where that under-19 Academy Lions coaching has got to be very, very consistent messaging. Just quickly before we go, and Andrew Flintoff is coach of that. We're very, very close with Andrew Flintoff, and what he's been through in the last 2 years has been horrific. It's great to see the big fella back, but he's now starting to come into TV again. He's doing Bullseye at Christmas, and then all of a sudden, I mean, the minute he does Bullseye, which I've got no doubt it will be unbelievable, the minute he does that, then TV companies are going to come back and knock on Andrew's door. And will the lure of being back into the big light, where's his cricket coaching from there? Where's the mentoring going to be from there? And does he go back, and does he have enough time to be around the cricket like it has before? So I think as the under-19 Academy Air Tour level or Lions level is so difficult to get right. And I think if England get that right, the pathway, because it's always a good pathway, is going there. But them coaches there, they don't have to be household names. Just got to educate people in the right way, and I think that message for me is so important. The Yorkshire had it, produced player after player after player, and I mean, they weren't the greatest coaches, the greatest people in the world, but they were good coaches of teaching what needed to be taught. I'm not saying you have to go schoolmaster with the England under-19s Air Tour level. You just have to have the right message about what's going to happen when you go up. And if you just give all the good message and say all it's going to be nice and it's always going to be rosy, then the player gets up there and he gets a fright. And I think that's important, that get that message right.
I think the under-19 Lions pathway into the national team is a very, very good one, but it will be very dangerous if it's the only one. England made 209 all out. The West Indies need 210. Liam Livingstone made 48, Sam Curran 37. And if you missed any of the action in the first innings, maybe you're on your way home from a night shift, then we'll take a short break, and hopefully you'll be able to hear the highlights before we come back with news of the run chase from North Sound.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the English Football League.
Halloween on talkSPORT.
It's another day of football action from another dimension here on talkSPORT. So pay close attention as we take a little look at today's supernaturally talented lineup.
At the back, John Bones, Spook Shaw, and Kieran Rippier.
Well, they have been shocking tonight.
Finally there, Gaffer. Anyhow. Get all thriller, no filler football coverage that doesn't suck.
I tell you what, there were hearts in mouths there.
Halloween on talkSPORT.
Thank you for welcoming us into your home.
Hitting you for 6. International Cricket Live. The West Indies versus England in the first ODI.
Here's Lashley through on talkSPORT 2.
A very good evening to you. It is the first one-day international. We do not have any cricket, though, at the moment. About 55 minutes ago, England were bowled out for 209, and then pretty much as soon as the players left the field, the ground staff emerged, got the sheeting on there, because within minutes it was bucketing down. It looks like that the process has started to get the covers removed and get the second innings of the match back underway, but it's not going to happen for a few minutes yet. Interestingly, we've not had any official word from the umpires. They do sort of normally give you a bit of a steer as to how long they think it'll take to get things cleared up once the rain stops. They get that from the ground staff, of course, because they will know the local lay of the land and all of that, but we've not had anything of that nature just yet. There were standing water puddles on the edge of the square where the big covers had been placed, so those are going to need to be cleared up, but we await to hear just exactly how long the process to clear things up will be. Don't forget, it's not the end of the live sport, because there's more cricket coming your way in a few hours' time with the India-New Zealand test match, the third test of that incredible series getting underway, and sandwiched in between that there's NFL action as well. So you've got a real you can basically go through the night if you want to, and I know it's Thursday and there's a weekend coming up and all of that, but if you fancy it, you could go through the night with your live sport. And then don't forget, the second match of this one-day international series between the West Indies and England is on Saturday. It is an earlier start. It is a 1:30 first ball for that second game. That's UK time, which means it's a 9:30 first ball in Antigua. So the locals are going to have to be getting up very early for that one to get themselves up and running. But as I say, England have been bowled out in their innings. 45 overs and 1 ball was what they managed to bat out as they posted 209 here earlier on talkSPORT 2.
3 and 3, saving 1. Slapped away, just slightly back of a length through extra cover by Phil Salton. The first runs, third ball of the innings, and it's gone through extra cover for 4. More on that in a moment. Wide of the extra of off stump and driven beautifully through extra cover. Lovely, lovely shot from Will Jackson.
Good to be here, I've got to tell you.
And that ball catches. Phil Salt goes for the big shot. Is it going to be taken? And it is taken. Mark Butcher has just, well, he's given a wicket.
Joseph is in right arm over. Bethel pulls into the leg side once again. That's going to be a 2 bounce 4. So Control C, Control V.
Here is Ford again. Oh, he's top edge to pull, and it's gone straight up in the air. Third man runs around. Good catch, running in from the third man boundary. Just lost patience there, Jordan Cox. Short, pulled up into the air. He's gone. He's caught at extra cover. Jacob Bethel's gone. It's hard work. Slow pitch, slow outfield. Good bowling from the West Indies. England are 100 for 4. As we the last ball of the 23rd over, Sam Curran punches it. That's one of the best timed shots we've seen.
This time Livingstone does come down the ground. I figured at some point he'd have to do that, and it's a straight 6.
Driven, smashed away by Livingstone over deep mid-wicket. Second 6 of the innings, second 6 to Liam Livingstone. Moti in again, chipped up in the air and gone. Lovely bowling from the left arm spinner. Livingstone becomes the 5th out of 5, courtesy of the two-pace nature or the stopping nature of the pitch. Moti in again, and he's pitched it up full, and it's slog swept straight to deep mid-wicket. And Dan Mosley has gone. As the last of the natural daylight disappears quite quickly. Slogged down the wicket. by Sam Curran. He's given it away. Now England aren't going to get 250.
Can they take that one remaining wicket? Well, Alzari Joseph's the man to try and dismiss Adil Rashid, and Rashid has holed out to mid-on, and England are bowled out for 209 in 45 overs and 1 ball. It is talkSPORT 2, it's the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, and we are still awaiting the details and the resumption of this game. We are at the halfway mark in it. England, as you just heard there, posting 209. I'm Andrew McKenna. Philo Wallace is alongside me in the commentary box. Machel and Patrick Hewitt is also part of the team in Antigua. Mash, what's the latest? We've seen the pictures on the screen of the ground staff starting the process to remove the sheets. How does it look in front of you at the moment?
I've got some positive news for all cricket fans. The England players are out on the pitch warming up, so that kind of gives you an indication that we may be back on sooner rather than later. All the covers aren't gone yet, but they are in the process of pretty much taking them all off. The only one remaining is the one over the wicket itself. So whilst I can't give a time on it, I would expect that we'll be back on in about 20 minutes or so.
Okay, well that's good news, because it did look like the area of concern was those sort of puddles where the water had run off the sheets. Does that look like it's clearing pretty well? You mentioned when you were speaking with Manners earlier that the super sopper was doing its job. Does it look like it's been pretty effective? Because we always know the umpires getting a bit of a tiz about these sort of things. You know, fielders fielding in a certain position and it's a bit wet there. It's so often a part of the outfield about 35 metres away from the wicket, and you think, well, what possible impact can that have? But those are the ones that the umpires really get the most nervous about.
Well, as you say that, I can just see the umpires talking to the England players. They're out inspecting the wicket itself, and actually it looks like you just brought the bad news, because I now see a cover coming back onto the pitch. So I can't see any rain out there, but I can see the big cover now being brought back on, and the England players being told to come off the pitch. So I'll have to update you shortly as to what this all means.
Well, to be fair, that is what the ground staff did earlier, didn't they? They put the covers on because they knew it was coming. So in many respects, they actually helped prevent a worse issue. So maybe they've got a feeling that they've got some more coming. The good news is that we are still 33 minutes away from the moment where we start losing overs. So as it stands at the moment, the West Indian reply would still be the full 50 overs, and it is going to be that case for another half an hour. Although I don't know about you, Mash, but I'm not expecting them to try and use the full 50. And the fact that 210 is 4.2 and over, I'm thinking they might give this a bit of a clatter if they can.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think also we got to bear in mind that when the match does resume, how much will the wet conditions, particularly if the ball's hit over the boundary rope, how much of the wet conditions will affect the England bowlers. So I can't see this match going the full 50. I think the nature of who West Indies have in their top four, they'll look to try and take the drama out of this situation pretty early on, but we'll wait to see. I will just update you that cover that I thought was coming on isn't actually coming on, so we go back to my original statement that we might be on sooner rather than later.
Okay, thank you very much for the time being, Mash. We'll keep everyone alerted, and just as soon as we get any official word of any kind, you know, whether they want to have another inspection or what the umpires need for the game to get back on, we will bring you that information. But as I just mentioned, we are now just over half an hour away from losing overs, so we still haven't actually lost any time out of this game, which is a good thing. Philo Wallace, who is alongside me, as I mentioned, so that we've still got the potential of a full 50 overs should they be needed.
Yes, and I think that is better for cricket. You know, when Duckworth Lewis comes into play, everybody hair starts to grow and they get headaches. I said it'd be good to see that player soon to restart and they get the full allotted 50 overs. It'll be an easier game to read from the listeners' point of view, and also from the spectators that are there as well. 209 scored by England on a pitch that is not conducive to fast bowling. spinners, the West Indies spinners, Moti picking up 4. England have a number of spinners to choose from in this starting 11. So to me, the feel is that West Indies will have to fight and bat well to get over the line with this, to get over the line of this first ODI. Mind you, just came out of Sri Lanka, West Indies, with a dart of spin. And Rutherford, I keep saying, he's the one that stood out as the only batter along with Lewis in the last ODI. All the others have struggled. And obviously Hetmyer is back in the squad because they believe that he has the ability to play the spin bowling. And we'll see how he goes. But this total, I think England believe that if they can bowl in the right areas and take the chances, I think they can give West Indies a good fight in this first ODI. And you need, and this is what the rivalry is about. And two teams who have been at it, at one another for years. Now you have a total of a small quantity. You still expect to see that hard-fought game from both sides. So let's wait and see how West Indies reply. Hope they get back onto the field sooner rather than later, and we can get some playing, because it's important that this game completes. You don't want this first game to get washed out, and then you have one in Antigua and the next one in Barbados, because don't forget, Saturday is going to be a big day. Any cricket match in the Caribbean, particularly in Antigua. Tomorrow is the Independence Day, and you hope that West Indies winning this game Saturday, that people will come out and support West Indies in this ODI series.
Well, absolutely. In terms of the West Indies, we were talking earlier about where they are at the moment and where they are in terms of the next cycle, and they obviously need to pre-qualify for the international next part of this international cycle, and there's work to do, but there's been an awful lot of work going on in the background for a number of years actually, and I'm glad I'm about to ask this question, because just joining us in the commentary box in Antigua is the man who has been the chief exec of Cricket West Indies for the last 7 years. Johnny Grave is today marking the final day in the role, but during this interval he is very kindly come and agreed to join us in the talkSPORT 2 commentary box. Johnny, thank you so much for joining us on your final day. How does it feel after 7 incredible years?
Pleasure, Andrew. Good evening. Yeah, it feels good, to be honest. I'm ready to leave. I think I didn't want to outstay my welcome. I certainly never thought when I moved out here back in February 2017 that I would still be here over 7.5 years later. But it's it's been an incredible experience, a massive challenge, and with the World Cup being delivered earlier this year, and not wanting to, as I say, sort of outstay my welcome, it seemed like the right time to move on and have a break, and then look to a fresh challenge.
So was it just purely, it felt like an end of a cycle, and so therefore you want to give the person who's going to come in, if you like, the start of the next cycle?
Yeah, absolutely. We pretty much got our strategic plan signed off by the board just before the World Cup. We've obviously had a huge I guess positive impact of the last few years coming out of COVID, where we hosted India in 22 and 23, and then England in 22, 23, and obviously now plus the World Cup. I don't think the business will, from a balance sheet perspective, ever quite be in this position, certainly not for a very long time to come. So again, leaving in good financial health with a really solid financial base and a team of staff who are extremely capable. It just seemed like, again, the right time to move on, and you're right, it gives someone a couple of years probably before the next cycle starts in 2027, and when big decisions will need to be made.
Hello, Johnny. Good evening. Philo, Wallace here. Nice to speak to you from London in a different capacity. Unfortunately, you're leaving us to be in the same chat group and all the accolades that were showered upon you earlier today. Johnny, the Academy, how important is that for the development of West Indies cricketers and the West Indies brand of cricket?
Like, it's so important, and people watching might have seen the Academy girls here this evening at Seviv watching the game, but they've been training the last few weeks outside our offices at Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua, and to be I think to have those two academies, the men's and the women's, and to have them training at a facility that we now own without any debt, is probably one of the most satisfying things that we've been able to achieve during my time at the helm. But it's crucial because you're always going to get, if you're lucky, a Jaden Seals, or as we had beforehand, Alzari Joseph or Shimron Hetmyer that come out of that under-19 World Cup and programme and almost go straight into the senior team. But it's rare. Most of the players will need a solid foundation, and from the men's perspective, the fact that our academy play in our first class competition, the West Indies Championship, they're playing at the moment in Trinidad in our list day, our Super 50 over tournament. It means that hopefully by the time that they get to 22, 23, they've got 30 or 40 first class and list day games behind them, and we hope that's going to give them a really solid base in which to develop their careers and their games, and hopefully with producing better and more complete cricketers, the West Indies will do what we all want, which is move up those ICC rankings and get back to being number one in the world.
But Johnny, for that to happen, you need your best players to be available all the time, and we know that is one of the biggest challenges for West Indies cricket, both in terms of the coach but also the CEO being able to have the financial clout. How different, if you like, is that situation, say today, as you leave, compared to when you arrived in 2017, and how do you say the next, say, 5 years going? Do you see an upward trajectory there, or are we where we are, and guys, I'm very sorry to say this, but we just have to deal with it?
Probably a combination of the two, Andrew. I think firstly, when I joined, most of the players were banned, certainly better from that perspective. Look, I think coming out of that 2016 remarkable year where West Indies won 3 ICC trophies, and as others always remind me, we won none in my 7.5 years, but it was always going to be a bit downhill after that remarkable year. But we've got a much better relationship with our players. We have much more open and respectful, regular dialogue with them. I think we're now in a similar boat to all teams in the world, which is you have to understand that the game is changing and that there are multiple options, and some of those options are becoming unbelievably lucrative for players, and our players being so marketable, particularly in the shortest format of the game, the T20 version. Some of our guys can earn $300,000-400,000 for 3 or 4 weeks work, and that's not including the IPL or the CPL, where they do get paid handsomely. So we can't really compete with that, but what we can do, and what we regularly say to the players, is that playing international cricket is still the pinnacle. It's still the hardest, where you're playing 11 v 11 of top class international players. All these domestic leagues, 7 or so of the players are effectively that. They're local players, therefore they're not to the standard. Even the IPL isn't to the standard of international cricket, and therefore if you really want to build and develop your game and become a complete cricketer, and therefore a very valuable and marketable cricketer, you really do want to play international cricket. And certainly that's what I think we've got here. I think we missed the opportunity maybe with 1 or 2 players who play white ball cricket who would have been prepared to play test match cricket, and that's probably a slight frustration from my side, but I think we've now got a better system, and because of that better system, I think players will want to play the longer format of the game. But again, it's competitive and it's difficult. The longer form of the game is, it takes its toll on you physically, as Philo will tell you, and that saying to a young bowler who's maybe had an injury, come and get back to the level of fitness you need for test match cricket, and bowl 30 overs in a day in the hot sun is a very difficult ask if you've got big amounts of money being thrown at you for 4 overs and maybe five group games in 3 weeks. It's a very different thing to compete with, but I certainly feel that we are now in a similar boat to everyone else, and that we placed a huge focus on red ball cricket. Half of our season has a real red ball focus, and hopefully those young academy players that Philo talked about earlier will want to play test cricket. Well, we're going to be playing some women's test cricket over the next few years as well, so we're very committed to the longer format. We still believe that in order for a player to develop the skills they need to be the best player in the world, you've got to play the longer formats, and that's where you build that those skills, be it a bowler or batter. And so I think it is a very different environment to when I walked in, but it's still a huge challenge. And this generation and that 2016 generation, I think we shot ourselves in the feet in terms of getting them to play regularly for the West Indies. But other than Nicholas Pooran, who's having a break from ODI cricket, and that's partly our own fault because we're not in the Champions Trophy in February, most of the players that we would want to pick are available and will be available for the T20 series coming up.
I've got some great news, everybody. We are going to get some cricket in 20 minutes' time. The stumps are back in the ground. We will restart in 20 minutes, and that was the cut-off to overs lost, so it means it is going to still remain a 50-over innings for the West Indies as they try and make the 210 that they need. So we'll be back underway then. It is Johnny Grave, who is the chief exec of West Indies Cricket, for a few more hours at least. It's got to be a strange feeling, Johnny, walking into the ground today knowing that this is the last time, if you like. I know there was a bit of a party in the last couple of days for you to celebrate your time. It sounds like, and the way you were talking, interestingly, I did notice you did keep using the word we. I get the impression you're going to still have a very strong affiliation with West Indies cricket, no matter what happens in the rest of your working career.
Yeah, you're probably right. I don't think you can spend as much time as I have out here and not, have a genuine love of the game. And obviously growing up in the 80s and 70s and watching those West Indies players come and play a completely different sport to the one we were watching at home most of the time when England were getting beaten regularly by Australia and everyone that they seemed to play. That the West Indies is a very special sporting team, in my opinion. And someone asked me earlier who were my two teams, and I said, I probably is Surrey and the West Indies now. So I'll continue to rally, and I'm as you know, still working now, and very much want to see the West Indies get back to the top and be successful, and I am super confident that that's going to happen sooner rather than later if the changes that we've made continue and the strategic plan is delivered, and the work that we've started at Coolidge Cricket Ground. We've got about an $85 million redevelopment plan of that facility, with most of the money actually going in commercial activities that will help to diversify our revenue and bring in new monies into the organisation that aren't cricket related, which means hopefully that facility can not just become an even better one, but it can be maintained to a very high standard. And I firmly believe that the USP that we have here in the Caribbean, which we can play cricket any month of the year, means that we're not playing too much cricket indoors, we're not playing on artificial surfaces, we're playing on hopefully better and better wickets, and as we do that we'll produce better and better players. I'm thoroughly convinced that that's the case.
I know we've only got you for a couple of more minutes. You are still on duty, you are still a busy man, so let's ask the question, have you got anything lined up? Have you got something in place where you want to go? I mean, are you going to stay in cricket? What's your feeling about it? Because you've got so much experience of cricket both in the UK and in the Caribbean. It feels like the game can't afford to lose people with that kind of experience.
Well, I've definitely got immediate plans, and that's to have a very long holiday with my family, who haven't seen enough of me the last 7.5 years. So, looking to take the rest of the year off and have a real break and explore, part of this side of the map while I'm here. So South America and Latin America and the US, and then head back to England for Christmas, and then genuinely, the new year will be. And after that trip, I'll definitely need a new job. So, I don't know what's next. Obviously, as you say, I've worked now 24 years in cricket. I've worked for a club and a team and a venue at Surrey County Cricket Club where I started. I then had 10 years at the Professional Cricketers Association working with the England team and doing all their commercial activities, and then 7.5 years now as CEO of West Indies Cricket. So it's I guess I don't know anything else, but whether there's another cricket job there for me, I'm not sure yet, and at the moment I'm very focused on just finishing this role as well as I can do, and then having a hopefully what some people might say a well-deserved break. But it's something that I'm looking forward to be honest.
Well, go and find yourself a very large glass of something very pleasant and enjoy it, and reflect on your time in charge at the West Indies, because it's been a heck of a job and it's been a heck of a ride, and thank you for all the help that you've given us down the years as well.
Yes, John, and all the very best to your onward journeys. I hope you enjoy that long and hard-earned and well-earned holiday. And then when you return to your new role, you return fully energized. Always remember that West Indies lies somewhere in that heart of yours.
Absolutely, Philo, and I'm probably going to go and have a water on the rocks because I might have had one or two too many last night at my leaving do.
Okay. Johnny, thank you so much for joining us. There you go. That is the outgoing chief exec. And Philo, actually, just on a serious point, there's someone's got to follow it. He's done a good job there.
Yeah, he's done a very good job. When Johnny came into the Caribbean 7.5 years ago, we were down in the dumps. Then COVID hit, and he waved his magic wand and got West Indies to come to England. Everybody was saying, well, this guy is crazy to send young cricketers up here, but it paid off in the end. England have come to the Caribbean now 3 times back to back, which is good for us. And he's leaving with a surplus of about $40 million US. I don't think you could ask for anything better than that. And obviously he's always been accessible. We're in a number of cricket chat groups, and Johnny Grave will always come in and make the corrections of what is happening and tell us what is going on, which is very important. So he had good communication skills, he had good people skills, and hopefully the new person who will join CWI as the CEO, there's an interim CEO at the moment, he's also the COO. We hope that Johnny would have left him in good standing, and he would obviously continue the work that Johnny has really built and continue to move West Indies cricket forward. From what you heard from Johnny, he wants to see us get back up to the top, and obviously it's going to take a big effort still, because at this level of cricket, Andrew, we know it's very, very competitive. If you look at what's happening in Test match cricket, New Zealand beating England, South Africa beating Bangladesh in Bangladesh, those things don't happen. Pakistan have been in the series against England for a very long time. So everybody is looking to win. They're looking to use this thing called home advantage to a capital A advantage. So it is very competitive, and you have to win at home so that when you go on the road and you meet conditions that are not as favorable, you still have the know-how to get over it. So I wish Johnny Grave all the very best. I wish Cricket West Indies all the best. And let's hope that they can continue to do the right things to make West Indies cricket strong again, because international cricket needs a strong West Indies squad.
Oh, ain't that the truth? So, look, you have a passion and an affinity with West Indian cricket. So, okay, today we draw the line under the Johnny Grave era. What would you say is the number one point for the person coming in, you know, if they've got a piece of paper with, let's say, a to-do list of 3 things, what for you is number one to say, right, to get West Indies back and competitive, that's the first thing that we've got to get right?
Well, listening to Johnny Grave, he's big on development. And obviously the new CEO, whoever he or she may be, because we can't rule out the other gender, is that they have to focus their energies on development. We saw a women's team, congratulations to them, get to the semi-finals.
Played
the
well.
Women's World Cup against all odds, with players who hardly play enough women's cricket. Johnny said that not too long ago that they have plans to play Test match cricket, which I think is going to help them tremendously. So those are areas that you can see that he's looking at the development side of our cricket. The academy side is playing in our Super 50. Hopefully they'll soon be playing in the 4-day competition. So all of these things are development mechanisms that he is leaving in place, and you're hoping that they can continue. I know the acting CEO will have a mandate to continue some of these, but the new person who will come in, unless it's mandated by the board, they will have their own opinion and perspective of what they want to do. But you have to leave something, you have to leave a foundation from which that new CEO can stand on and move our cricket forward. You don't want a CEO to come in now and start from the beginning when there's a foundation already. You just need to build on what is there and push the cricket forward. It's going in the right direction according to Johnny. You just need someone to come in and continue to push it.
Is connection with the West Indian public on that list, maybe? Because we've spoken quite a lot about the fact that in previous series the English supporters outnumber the West Indian supporters in their own stadiums, and now I know there's issues with pricing, and they were actually for the series a year ago, they were actually charging the English tourists one price, and the locals were getting in for about 50% of that, because it was on availability to pay, if you like. So do they have to sort of get the public back on side so that when the West Indies play, the locals are absolutely filling the place out, but they've also then got to give them cricket that they're going to enjoy watching, to make them want to come along in the first place.
I think the problem in West Indies cricket is that the international cricketers don't play enough of the regional cricket. So there's a disconnect between the regional cricket and the international cricket. And in the Caribbean, people will go and watch cricket if they are connected with the cricketers. When I played, Gordon Greenidge, Desmond Haynes, as they were titled then, now Sir Gordon and Dr. the Most Honorable Desmond Haynes, Carlisle Best, the late Adrian Mosley, Franklin Stevenson, the late Malcolm Marshall, all these guys played local cricket in Barbados, and they played in trial matches to make Barbados teams, and then they played first-class cricket. So the connection was always there. So when they come to West Indies cricket now, the stadium is full because the people that the various communities that they play their cricket in and the clubs they played against, those people are following them. They're connected with them. But if you go into Antigua and ask if Alzari Joseph plays local cricket, they're going to say no, but he's a member of a local club. If you go to Guyana and ask if Shamrock Hetmyer plays local cricket, they'll see he plays a few matches, but he doesn't play for Guyana. And the list goes on and on. So I think that Cricket West Indies need to get the international players to get to play local and regional cricket so that the people can connect, so that when they make West Indies teams, those players, those supporters are following them throughout their careers. So that is the problem. And then communication as well is another bugbear in CWI. They don't communicate properly with the stakeholders. Now we had young Shamar Joseph leaving the tour in Sri Lanka. Not a word has been said. It's a personal reason, and it seems to be very personal, but he's in the squad against England. Nobody knows if he came home to pull a teeth, to pull a tooth, to take out a fingernail, nothing, but he's back in the squad. Obviously, Akil Hussain has now didn't go to Sri Lanka because of personal reasons, but yet we saw all kinds of stuff on Facebook, he and his family. If those are the things that are happening, just let the people know so that when Akil comes back into the squad, they say, oh, maybe Akil back because he had something personal to do that maybe, child or whatever it is. But we need to have those connections with the public. If the public feels cut off in the region, they're not going to support the cricket. And it's quite blatant here in Antigua now. How many locals are there? The school children have been given tickets, but today is Thursday, and the game is playing in the evening. School is tomorrow. Or unless there's a break, like in Barbados, it's a 2-day break for teachers, 2 days for teachers break or whatever it is, or whatever. So, but they need to try and get the people to connect with these players that represent West Indies so that when they go into the various territories, they can identify with them. I think our international cricketers are cut off from the public, and you want public to pay big money to watch these players. These tickets in Antigua have been reduced for both ODIs. The tickets in Barbados have reduced as well for the ODIs. But we'll see where we get to Barbados, what the crowd will be like. But they need to connect with these players, and these players need to connect with the locals so that they can have that harmony and more people, more West Indian supporters filling those seats on some lovely stadiums that were refurbished for the just concluded T20 World Cup.
Yeah, that's true. You've spent an awful lot of money on stadiums. Now you need the people in there to if you like, help pay for all of that rebuilding work. Just to quickly recap where we are. It is just coming up 5 to 7 in the evening in Antigua. It is just coming up 5 to 11, therefore, in the UK. We will be getting the second innings of this match underway at 7 o'clock West Indian time, 11 o'clock UK, with no loss of overs. So the West Indies still have 50 overs to make the 210 that they need to win this first one-day international of this 3-match series. It's 3 matches in the one-day internationals. Saturday's second game is an afternoon game, 1:30 first ball in the UK, 1 o'clock toss, so early morning in Antigua for that one. And then the caravan moves on to Barbados for the final one-dayer of the series. That is on Wednesday, back to a 6 o'clock start UK time for that. And then it's T20s on the following weekend, Saturday the 9th and the 10th. Those both in Barbados, and then on to St Lucia for a Thursday game, and then Saturday and Sunday to complete things off. Those are all nice and straightforward. 4 p.m. Caribbean time, 8 p.m. UK time. So that's all nice and straightforward. Don't forget, if you want to go through the night with some live cricket, you can, because 4 o'clock in the morning, we're going to be back with the New Zealand-India Test Match series. That exclusively live here on talkSPORT 2. New Zealand done something really quite remarkable so far. Played 2, won 2. India looking at the potential of a home clean sweep against, which is just quite remarkable when you think about it, because New Zealand, yes, they were World Test Championships champions a couple of years ago, but this group, you would say, well, they're not as good as that team, yet here they are, going to India, and by the way, playing proper cricket, and they're now 2-0 up.
Yeah, well, they were in Sri Lanka before that, and they got walloped. And going over to India, everyone thought, oh, the Indians are going to wipe them. But the New Zealanders have turned the tables on the Indians. They've batted wonderfully well. A lot of credit is going towards the players who've played in the IPL and using the experience of the IPL to come now and put all that experience into representing India. And obviously the young left-handed batter as well, who spent some time, went to India went into the camp and did some batting there in Indian conditions, and obviously he came 100 in the first Test match. But it just goes to show the commitment of New Zealand cricket. They don't have a big pool to choose from. Some of their players have decided not to take central contracts, and Cricket New Zealand has decided to work with them. And they've come to an agreement, a gentleman agreement with the players, and they seem to buy into what Cricket New Zealand is asking them to do. And you must remember too, Andrew, is that there's no K. Williamson in this squad. He was supposed to come for the second Test match. He couldn't make it because he pulled a groin in Sri Lanka. No, he's not coming for the third. They're preparing him to play against England. So it only goes to show the depth of New Zealand cricket and the commitment. So the opportunity has been given to another batter, and he has grabbed it in both hands. And they just changed the captaincy as well. Tim Southee stepped down after Sri Lanka. Anton later must step up, and he just won. He got the 2-0 against India. So it is amazing how the transformation in New Zealand cricket has just brought pride and joy to them. And their women has just won the T20 World Cup just the other week in Dubai. And so New Zealand is on the up, and they're doing things to keep their players happy. And I think it is something that the other cricketing nations need to look at and maybe implement if possible.
Which just goes to show how difficult a task it will be for England in December, going to New Zealand for 3 Test matches. Those Test matches, by the way, exclusively live here on talkSPORT 2 as well. So yeah, if it's not the New Zealand of old. If you're about my age and you remember New Zealand used to be, wow, that was a nice straightforward, you go there, roll them over, and thank you very much. It ain't that anymore. It's proper hard work now. That first test at Hagley in Christchurch, gee, that's going to be a proper test, and England will be up against it every ball of that series. As I say, is exclusively live, coming your way on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and here on talkSPORT 2. Right, the great news is, after listening to us waffle on for an hour and a half, we're going to get some cricket, because the players are on their way out. And yes, the support, quite right. I'd be clapping as well if I wasn't holding this microphone. So, 209 all out for England. Liam Livingstone, the top scorer, with 48 from 49 before he was caught and bowled by Gudakesh Moti. Sam Curran made 37. So now the run chase will get underway. How will the West Indies play this? Well, I can't see them wanting to hang around. Evan Lewis is out there. And it looks like Jofra Archer is going to have ball in hand. Evan Lewis is at the non-striker's end, and Brandon King is going to be on strike. But here we go then, Jofra Archer in a one-day international. His first bilateral series appearance for England in the Caribbean. And what can he do? Well, England and Liam Livingstone as captain need him to get stuck in. Now, they're not going to overly attack. There's only one slip in place. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg are all inside the circle. You sense this is going to be right, it's line and length, and if you can get me away, well then good luck. Here we go then, Archer on his way to Brandon King. Oh, a swing there. It came back into the right-hander in a thick inside half of the bat. And Jofra Archer, you don't necessarily associate straight away with him swinging the ball, but Philo, there was plenty there.
Yes, in swing, obviously we saw the same thing with Matthew Ford. That ball from Jofra Archer just coming back in from outside the off stump, and Brandon King looking to essay a drive through the offside. The ball hit the inside edge and going to forward square. So a good start by Jofra Archer and England.
Here comes Archer then for the second ball. He's in. Now that's inside edge. It goes between bat and pad down to fine leg. The West Indies will be underway. John Turner will do the fielding down at fine leg. And Brandon King is underway with a single. The West Indies, 1 without loss. The target 210. Steve Harmison joined Philo, Wallace and myself, Andrew McKenna, in the commentary box.
Yeah, there's a little bit of shape in, but it also nipped back off the seam. I just wonder, Liam Livingstone, we talked about it earlier when Liam Livingstone bat. He was out there for a while, so he had a game plan in mind. And I'm sure that game plan went out the window the minute the heavens opened, because I think the ball now just skidding on that little bit more. He's probably looking at spin early. Might not be the case now. But first signs of Jofra, paces up, good areas, got a bit of shape. And that last ball, even though it was full, just nipped back off the seam.
Second slip goes in for Evan Lewis. It starts outside leg stump and then swings what would be away from the left-hander, so it ends up on middle and leggish. He pushes it into the offside and there is no run.
I also think the best time to bat, Philo, is now. This is power play, ball coming on, lights are on, skidding on, and you're going to do the damage. You do it in the first 10 overs where the ball is brand new.
Yeah, this is the good time to bat, but also there's some swing about, so he still needs to be careful.
Archer is in past the umpire. Oh, that's wide outside of the left-hander's off stump and getting wider, and he's called wide by the umpire. So Leslie Reefer raises the arms, calls the wide. 2 without loss, the West Indies still with 3 balls of this first over of their reply.
Good signs for Jofra. His shape's good, his wrist right behind it. He's not pushed that at all. His wrist right behind it. He just got the starting point just a little bit wrong. He started it just outside off stump, and as it's a full ball, it just kept going towards slip.
He's in once again. That's sort of middle and leggish. Lewis is playing it towards mid-on. Jofra Archer will intercept, so there is no run.
Fans will be excited. We talked about him and made joke about it. The invisible man, John Turner, been on 3 tours so far, not played a game. He's now got a game, and I would imagine he will be thrust into the power play at some point. I'm not sure he'll open a bowl, and I think Sam Curran will be the one, especially when you see these swinging conditions. Sam Curran will likely bowl from the other end.
In goes Archer. It's pulled and just wide of the mid-wicket fielder by Evan Lewis. Liam Livingstone goes back from mid-on. It wasn't time, so they'll come back for a couple. For a moment, you thought it was going to be racing away, but it wasn't that far away from the mid-wicket fielder.
Well, we got to remember, Andrew, that a lot of English batters got out playing the pull shot to short of a left deliveries. And Lewis, obviously, the slow nature of this pitch, manages to just tug it to the right of mid-wicket. But he needs to be careful here, Evan Lewis. Obviously, there's no pace coming off the wicket onto the bat. He has to make all the going to get pace on it. So he needs to be careful not to look to hit the ball too hard. And again, they have to run a lot because the rain has been an outfield and it started slow.
Final ball of the Archer over is in, and Evan Lewis drops his hands, allows it through to Phil Salt. And that completes the first over here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel of the West Indian reply. They're trying to make 210 in 50 overs. They are 4 without loss after the first over. Evan Lewis, 2 from 4 balls. Brandon King, a single from 2 balls faced. If you're not familiar with Evan Lewis and Brandon King, they're both in the sort of experience camp. Brandon King's going to be 30 in mid-December. Evan Lewis is 32 years of age. Brandon King's his 41st one-dayer. This is 59th for Evan Lewis. Evan Lewis, best in this format of the game, of 176 not out, which he made against England at the Oval back in September of 2017. He made that off 130 balls and retired hurt.
It was a wonderful innings. I remember it well. He got off to a blistering start. Oh, you can't slow down when you have a strike rate of nearly 200, but picked up the pace later on.
Well, it is going to be Turner, and he goes in, and that's back of a good length to start with, and it comes in off of the seam, and Brandon King just takes that one on the body rather than risk himself getting into a tangle. And he took that on the forearm.
That's a good start. Really good start from John Turner. He just fell away a touch. A little bit like Matt Ford did. He got over the top and he didn't quite get right behind it. And I think that flummoxed King.
In he goes, right arm over again. Again, a little bit of shake back into the right-handed batter. Pushed out on the offside, no run.
But excellent pace, good bounce, good aggression. He ran up and he hit the deck hard. He bowled it into this surface. And I think when you bowl it into this surface, there's something there. I think if you try and pitch it up and float it, then I'm not sure you're going to get rewarded. I think from a fast bowler's point of view, if you can hit this pitch straight around about the 6 metre mark, you're in business.
Well, then he comes past the umpire, and that is just played from the crease, pushed out on the offside. Good fielding by Jacob Bethel prevents the single being taken. So 3 balls of the over, 3 dot balls so far.
Well, Andre, listening to how the ball hit in the bat, and the ball is hitting the bat hard. So that means that Turner is bowling with good pace, and there's a bit of what we would call stiffness to it. So Brandon King needs to be careful. He got surprised with the first ball, so he's now looking to be cautious, just to have a peek at this guy.
Turner in once again. That one is up and edged. Well, it goes through where second slip would be, but as I mentioned earlier, England only putting 1 slip in, and so it's off the outside edge of King's bat. It's away through third. He goes to 5, and the West Indies are 8 without loss.
Yeah, genuine edge from Brandon King. He's playing away from himself. Would have gone to, I'm not sure it would have gone to second slip. I think it would have gone to third slip, but it was a little bit fuller. The thing I like about that, he held his line. You know, when he's been bowling back of a length, he's gone that bit fuller, but he's held his line and got a bit shape.
In he goes once again. Now that's inside half of the bat. As King comes forward, he actually squirts it towards square leg, and they're able to scamper a single. So 9 without loss, trying to chase 210.
Good aggression from Turner. I'm not sure what pace it is. Like Philo said, the sound on the bat tells you that it's coming off. Well, it's coming out of John Turner's hand very, very quickly. It's not coming off the surface quickly, but it's a new ball. I like the action. I like his run up. Stops a little bit at the crease, but he gets fully behind his wrist, fully behind the ball, and when he's got the seam bolt upright, he's getting it to move.
In he comes to complete his first over, bowls, and again that sort of hits the bat rather than the bat hitting the ball. It's up near the stickers of Evan Lewis. So first over in a one-day international for John Turner. It's gone for 5, and the 4 was a genuine edge, so he'll be pretty happy with that. 9 without loss after 2 overs here on talkSPORT to the West Indies, trying to make 210. Turner, by the way, 2 list A games in 2024 for Hampshire. Took 4 for 24 and 4 for 44 against Lancashire and Leicestershire respectively. So he appears to like playing against teams with L in their name. Jofra Archer, now that's to start his second over, the 3rd of the innings, and again that ducks in late. Bat and pad close together. Stifled appeal, nothing doing.
What I like of this opening appearance, that Jofra Archer earlier today presented Turner with his official ODI cap. I know they're sharing the new ball together, and you know, Harmy, fast bowlers hunting pairs, and I think that this pairing looks good so far.
Pace, it's got pace, Philo, but it's got different pace. You know, I think there's a skiddier trajectory from Turner. Jofra comes over the top. He's got a higher release point.
In he comes past the umpire. That's taken King on the pad. It was going down the leg side, and Phil Salt does really well going away to his left-hand side to stop that going for leg buys.
And because of the difference in, I think Jofra's got pace with it going into the wicket and then coming off it. I think John Turner seems to pick up pace off the wicket, which is, I mean, a different skill altogether. But you know, the thing I enjoyed about Turner there was he held his line. He rolled back of a length.
Archer is in, high up on the bat as King's playing from the crease, pushes to point, no run.
So he presented his over, his first over in international cricket. He bowled 2 or 3 balls at back of a length, going over sort of off stump and hitting the stickers of the bat and making the batters playing from the crease. Then he's gone that little bit fuller and he's held his line. He's gone outside off stump to entice the batter to come out, but he's on control of his line because he's taking the ball away, which got the genuine nick. And then when the left-hander came in, different angle, different thing altogether.
Archer is in. That's Fuller. Brandon King is looking to drive, but can only find Liam Livingstone at mid-off.
And a different discipline and lines to bowl altogether, an alteration of running in the crease and trying to challenge off stump on the other side. He held his line again and hit the stickers of the bat. So this is a young man who understands his action, and a young man who is obviously desperately up for a fight because it's his ODI debut. But for somebody who has not played a great deal of cricket because of his body, the encouraging sign is he's got an idea how to control himself.
Archer is in. Now that one nips off the seam, thuds into Brandon King's ribs. I don't think he's got a chest protector on.
I was thinking at the start of this over, Philo, I was like, could you put a short leg in? You're going for, in a one-day game, you need wickets. You've only got 210 on the board. You've only got one slip in, but the way Archer's nipping the ball back and he's swinging the ball back, especially the King, who's got hard hands out in front of himself. I'd be tempted if you could go with a short.
You can.
Short leg.
Archer is on the way. The England fans cheering him in. Now that's an in-ducker, but it hits the middle of Brandon King's bat and it races up to Livingstone at mid-off. End of 3 overs. West Indies 9 without loss. King's got 6 from 13. Lewis 2 from 5. The target 210 to win this first one-day international here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
And the thing about these two opening bowlers is that Brandon King and Evan Lewis have not been given a lot of bad balls, so they haven't been able to free their arms, so they have to be very tight in their defence. And with a little bit of swing that is happening, they're even more cautious. They don't even get in the singles. Brandon King executed a drive, but they hit the bat hard and just dribbled to mid off. So they're aware of that. They're up for a challenge, and they need to see off these two opening bowlers.
Here we go then for Turner's second over. He squared up Lewis completely there to, again, a ball that's starting outside of leg stump and then swinging, so it ends up round about middle, and Lewis ends up chest on, looking back down the pitch, pushing it to mid-off, and there is no run.
It's been a great start for John Turner. I've only seen 7 balls in international cricket, but it has. He's been on control of length. He's hit the pitch hard. For set of 4, he's got a controlled run-up. Stops a little bit, but energy into the length.
In he goes, pushing out. That is Lewis. It's a little bit uppish towards point. Bethel is there. He will field as it bounces a couple of metres in front of him.
And this is a man, Lewis, who just come off a 61 ball 100 in Sri Lanka. And he's being checked by a debutant who's bowling good lines from good pace. So obviously Turner has worked out which line and length is important, and his pace is up. He looks good at the crease. I'm surprised this guy's only played debut today.
In he goes, tries a cutter on that occasion, comes off the pad, well stopped by Salt again, this time going down the leg side away to his right, and prevents what would definitely have been 4 leg byes on that occasion, but it remains 9 without loss.
The thing is with John Turner, his body's let him down. He's another one of these typical English fast bowlers who is very, very fast, and in football terms, we've not got many 90-minuters. We've just got a lot of 20-minute substitutes.
Turner in for the 4th ball of the over. Oh, Lewis has climbed into this one, into the leg side. It is high and hanging, but he's not got all of it, and it will plug 10 metres inside the boundary rope. Liam Livingstone goes after it and then sends in a return that has come straight out of the floodlights. And Phil Salt had one hand in front of his eyes to stop the glare and basically left one wicket-keeping glove up in the hope that the ball would hit that glove. Unfortunately, it did. He then made a signal to Liam Livingstone, who turned around, looked at the lights and went, "Oh yeah, sorry, mate."
You see, that delivery is the delivery that was getting the English batters out. But because the West Indian batters are stronger, Evan Lewis is able to hit over mid-on.
Turner is in, squared up again is this. Well fielded by Bethel at points. No run.
And a total like this too, Andrew, that you're defending 210, that is what you need. Fielders to support the bowlers, put pressure on the West Indian batters. We know that they're not known for running singles. they're looking for boundaries. So if you can stop them from running singles and force them to look for boundaries on this type of surface, more likely than not, you'll get a wicket.
Final ball of Turner's second over. Goes in and delivers. Oh, it's started too wide on the leg stump. On this occasion, Evan Lewis is able to spin on that one and swivel and hit it over square leg for 6. The line was just slightly out on that occasion. It started too wide and enabled Lewis to just get inside it and up and underneath it and help it on its way.
Yeah, but that's the strength of Evan Lewis. He pulled length. That ball obviously was just pitched just outside, just inside middle leg stump, and he just swiveled. No intention to hit it on the ground at all. Just get it under it and lift it over backward square for 6. And Turner will have to learn quickly that if he's going to come that line and that length, he has to come harder at Lewis, looking to make it, as we would say, stuff him with pace.
Get it higher. You've got to get it higher. Yeah, that's probably the first ball in 4 overs that England have not been on their line and their length. I know there's been a couple of wides down leg side, but it's just the wrong line from John Turner, and it was an excellent shot by Evan Lewis. It really was.
17 without loss. The West Indies as Jofra Archer starts the new over, and Brandon King has taken a stride forward and given it the full maker's name and said, well, you might be bowling 90 miles an hour, but that's no problem to me.
And I think, Philo, you talk about the difference between batting in the day and batting in the night, and possibly with the dew factor and the ball coming on that little bit more. You mentioned a little bit earlier that the West Indies batters are stronger, and that's why the ball went in the air and over the top, straighter. I also think the floodlight's taking effect and the ball come onto the bat.
Archer is in. Oh, it's inside edged onto his front pad by Brandon King. Archer is walking down the pitch, hands in the air as if to say, oh, you've nearly played that onto the stumps. But again, it was shaping back in and then went in some more off the string.
It's the length of the delivery that is defeating Brandon King. He's not on that full length, he's just on that 3/4 business area length. And with the ball bouncing, Brandon King is playing away from his body, and the ball is inside edging into his pad. He needs to be careful, Brandon King, because if Jofra can get the ball to straighten off that same length, he'll take the outside edge. He has a slip and the keeper are waiting.
Archer turns and then is on his way in, and now Brandon King on that occasion was reaching for that one on there. He played that with hands more than anything else, pushes it back down the pitch, and there's no run.
He's got a plan though, Brandon King. He's coming forward to Jofra, and he's trying to get us forward as much as he possibly can. I think if I was Jofra here, I would be whizzing one round his neck, around his nose area, or round his left ear, just to push him back a little bit. King's trying to get out in front of himself to try and smother any sort of movement that Jofra's getting.
Archer goes in, it's off the thigh pad, work down to fine leg, and the fielder down there. John Turner can't get around and cut that one off, and it will be a boundary. Archer just lost the line a little bit there, and it goes away for 4. 21 without loss to West Indies.
Starting a little too straight, allowing Brandon King to just come inside and turn it quite nicely off his hip, and Turner didn't have the speed in his legs to cut that one off. But a welcome boundary for Brandon King and also for West Indies.
I'm sure John Turner picked it up straight away down that fine leg. It seemed to take him a long time to get round. So he's either in the wrong position or he didn't quite pick it up, because it went fine, but Pierce on the ball as well.
Jofra Archer in again, another in-swinging delivery, and this time it brushes the pad and goes down towards fine leg. Phil Salt can't stop on this occasion, and so they will take the leg by signalled by Rob Tucker. 22 without loss, trying to make 210.
I think they've done their homework, the English bowlers, on Brandon King. He's a very free scorer through the offside. He's not so free through the leg side, and you're seeing Jofra Archer predominantly looking to get that ball to come back into him. This time it was a full length delivery that he got down the leg side, but it's on length, and coming back it is going to cause problems. So they've done their homework, but obviously the execution is still wanting.
Now with the left-handed Lewis back on strike, we're back to 2 slips, and Jofra Archer beats him with an away swinging full Yorker that's through to the keeper, no run. Not a great deal you can do with a delivery like that. So 5 overs are in the book, 22 without loss. The West Indies trying to make 210 to win this game. Steve Harmison.
Good start from the West Indies, because I think England have bowled bowled really well here. I really do. I think they've put the ball in a dangerous area. I think the ball's skidding on more than it did in the first half, so I think it's a little bit easier to bat on and possibly score on or time the ball on than it was in the first 5 overs of this match. But so far so good. I think England have put the ball in a decent area, and Brandon King, Evan Lewis have survived, and then getting a chance of an over pitch or a short ball and they've put it away.
John Turner to bowl his next delivery, and he beats Brandon King outside of off stump. Phil Salt throws it up in the air behind the stumps the keeper, but to be fair, Brandon King actually played a decent amount inside of that one.
You think so, Andrew?
Well, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
I think that's the delivery that Jofra Archer is looking to bowl at Brandon King. One that just stays straight and holds its line. He just missed it on the outside edge. He's playing away from his body.
Can Turner follow it up? He goes in. Oh, that's a snorter. Now that seemed to bounce a bit as well. And Brandon King actually nods his approval at Turner down the pitch, as if to say, well, fair enough, that's too good for me.
It did, but it stopped. You watch it go to it goes down as it's going to Phil Salt, so it's not flying through. If you play on a West Indian wicket of old, Phil Salt takes that above his head.
That's right.
You know, this wicket's a bit slower, so it just shows you there is some nip in the wicket, pace on the ball, but it's not coming off quickly off the surface.
Turner in and beats his man once again. Now that one does go through waist high. 3 dot balls, 3 plays and misses.
And that is the correct line, the correct length, the correct pace. The only thing that is happening is missing it. Those are 3 very good deliveries. And mind you, he just got hit for 6 his last ball in the previous over. So the young man is thinking, which is good to see.
And he comes for the 4th ball. And it's again beats the outside edge of King's bat. This time, though, he's trying to force off the back foot and said, well, look, I played and missed 3 times in a defensive shot. I might as well give this one a bit of a go. That was shorter and wider. And actually, he's missed that by a relatively big amount on the outside edge through to the keeper. No run.
Missed all 4 by quite a big amount in that over.
And that is what good deliveries do. Draw the batsman, get him to pull his hands away from his body.
Can we do it 5 out of 5? In he goes Turner. Well, that one again is shorter. Brandon King rides the bounce on that, opens the blade, guides it down to Jofra Archer at 3rd. And we're not going to get an over of playing and missing because they take the single and it's 23 without loss.
Well, this is a good over so far from this young man. Brandon King played and missed 4 deliveries. The 5th delivery was short, but he was still tentative to get the bat onto it. He got it down to 3rd man for a single, but you could see him very tentative because he missed 4 good deliveries.
Right, now everyone swaps over for the left-handed Lewis, and in goes Turner. He's aiming at the thigh pad. It's been turned just backward of square leg out on the leg side, and they will take a single. So 6 overs gone, 24 is the total. Both batters have 11. King's 11 from 23 balls. Evan Lewis's 11 from 13 deliveries. And it's Jofra Archer, 3 overs, 0 for 8 with 1 maiden. And Turner has bowled 3 overs, 0 for 15 with no maiden so far. So I guess both sides relatively happy enough, as the West Indies need 186 more to win this game. And they've got 44 overs to get them.
Yeah, and Steve will tell you as a former fast bowler that when you're in a good spell, you're looking for wickets. So you would say that West Indies have weathered the storm somewhat, 6 overs, 24, whereas not a wicket, because a lot of good deliveries have been bowling those six overs. So the batters have survived thus far.
Jofra Archer to start the new over around the wicket, outside the off stump of Evan Lewis, raises the bat high and it goes through to Phil Salt behind the stumps, and there is no run.
And the challenge for the both sides is, as Philo will tell you, it's which one's going to blink first. It's 2 heavyweights standing up, eyeing each other up and throwing little jabs, but there's got to be a haymaker somewhere. There's got to be a big punch that comes in the counter punch, and it's which one goes first. Does the bowling side try and that little bit fuller and see if they can get the ball to go and move and try and attach the outside edge, which brings risk?
Archer is in. Now that was a tempter outside of off stump. Big drive from Evan Lewis, doesn't get anything on it, and it's through to the keeper, no run.
Or does the batter, like there, he goes for the big shot? The big shot was on there, it was full, it was attempt, it was wide, it was going wide. But it's more can you hit a big shot off a length? Can you hit a good ball for 4 and put the bowler off his length and off his line? And that's always the sort of conundrum when the power play's on and the fielders are up and bowlers going well. Can you as a batter exert yourself on them?
In goes Archer. That's an absolute Gareth Batty seed of doom. That is full, and it's swung away from the left-handed Lewis, and it's probably the swing that has actually prevented Lewis from being bowled, and then it carried on with its arc, and Salt ends up taking it going away to his left-hand side.
It's a beauty, this. I'm sorry. Brian Lara's not hitting this, Philo. Best left-hander to come out of the Caribbean ain't hitting that. Brian Lara, Shivnarine Chandapola ain't hitting that from a left-hander's point of view. That is an absolute beauty.
The only left-hander I think could have hit that was Sir Gary Sobers.
Archer around the wicket. Lewis is covering it up, playing out on the offside. That's the old send him down a piano, see if he can play that job, wasn't it? Wow.
You see, the thing is about Gough is that he's so slippery. Evan Lewis is hanging back looking for the short ball. So once the ball is a full length, and Gough is bowling well over 85 miles an hour, the ball is full length and Lewis is on the back foot and the ball is zipping past the outside edge, which is good bowling. But Lewis has to try to counter-attack by just looking to maybe wait a bit longer on Jofra rather than looking to stay back.
Jofra Archer is in once again, inviting the drive. It's this up to Sam Curran at mid-off, and there is no run.
Now that is a better shot. It's a full ball on off stump, and Lewis is into the shot and pushing it up to mid-off. Now Jofra has to adjust his length, because if he comes fuller again, he's going to... What Lewis will do now is going to ease the ball to the right of mid-off and maybe go for 4. So he's showing now that he's looking now to get the measure of Jofra by coming forward onto the ball, which is good. Good positive shot.
Final ball of this over from Archer is in. It's taking Evan Lewis on the pad, and it will roll out about 3 yards on the leg side. There's no run. Maiden over from Jofra Archer. He's gone for 8 from the 4 overs he's bowled so far. It's 24 without loss after 7. 210 the target. Here's the question though, these two are bowling so well, how long do you keep them going for? Because Sam Curran's standing at mid-off thinking, well, if you two are swinging it, I can definitely swing it.
Yeah, Sam is probably thinking that, and I think Liam might be thinking that as well. Turner might be have one more. Archer could have a longer spell. 210 on the board. I mean, Archer's got to carry on till you don't want to be saving them to the end when the game's, potentially the horse is bolted. So I think you keep them going for a little bit longer because they're looking dangerous. Jofra's got 0 for 8, 4.
Well, here's Turner. He's going in. That's forced off the back foot, just wide of the fielder at point. It's going to go down to Archer at third. That was a forcing shot off the back foot, weight going backwards, and it was a couple of metres wide of the fielder at point. 25 without loss to West Indies.
Again, he missed 5 balls in the previous over from Turner on that length. Again, that's his strong point, looking at the ball through the offside, but because there's this outward movement with pace, he just got to take outside edge of the ball right down to third man. So again, Turner is obviously causing some concern and some discomfort to the free-flowing Brandon King. Now this is a Brandon King who hits the ball through the offside at will.
They took the single, so Lewis is now on strike, the left-hander. Oh, and he's picked that up off of his hip, and he's flicked it out up and over the leg side for 6. We've seen that already this evening. He's now got 17 from 20 balls out of the West Indies, 31 without loss in the 8th over here on talkSPORT 2.
Well, that's Lewis at his best. Just a length delivery on middle leg stump, and he just came inside of it and knocked it quite easily, again using the pace of Turner, over backward square for 6. A shot that tells you that the batter is in form.
It also tells you the ball's coming onto the bat and it's skidding on, and it's nice to bat on. Nicer to bat on now than it was this morning. But it also, John Turner.
Is he? He bowls a cutter down the leg side, but it's too wide. It'll be called wide.
John Turner's not adjusting to the left-hander, and he's in total control of his movements to the right-hander. Action solid, right behind the ball, wrist. But the ball that's just gone for 6 would have been a beauty to Brandon King. It would have been an absolute beauty to Brandon King. Back of length, going over top of, middling off of the right-hander. But unfortunately to the left-hander, it's a comfortable free hit with nobody out on the leg side. So We've got a little spectator behind.
Evan Lewis is about to explode because there's someone in a high vis walking behind the bowler's arm. Turner is on the way. Lewis plays comfortably out to Bethel at point, and there is no run.
It happens in every cricket match in the Caribbean, where someone just wanders across the dark sight screen in a fluorescent vest. I don't want to say what gender the person was, but it always happens in cricket. But again, we see Turner now hitting the right line, the right length to the left-handed Lewis, and he just stabs it out into the offside. So he has to be cognizant not to get the ball on his leg side.
Turner is on the way, bowls right arm over. Solidly played by Lewis on this occasion, pushing it back down the pitch to the bowler. Turner's got his radar back, and that one is a dot ball. Don't worry, Philo, it happens everywhere in the world.
Everywhere in the world. It's amazing. But I like the way he's adjusted now. He's looking now to hit the hard left just inside middle leg stump. If Lewis wants to flick, he has to flick a hard line from off the stumps, which is good thinking.
Well, England have still got the 2 slips for the left-handed Lewis, for Turner going across him. In goes Turner. He's again... Oh, it's taken him on the thigh pad. They've taken a leg by that King gets in for... But I think it's... I said it hit him on the thigh pad. I think it's missed everything. The thigh pad.
It's missed everything. It's one of them ones where you go to play the shot, and because you bend your knee, your pad goes down over, and it goes in between the thigh pad and the pad, and it's very, very painful. I once hit Alan Donald there, he was playing for Worcester, and it missed everything. And honestly, I was like, my hero Alan Donald is lying on the floor, but I'm also thinking, I just nearly took his knee out.
Turner in to finish the over. That's an absolute ripper to King. And Brandon King just stands there and shakes his head and goes, too good for me, mate. End of the over, 8 gone. 33 without loss, the West Indies. Turner's now got 0 for 23 from his 4. King's got 12, Lewis 17.
Yeah, I've just taken Alan Donald out. He's lying on a heap on the floor, and I am now thinking, I've got to bat twice in this game now. I've got to come out and face Alan Donald twice in this game. I was very young at the time. So, and again, it just went back, bending his knee, and he missed everything inside edge onto it. I mean, that ball does hurt. I mean, when it does get you in between thigh pad, you know well as a batter, inside leg. If you get one on the inside leg early on in the season, it's there till September, isn't it?
It's one of those deliveries that when it hits you, you want to push your thigh pad further down.
Archer is going to stay on. He's starting his 5th over. He's around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis, who pushes square on the offside, and there is no run.
Well, Liam Livingstone is showing good aggression here. He's allowing his fast bowlers who are bowling well, despite West Indies being 33 without loss in 8 overs and 1 ball. A lot of good deliveries have been bowled to the 2 openers. Yes, they survived them, but Livingstone still has that belief that his fast bowling pair of Turner and Archer can break this opening partnership.
Archer turns. He's on his way. In and bowls. That's very full in towards middle and leg, and the toes of Evan Lewis has clipped it through square leg. And Adil Rashid will do the fielding out there, and they will take a couple. It was a bit like watching Harmy earlier as we were at 6s for the Hawksby and Jacobs outside broadcast from there. We did a World Cup 12-ball special, and some very fast bowlers, and Harmy was caressing them away.
No, I missed a couple and managed to get an outside edge on one. I was good with a plastic bat. I wasn't very good with a wooden one.
It was a lot of fun earlier, I have to say. Archer is in. Oh, Evan Lewis is having some fun. It's 6 all the way down the ground, and you hear the ball clatter into the advertising hoardings down behind Jofra Archer. That doesn't happen very often to Jofra. Back over his head, over long on for 6.
Yes, and not a lot behind that ball, just a length delivery, and Lewis hitting straight through the ball, which tells, as Harmon said, the nature of the pitch. The ball is coming off the pitch better. Jofra with his pace, length delivery, he just hit straight through the line. One of my favourite shots, and over the rope for 6.
41 without loss, the West Indies. Archer is in. It's around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis, and again, that's slightly leg-sided. She turns it down to find a... Oh, there's a mix-up. There could be a run-out. No. Brandon King got the anchor out to stop him as they decided not to take the second, and managed to get back in before Salt was able to take the bails off. And, well, Brandon... if Brandon King had taken one more step, his goose was cooked.
Yeah, he was, and he just got a little slip as well. There was a little slip in now. That's why there's a hesitation, and the reason why he had to dive full stretch is because there was a little slip. It was good work from Adil Rashid out in the deep, but it was also a good call. It was a good call from the non-striker to shout to get him back. But I think the reason why he's scampered and he's had a bit of a dive and his bat's bounced up, but he's in, was because there was a little slip in the middle. The bat's bounced a couple of times, but there was a portion of the bat that was behind the line when Brandon King's diving back in.
Yeah, the reason he slips is because he's actually running on the green bit next to the pitch, and therefore that probably has got a little bit more dew in it. Archer is in once again, outside of Brandon King's off stump, punching off the back foot, and they are not able to take a run. So 42 without loss, trying to make 210 here on talkSPORT 2.
It's just a good start here by the West Indies opening pair of King and Lewis. They've got they survived some very good deliveries. I know you're seeing them expressing themselves a bit. Not too much, because the bowler is still tight. Joffrey's gone 4.4 overs or 5 balls for 17 runs. So he's still bowling very well.
Archer goes in once again. Oh, that's a glorious shot. That is up, driver ball, and Brandon King has just hit an extra cover drive to die for. That's an absolute ripper of a shot. He goes to 16, West Indies 46 without loss after 9 overs here on talkSPORT.
And you see the difference in that shot. Brandon King got his left foot to the pitch of the ball and just execute magnificently straight through the line of the ball across this slow field. But when the ball left the bat, it wasn't that slow at all. Again, the power of the West Indian players, and down to the boundary for 4. Very good shot from Brandon King.
Philo, I'll also like the way the two batters batted in that over. They know that Jofra's in his 5th over. They know that it's probably going to be his last one. So Jofra might then go, because he hasn't got any wickets. He has bowled very, very well, Jofra. He might go that little bit fuller to try and entice the outside edge. As a bowler, you're searching to try and get that wicket, and both times Jofra overpitched in that over. Brandon King hit him a beautiful extra cover drive, and Evan Lewis was waiting on the front foot thinking, right, you might be thinking that bit fuller, but I'm going to bang you back over your head for 6. It was an excellent bit of batting by both West Indians.
John Turner to start the 10th over, and he's in bowling right arm over to the left-handed Lewis, who pushes him back down the pitch to the bowler, no run, and then immediately practices that pick-up off of his hip over square leg for 6. So if you bowl there again, Sunshine, you're going to disappear, is what he's saying.
And I'm not at all vexed with Evan Lewis for sending that message, because if you're going to bowl length on leg stump, and the strength that I'm carrying and the bat that I'm using, when I can pick you up and hit you over mid-wicket for 6, I'll do it every day.
Turner in once again. That's, again, too far down the leg side. And the umpire Leslie Reefer will raise the arms to signal the wide. So West Indies 47 without loss. Their last 50-plus stand for the first wicket in an ODI was actually against England on this ground in December of last year, 9 innings ago, when Brandon King and Alec Athanaze scored 104 for the first wicket. Turner, he's going to have to bowl that one again. That's down the leg side, too far. Salt will take, and it's back-to-back wides, and the West Indies now 48.
I just wonder if, I just wonder if John Turner could come around the wicket. He's getting a bit tired. His energy levels will be low. He's making his debut. He's coming to the end of a spell. He's just pushing himself down the leg side. I just wonder, changing the angle a little bit to Evan Lewis might be the thing to do.
Turner has stayed over the wicket on this occasion. It's slightly shorter, and Lewis is trying to hit hard off of the back foot through point. No run.
I was thinking the same thing, Harmy. Just come around the wicket and hit the same lengths. The ball be looking to angle in, but if it can hold its own and straighten, maybe he can look to take the outside edge of Evan Lewis's bat.
And I think if I was standing mid-off and saying that to John Turner, I'd put my man back at deep square and say, all right, just bowl on his hip and see. You might just, you're bowling, you're not bowling setting the field for a bad ball, but you're bowling a ball into his hip.
In goes Turner. It's pushed back past the bowler to Sam Curran at mid-on. They throw to the keeper's end all the way down the other end, and the batters are able to complete the single. It wasn't far away from Turner in his follow-through. It wasn't far away from Sam Curran, but the batters are able to take that single to take it to 49 without loss.
Yeah, it's good awareness there by Evan Lewis and Brandon King, just pushing that ball to the right of John Turner, which is to Sam Curran's left. He's a left-hander, but good calling. Brandon King responded at the moment he said yes and got to the other end. No, Brandon King obviously struggles sometimes with leg injuries.
Turner in, swing and a miss from Brandon King. I know the World Series has just finished in baseball. I think Brandon King was imagining that there might be a Game 6, and he was just practicing in case the New York Yankees decided that they needed a bit of a hitter to take on the LA Dodgers, because Brandon King was trying to hit that to New York.
Yeah, the only place that was going was fine leg. If it didn't hit the stumps, it was going a fine leg between the batter and the stumps, down to fine leg.
Fifth ball of this over is Fuller straight to Brandon King, pushes back down the pitch, and there is no run.
Well, Andrew, I must say that a friend of mine just texted me and said he's listening to the commentary in Barbados. A friend of mine named Lawson, the real one, as he calls himself, and he's quite impressed with what we're saying about the cricket. But when you look at Turner, you have to ask, why did he not debut a couple of years ago?
Well, there's a lot of talent in those stocks. He's in bowling, and that's again played off the back foot, a forcing punch to cover from Brandon King. It was no run in the end, though. It was an 8-ball over thanks to the 2 wides. So 10 overs gone, 49 without loss are the West Indies. England were 46 for 1 at this stage. That is the first block of 10 done. That is our commentary stint done. So we're going to hand it over to Mark Butcher and Machel St. Patrick Hewitt.
I'm Machel St. Patrick Hewitt, and with me is Mark Butcher, exclusively live on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We've reached the end of the first power play, and the West Indies are 49 without loss, chasing 210 to win. Mark Butcher, England have made a bowling change, and it's the first sign of spin as Adil Rashid comes on after the first power play.
Yeah, England's most experienced player, leading wicket taker in this 11 and leading run scorer. And England would have hoped, would have liked to have been able to bring him on outside of the power play with at least 2 wickets to their name. Unfortunately, that has not been the case. Lewis and King have weathered the storm. Turner and Archer bowled brilliantly at times, but the openers have survived.
So Adil Rashid into Evan Lewis, pushes that down too long off 4-1. Yeah, that's a really... I'm glad you said that, Mark, because that opening 10-over spell saw Archer and in particular John Turner beat the bat numerous times, but then Evan Lewis and Brandon King also got away with a couple of boundaries and 4s, 6s, etc. So a bit of a funny opening spell in that the scoreline looks worse than how Turner and Archer bowled. Rashid in again, and King defends out into the cover.
Yeah, well, a couple of 3 6s from Evan Lewis. Just on a couple of occasions, John Turner got a tiny bit short, and outside leg stump to Lewis. He banged them over mid-wicket for 6.
King on the back foot, and well, he just skews that one over cover. Full shot there from Brandon King. He'll scamper through for 1, but Adil Rashid managing to entice the full shot from Brandon King. I think he wanted to cut that a bit fine. Have a look again. Just wasn't in position for that.
He was trying to hit it through mid-wicket, and it spun quite sharply. What England would give here for another 45 to 50 runs on the board. 209, nowhere near enough.
Evan Lewis back on strike. Pushes that past Adil Rashid down to long on for 1 and rotates the strike again. He moves on to 29. Brandon King's on 17.
Yeah, really promising start for John Turner. Big lad bustles in, open-chested action. Generated a lot of pace, was really comfortable against the right-handed Brandon King. Not so much, couldn't find the right line to the left-handed Evan Lewis.
Rashid into King, this time King down on 1 knee. Slaps that through cover for 1. Did Turner because he got a bit more, like I say, he was better to Brandon King than he was to Evan Lewis, but he seemed to get it through a bit quicker than Alzari Joseph did earlier. Or is that a change in conditions?
Well, I mean, Alzari Joseph didn't get the new ball, so I suppose that's one difference.
And Evan Lewis, again, tucks that down to, pushes that, down to long on for one. That brings an end to Adil Rashid's first over. 5 have come off it. And West Indies are 54 without loss. Brandon King's on 18, Evan Lewis on 30.
Yeah, but I'm sure the boys back in the studio were purring away at John Turner's first foray into international cricket. No nerves apparent. Bowled sharply, bowled fantastically to the right-hander. And as I said, that because of that really open action, chest-on action, struggled perhaps to find the penetrating line to the left-handed Evan Lewis. Didn't bowl badly to him by any means. And you feel that at some point, or at some point in his development, he'll work out the angles towards the left-handers, perhaps bowl around the wicket and get the ball moving away from the left-handers from around the wicket, which will perhaps be an easier thing to do given his chest-on action. But encouraging signs for Turner, and Archer also looked as though he got into his groove after the first couple of overs where he seemed a little bit tentative to let it go.
So there'll be a double change. Sam Curran will bowl the 12th over. Evan Lewis will be on strike. I wonder if this pitch will suit Sam Curran today. That first one, Evan Lewis rocks on the back foot, tries to cut that past point, but can only find the fielder. No run.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's probably not Sam Curran's preferred option in 50 over white ball cricket to come on outside of the power play with a slightly older ball. It negates any swing that he might get. It means that he has to go to his changes and try and wheedle batsmen out that way.
And then again, this tucks Lewis up a bit. Ball deflects into his pads. No run.
One thing about Sam Curran, you know, is that he's an arch competitor. But it's certainly, John Turner has a magnificent record in the very few List A games that he's played in his career. This is only the 18th. His record in the power play is exceptional. Sam Curran's record in the power play in international cricket is very, very good also. But again, he finds himself having to move away from his preferred option in favour of somebody else, as Lewis just tries to dab that one down to third man, but finds Bethel at backward point. And so Sam Curran will have to find another way of being effective. I mean, the issue for all of England's bowlers from here is just the lack of runs on the board. Build pressure all they like, but the run rate required is still only around 4. The West Indies are under no pressure whatsoever.
Yeah, a couple of quick wickets will be needed at this stage. Curran into Lewis. Well, Lewis just rocks on the back foot and smears that over deep mid-wicket for 6. Evan Lewis is in the business of scoring his runs quickly tonight. He returned to ODI cricket against Sri Lanka in that final ODI in the tour with a century from 60-odd balls, and it looks like he's carrying on that form into this England game.
Yeah, Curran just a little bit short. Ball probably 5th, 6th stump, but the length was what gave Evan Lewis the opportunity to rock onto the back foot, and that's the most emphatic shot we've seen tonight. Absolutely thundered it over straight mid-wicket, long way back for 6.
Curran, how will he respond to that Evan Lewis riposte? And well, Lewis this time tries to cut, but Bethel's there again at backward point, and there's no run. Evan Lewis, I was talking about that century he scored in Sri Lanka a couple of days ago. That was his first ODI in 3 years. Now Evan Lewis has 5 ODI centuries, but that was his first. That was his 5th one, but his first one for West Indies in 3 years. The common plague of West Indies cricket. Evan tucks this one into the leg side there, and that's 1 run. Brings Brandon King on. In fact, that was the final ball of the over, in fact. And at the end of the 12th over, West Indies are 61 without loss. Brandon King's on 18, Evan Lewis is on 37. The required run rate is only 3.92 at this stage.
Yeah, England's best chance really was that that opening spell with the new ball brought them 3 wickets in the power play. Then you can start thinking about putting the opposition middle order under some real pressure. But the openers weathered that storm, sometimes more by luck than judgment in the case of Brandon King. But now they're under no pressure whatsoever, and England have to go searching for wickets.
Often when they have to go searching for wickets, Adil Rashid is the answer. And he's on for his second over of the day. That one's down the leg side. Optimistic LBW shout. And Evan Lewis will run through, and it's signalled as leg byes. Brings Brandon King back on to strike. Brandon King has actually struggled. Brandon King's an interesting player. I think he currently averages about 29 in ODI cricket. But he hasn't had a 50 in his last 9 ODI matches, but tends to struggle against the more established international sides in ODI cricket. Most of his big runs have been against the weaker nations, I should say. Rashid in again. This one turns, and Brandon King has to reach out for it, but can't get any purchase on that, no run. King defends this one back down to Rashid. King currently on 18 off 35.
Yeah, he's just struggling a little bit technically. He's trying to keep his front pad out the way, but in so doing, he's got his hips so wide open.
This one just darts onto King's pads and is able to turn that into the leg side for 1.
The consequence of that is that the front foot tends to sort of plant and point towards extra cover. Front knee then gets in the way of the bat path. So he's really struggled. England were homing in on the top of his off stump with the new ball.
Well, this time Evan Lewis, he's gone down the ground. I think this one is, well, he's just got enough on it. I thought it was hanging in the air. It was one of those ones which were steeplers, and it looked like it was just going to be taken by the diving catcher at mid-wicket, Will Jacks, but it was just enough in it from Evan Lewis, and it brings him another 6.
Well, full wind-up from Evan Lewis, and he lost the bottom hand, almost like a baseball follow-through where it's a one-handed stroke in the end, and it went miles up in the air to wide mid-on. Will Jacks tried to get underneath it, but it just had enough distance to get over the boundary by a metre or so.
I think that shot symbolises the power Evan Lewis has, because he wasn't even in control of that particular shot there. This one draws a genuine edge, but it's going to go down to third man. It's vacant. But Mousley will run that down, and he'll come back for 2. Evan Lewis moves on to 43. And in fact, that brings an end to the 13th over. West Indies 71 without loss. Brandon King still there on 19, albeit a struggle for his 19 runs. But Evan Lewis, he's having a nice time of it. He's 45 from 42. 5 runs away from an ODI half-century.
Yeah, no boundaries. No 4s for Evan Lewis, but 5 6s. Strike rate is only just a tick above a runner ball. So England in between the big shots have bowled well at him, but every time he's had the chance to take full toll, he's smashed it out of the ground. The West Indies are cruising at the moment, 71 without loss.
I think I'll just evoke that Evan Lewis point again, because it's worth mentioning that Evan averages in the high 30s, which is rare nowadays in West Indies cricket. I want to say it's 38. Mark Butcher will pull the stats for me. But
39.
39, there you go. And it kind of echoes what Johnny Grave was saying in the interval when he was chatting to Andrew McKenna about the hardest task for West Indies cricket has been getting the players to buy back into playing for the West Indies at full strength. They are a force to be reckoned with. Sam Curran back into the attack, and Brandon King defends that into the offside for no run.
Yep, had many years of sort of West Indies, what you would say that West Indies star players or their best, the biggest draws, not playing, not representing the West Indies in 50 over cricket, Test matches. The draw of T20 leagues around the world has taken away a lot of their best players in their prime.
Curran into King is down the leg side with this one, and King's able to turn that down to deep backward point for 1. Moves on to 20. Brandon King's not finding it comfortable out there, even with that. Yes, there was an easy one there, but you know how you can sometimes tell in the player's body language that he knows he's not truly comfortable at the crease, but he's finding the way so far.
Yeah, and it's a good... You've only got 209 to chase and your partner's going great guns at the other end. It's a good chance to just stay out there and see if you can find that rhythm, see if you can get your movements back into something resembling your best. You're under no pressure to keep the scoring rate going. Just nudge the ball around, give your partner the strike, find a bit of form out in the middle.
Curran into Evan Lewis, who's only dealing in sixes today, and that's full up straight into the block hole, and Evan Lewis does well to dab his bat down on that one and keep it out, no run.
Yeah, good from Sam Curran, just trying anything to try and break this partnership at the moment. Went for the Yorker, got it right in the block hole, and Evan Lewis almost toppled over to extra cover, but managed just to get the bat down in time.
This one nearly catches Evan Lewis bang in front, but his bat is actually in front of his pad, and he turns it fine, and that's 4 runs. I think he got away with that, just got his bat down there in time.
I think it was a really fine inside edge that then ricocheted off the pad. Inside edge saved him for sure, because he would have been stone dead LBW. England, when they bowled full at Evan Lewis, with the exception of that one magnificent strike he hit off Jofra Archer back over mid-on for 6, caught him on the crease and he's looked less comfortable. Anytime he's had the chance to get underneath the ball, i.e. the ball being that bit shorter, he's dealt with it.
This one slightly back of a length there from Sam Curran. Evan Lewis just could only find mid-off, no run there. West Indies 76 without loss, 1 ball left or remaining of the 14th over. Evan Lewis is on 49, 1 away. So he's currently averaging 39.96. Evan Lewis in ODIs, 1050s, 500s. I repeat again, he hasn't played an ODI in 3 years. Sam Curran into Evan Lewis. And Evan Lewis is able to tuck that into the leg side. He runs through for 1, and that will bring up his 11th ODI 15. He's been the one driving this response for the West Indies and taking the drama out of the chase and the situation. At the end of the 14th, West Indies are 77 without loss. Evan Lewis is on 50, Brandon King is on 20.
Yeah, it's been a fine knock. He's the only player really on both sides that's found the middle of the bat with any sort of regularity. When he decides he's going to hit it, there's no sort of second guessing himself. He really goes through with it, gives it full power. And that has been a terrific innings, a standout innings on a night where the batters have found timing the ball difficult.
Yeah, I think from an England perspective, the only batter that I saw hit the ball as true as Evan has, there was a moment in Liam Livingstone's innings where I think he hit a couple of 6s and 4s where he seemed to get to the kind of pace of the wicket before he gave his hand away. Adil Rashid into Evan Lewis. And again, full shot there from Evan Lewis, and there's a sprawling fielder. I think it's Mousley there in a short thirdish position. No run there. It's punched down to long off for 1 to bring Brandon King back onto strike. West Indies 78 without loss.
I think there's a conversation to be had once again about England's batters. Yes, they're a very inexperienced side, and that is the first and perhaps biggest caveat to all this. But on a couple of occasions during that innings, England seemed to sort of forget how much time there was left to bat in the innings. When Livingstone was there, and then chipped an easy return catch back to Moti. Curran then suddenly decided he was going to flick the switch with 13-14 overs left, and Adil Rashid at the other end.
Said Rashid into King, draws the outside edge. And it's going to run down to the vacant third region. Mousley runs it down and King will come back for 2.
And there's been a tempo issue for England in 50-over cricket for a long time. When they were an incredibly successful side in the run-up to winning that World Cup in 2019, the talk was always we just put a foot down because the next player will come in and the next player will come in and we'll make our big scores that way.
Rashid to King. King wants to go through the covers, but he can only find Jordan Cox, who's fielding. And short extra cover, no run.
But in the absence of that sort of experience and skill, and these guys have played a lot of 50-over cricket in that World Cup winning team.
Oh, this one comes back sharply. I thought he'd bowled him there. Such was the appeal. And now they're going to have a conference. Are they saying that it hit his pad? Well, they're going to review it regardless. Liam Livingstone has called for the review. Phil Salt went up immediately.
TV umpire to
Adil Rashid was very, very interested.
The original decision is not out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
On first viewing, I thought it'd gone just through the gate, but it looks like... do they think it's hit his back pad? Yes. Now, is that...
It doesn't appear to be any bet. Can we just go to Alto Edge, please?
Put the finger up. He's told me that's out.
Just waiting for Alto Edge.
I'm not prepared to be as confident. But we shall see.
Okay, just keep rolling, keep rolling. There's a gap between bat and ball. I'm satisfied there's no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when ready?
Here we go.
Original decision is not out. Pitching outside off, impact outside. Rod, you can stay with your original decision of not out. Stand by, you're on screen, signal now.
So impact outside the off stump. Brandon King survives.
Yeah, by millimetres. I think there was a bit of confusion as far as Rod Tucker was concerned as to exactly what that ball had made contact with. And therefore, the finger stayed in the pocket. It was mighty, mighty close.
Rashid in again. This one nearly pins King in front, but he's able to turn it into leg side for 1. He'll be grateful to get off strike. And that brings an end to the 15th. West Indies 80 without loss. Brandon King is on 23 from 42. Evan Lewis 51 from 48.
But going back to the point about England's batting, the amount of times this England team, and not this England team because obviously there are 4 debutants in it, but England teams in the last 2 or 3 years in 50-over cricket have found themselves being bowled out way short of 50 overs. Found themselves with tail enders scratching around to try and pick up a few runs, paltry runs at the back end of an innings. And again, there was a situation there. We had 2 players, 30-odd caps apiece in Curran and Livingstone, who kind of were so anxious to put their foot down and try and make a score that was way beyond par, and as a result got out and England didn't get anywhere near par. So that sort of game management, batting wise, is very much lacking, very much something that needs to be addressed as far as the post-Morgan 50-over teams are concerned.
I mean, based on what you're saying there, my only kind of riposte to that is, I was about to say, actually, I'll finish that point, because we could see on the monitors that rain was coming down, but it was hard to tell how heavy that rain was, and suffice to say, it's now heavy enough for the umpires to signal for the players to go off. So after 15 overs, the West Indies are 81 without loss. Brandon King is 23 from 42 balls. Evan Lewis is 51 from 48. And we'll have to see how short and sharp this shower is.
Yeah, very difficult to tell in the dark skies as to how black the clouds are, and then how much cloud there is. But the ground staff are sprinting on with the tarpaulins as we speak. The blue one that is just a bit wider than a pitch width, which is going on to the wicket, the pitch first, and then the big white sheet that is being dragged on by 6. Well, they're trying to drag it on at the moment, but it's beating them. They need a bit of help. 6 men is not enough to drag that huge sheet across the entire square. and the players have all but disappeared into the dressing room. We don't have, should this game be washed out in its entirety, and I hope that will not be the case. We haven't had 20 overs of the West Indies response yet, so Duckworth Lewis Stern does not come into play until 20 overs have gone. So the West Indies, albeit a long way ahead in the game, have not yet got it sewn up should we not get back out there again. But it has been excellent from Evan Lewis in particular. Brandon King has held on for dear life. England's opening bowlers Archer and Turner were testing but didn't break through. And at the moment, West Indies are sailing towards an opening victory in this 3-match one-day international series.
Yep, so just to recap, England bowled out for 209. The rain is now coming down a lot heavier. So we'll have to see how long this delay will be. If we do get back out, you would assume that there will be a revised total for the West Indies to chase. So Mark Butcher, whilst we just wait to see what we hear from the umpires, just a quick one on that point you were raising about England's batting. At what point does pragmatism come in?
When you're 6 down for 160 would be a good time. I mean, look, all of these games are very fluid, and I think that the issue particularly for English players at the moment, when there is so little 50-over cricket played by the younger players, the players that are going to be selected for England teams who play in the 100. That sort of measurement in time, the idea that you actually have a hell of a lot longer to chisel out runs, to manoeuvre your team into a position where maybe you can take full toll of the final 5 overs. In a T20 game, if you look at it from the point of view that the last 5, as a general rule, your lowest point will be 10 and over for your last 5 overs if you've got more than 5 wickets in hand, for example. And in T20 cricket, the halfway point of the innings at 25 overs, England were 4 down, I think, at 25 overs. 25 overs, if you've got 5 more overs in a T20 game, and teams are making 230 in 20 overs. And so the recalibration in terms of the way that you can play, the time that you can take, the fact that you can go along at 4 and over, 5 and over, for a reasonably long period of time in order to set yourself up to then go at 10, 12, 15 runs and over at the back end is something that takes a little bit of adjusting to. And it's a mental adjustment. It's got nothing to do with skill, but everything to do with a kind of an understanding of the length of time, the fact that you can soak up a bit of pressure, the fact that you can look at the opposition's bowling attack, see which bowlers have got overs left, knowing which guys that you're going to want to take on in the last 7, 8, 9, 10 overs. But if you're already 7 down before you get to that point, you've blown it. You've got no chance. And as it's turned out, England have ended up, par has been 260, 261 here at this ground. Not been enough, but that has been the par first innings score. Chasing teams have chased that down relatively straightforwardly. But England have finished 50 runs short of an average score that hasn't even been a winning one. And you know, there are lots of the biggest caveat, of course. I go back to it again. You've got Bethel and Cox making debut batting at number 3, Bethel at number 4. So these guys have played 0 one-day international cricket. And, you know, Jamie Overton coming in at 8, making his debut as well. So it's not as though we're having a go at a team that should know better. It's just the question of the fact that without any of that grounding in 50-over cricket in the county game, without playing more than a handful of matches, it's very difficult for these guys who play mostly short-form cricket to really kind of have a grasp of how much time you have and the tactical possibilities that are available to you as a batting team when it comes to putting totals on the board.
It's interesting views there from Mark Butcher. I think one of the things that we have to just consider, therefore, from an England perspective, is the players are picked for the philosophy that England want to adapt. So, as we kind of said earlier on, it's very much a case then for English fans, in essence. that these players are going to have to be given time to learn on the job of how to perform at the international level in various different scenarios and circumstances, this being one of them today. But of course, this is a 3-match ODI series, so we shall see how things unfold, not just in the rest of this game should we get back on the field, but of course across the rest of the series as well. Just to recap for anybody joining us on talkSPORT 2 or the talkSPORT YouTube cricket channel, England earlier on today were bowled out for 209, and at the state of play right now, after 15 overs, West Indies are 81 without loss, and we've gone off for a rain break interval. Brandon King is on 23 from 42, and Evan Lewis is 51 from 48 balls. So whilst we wait to see how long we'll have to wait before we get back out for play, we'll go back to the studios and Neil Manthorp.
Thank you very much indeed to the excellent team out there in North Sound, Machel St Patrick Hewitt and Mark Butcher, alongside me, Philo Wallace and Darren Gough. Just to confirm, by the way, that we lost an hour during the supper break, and we started bang on the hour of grace where we didn't lose time. So the moment the players left the field for rain, this time we're losing an over every 4 minutes. But West Indies are absolutely out of sight in terms of Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. After 15 overs, they needed to be something like 43 without loss, and they're in fact 81 without loss. So as far as they're concerned, unless there's a calamitous loss of wickets when they do return to the field of play, then they've got this game pretty much sewn up, and they're quite happy losing overs at this stage, provided they get back on for 5 overs, because we do need to have 20 to constitute a game. And frankly, if they got on for 5 overs and the West Indies blocked them all and didn't lose a wicket, they'd still win. So they're a very, very long way ahead of the game. Darren Gough, I have to say that the obvious question is, has it been brilliant batting from the West Indies or poor bowling from England? And my heart goes out a little bit to John Turner on debut, because, and Philo, to you as well, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 26 would suggest that he's been a little bit profligate. Frankly, he could have bowled those 5 overs on any other day against any other opposition and taken 3 for 12.
Absolutely. I think I don't think they bowled that badly, Archer and Turner. I thought they showed terrific pace. They got good movement. The ball nipped around a bit. I think it skidded on a lot more in the second innings, as you've seen. It was really, really difficult. That first up, when we started the game, you saw the West Indies bowlers bowling. There was that little bit of just stopping in the wicket, and it was very difficult. Cross-bat shots become very difficult to play. But when you've seen them batting there, Lewis has just been waiting for that one that's just short of a length and pulled it on the up. He's not gone from down to up. He's gone straight from, do you know what I mean? He's been there in that position and just elked it on its way. There's been the difference. Used to playing in these conditions, he's played some wonderful, wonderful shots. He could have got out at any point. I mean, some of those deliveries were fantastic from both pace bowlers from England. But he's waited, they've been patient, and they've waited for the ball. They've picked a spot on the pitch, and they've picked their area, and they've executed it really well, especially Lewis. He's been excellent.
He's a batsman after your own heart, isn't he, Philo? I think you enjoy watching him.
When he's fit. Don't forget he's been out of one-day cricket for a little while. He just came back into the T20 setup. He had a relatively good CP. He got 100. He got 100 in the last ODI in Sri Lanka. And when he's in form, he's very dangerous. The thing is about Evan Lewis as an opening batter is that he knocks the short ball away. And you know that fast bowlers, sometimes that short ball is the most dangerous ball, and he knocks it away. He puts pressure on the fast bowlers. We saw in Sri Lanka, they started with spin against him. The ball slower, turning, and he was at 6s and 9s. But when he gets in, he hits the ball to all parts of the boundary. He's a very destructive batter, and he's quiet. he doesn't look like he's scoring, but he scores. If you look at the sixes he hit them quite easily. And the two particular sixes that I like are the ones off a turn. They're not bad delivery, just length on just about middle leg, and just help it over backwards square for two sixes. So he's a good player, and I'm happy to see that he's in a rich vein of form. And he and Brandon King has now forged a new opening pair, because it was Alec Antonaz. And you remember Evan Lewis would have open battle with Chris Gale in the early days. But now it's like Brandon King and Evan Lewis. They're the ones who we believe now will take our 50 over format and even T20 format batting and take it by the scruff of the neck and obviously give us good starts. And to see this kind of start on the surface, I believe that it's playing better than earlier today, because of maybe the rain has come on it. I think it's been a lot truer.
Expected, wasn't it? You said it would get slower and more
but
difficult, but then it got wet.
But it got wet, and then the outfield also is quick enough. Plus the West Indian batters hit the ball a lot harder than the English batters, but the outfield has gotten faster, you know. So the rain has made everything quicker, and Evan Lewis loves the ball coming on to the bat. We saw him in a little bit of trouble with the new ball swinging and stuff, but he weathered that. He weathered that swing. But when you came into his area, he scored, and he scored with authority, which is good. He's 50, and he hit 5 sixes in 50, you know. That's 30 runs and boundaries already.
Well, that's what you want, isn't it? You want your opener. It's going to be difficult. The conditions have been difficult. I think it has been a little bit easier. But with that new ball, with that rain, it did leave a bit in the pitch, so there was a bit of movement. It went quicker off the pitch, didn't it? So when if you played the line like Lewis did and it moved, he didn't follow it. He just played the line and missed them, right? Missed every one. Both of them. Brandon King as well. I thought Brandon played so straight. He played wonderful back shape. He played some wonderful shots, but at the field. Evan was just waiting for that short ball, bump, bump, bump. What did he do? 3 times?
Yeah.
And there weren't bad deliveries. He was so quick on them. And from down to up, boom, and hit him out of the ground. And they were fantastic shots, and it took the pressure off the West Indies. They're now in a great position. They're flying along, 15 overs, 81. And we've seen the ball come past the bat time and time again, but it just goes to show. Modern day cricketer, you hit 4s and 6s, the scoreboard ticks along quickly. So quickly, you can't stop it.
It's interesting as well that Evan Lewis's 3 sixes were all played with that sort of short arm flick 6, pull shot. And 3 of England's first 4 batsmen got out playing that shot. So is it because Evan Lewis has just got an exceptionally quick eye and even quicker hands? Or is it because he's more familiar with the conditions? Or is it the fact that the England bowlers were a little bit quicker, actually, and it's easier to play that shot with a bit more pace on the ball?
Yeah, I think with Evan Lewis' case, the ball was coming on to him. So he just used the pace of the ball and knocked it over the boundary for 6. When you look at how Bethel got out, Bethel went to pull the ball like it's stuck in the pitch and ended up hitting the toe of the bat and went up in the air and he got out caught. So when you look at it, to me, Lewis shots are better played because of the ball coming on a lot quicker to him, so he can just rip the ball,
pace of the ball,
hit through the ball nicely, wrist, pace the ball, 6 runs. And he's not looking to hit for 4s, he's looking to hit the ball for 6s, which is really which is unbelievable, because this is a length delivery on leg stump, and if you don't get that shot right, you're going to top edge it. So your timing, your bat speed has to be perfect, and he hit it 3 times, so it has perfect bat speed. He's getting to a good position, so it's a strong scoring shot for him. That's something that the English bowlers now have to work on.
And the English batters were chasing it, right? So you know what I mean? It was a bit wider. They were chasing it, trying to hit it across. What Lewis was doing was where he was bowling Turner with that open chest. He was bowling it, trying to get it to go across the batter. When he didn't get it right, it's pitching out leg. And he saw that as a free hit. Whap! Can't get LBW, it's a free hit. And he hit it so well. And the pace of the ball coming on helped him. He just used his strong grip, his actually high bat lift, and punched it over. The problem with the other batters, the England batters, they were trying to put pace on the ball because the West Indies bowlers were slower. And that's been the biggest difference.
Just a recap for those of you who missed the first innings or might be joining us late. England were asked to bat first. They slumped to 93 for 4, but recovered to 165 for 4 with 15 overs to go. And at that stage were well on course for somewhere between 250 and 260 on a slow pitch, slow outfield. with Liam Livingstone and Sam Curran together and going nicely. They were the two top scorers. Livingstone with 48, Curran with 37. But the innings then fell away in the face of some excellent bowling from left-arm spinner Gudakesh Moti, who finished with 4 for 41 and some injudicious shot making and decision making, especially I have to say from Sam Curran, who was left with 4 wickets in hand and was caught at long on with 10 overs to go, when really he was the only man who could take England to something more competitive like 250. But he was not alone in shouldering the blame. It's just that in the situation of the match, his decision looked the least judicious. Gudakesh Moti 4 for 41, 2 wickets apiece for Alzari Joseph, Jayden Seales, who was brilliant, 8 overs 1 maiden, 2 for 22, and Matthew Ford, the opening bowler, who took 2 for 48. In reply, rain is falling now still after 15 overs of the West Indies reply. Their target is 210. They're 81 without loss, with Brandon King on 23, but Evan Lewis dominating the show with 51. Alongside me, Darren Gough and former West Indies opener Philo Wallace. And it's Philo, I want to ask you to take a completely unexpected caveat, a total change of direction. I'd like you in a couple of minutes to tell us about Haynesville. And how often do you return? When was the last time you went back to the place of your birth?
I was in Barbados actually. This is.
Did you go to
October?
Haynesville though?
I live in Haynesville. Well, I grew up in Haynesville. I don't
know.
live in Haynesville now. I live in St. Silas Heights. But I go to Haynesville every time I go home. I was home in September. I was home in August as well, because I went home in August for a holiday. Then I came back here to attend a cremation of a lady I was looking after for 5 years. And then I had to rush back home because my eldest brother died of stomach cancer in September. So I had to rush back home in September to his funeral. And now I'm back here just to clean up some stuff. But I go home. Haynesville is a special place to me. I was born in St. Peter, but I lived in Haynesville all my life. Haynesville is next door to Holders Hill obviously is where all the cricketers come from.
Holders Hill, that's where we stayed, Goughy, on talkSPORT's first tour to the West Indies.
Yeah, so Haynesville is next door to Holders Hill, and obviously the famous people from Holders Hill are the Albert Padmore, the Pisa, Clement de Pisa, Desmond Haynes. You have Ricky Skeet. You have the Sanderford brothers, Jeffrey Cullen. Then you have Peter and Samuel Skeet, Shamar Brooks, Ryan Hines, Adrian Griffith.
It's something
Raymond
in the water,
Griffith.
isn't there?
Then you have Peter Thompson.
Cricket.
It's just cricket. And then you have Hoyts Village, where you have Courtney Brown, Wangi Brooms. All these guys have played for Barbados. So and West Indies. So in the area of Holders Hill, Haynesville, Hoyts Village, and Hall's Village, and then down the hill is Paynes Bay. Hartley Allen as well come in that group. Paul Allen, Richard Gibson. There's a whole lot of cricketers. So you can imagine what the conversations are like when you go into Haynesville. And I really like going home and just relaxing with the boys at the Black Pipe bar and having chicken and chips. You know, obviously with the odd libation. And you reminisce of it when you were younger, and everybody still remembers you as a little boy playing cricket, and the crowds that we used to have in the village watching the cricket. You know, you had the BCL teams, you had Holders Hill, you had Melbourne, which is about Haynesville. You know, you had Shannon down Good Shepherd. So we had very good Paynes Bay as well. So you had very good cricketers. Then you had Sion Hill, we had the Otis Gibsons, the Vasmit Drakes, the Noel Brooms, the Hendy Brooms. You had a whole lot of cricketers coming out of that area. And then you had Redmond's Village, we had D.L. Elcock, Ricardo Elcock. So you couldn't get away from cricket. Cricket was it. And when we play against each other, it was a lot of competition. And the people used to come and watch the cricket. The villagers would come and watch the cricket. And that really made it special. And the bonds that we have created back then, we still have them today. You know, you go home, I go home. Sometimes I might see Dame Mirren and say hello. We sit down and reminisce. I remember we used to play for Barbados. He was one of the 4 pit bulls. Short and stocky like Darren, but fast. I never liked to get a drive. Always up at your head. You know.
What do you mean, but fast?
Fast.
Yeah. Like Darren, but fast.
Yeah, fast.
Be careful with your words.
No, he's like you, big and stocky, but he was fast. He was fast.
And it's the butt that's troubling Darren.
It's the butt.
No, don't mind the butt. Don't mind the butt. No,
was
he was fast. I just had to put it there because he might be like you, but he's not as fast as you, but he was quick. And they had Patterson Thompson, who's now a pilot.
That's better.
He's now Captain Thompson for Caribbean Airlines. So when you get on a flight, and Patterson is the captain of the aircraft, he always pulls you up to the cockpit and talks cricket. So there's a lot of good things about going home to the Caribbean, particularly in Barbados, and just reminiscing on those good old days as we are calling them now. But Haynesville is a special part of me, and I love it dearly. And I will always be a man from Haynesville. But I spent a lot of time in Hoddesdale because of the cricket. Played a lot of cricket also out in Melbourne as well. And we had some very good days. And those days will always be remembered by all of those who were there. You know, I even go into Haynesville to get my nails done, clean. My barber is in Haynesville, although I have no hair on my head. So my son goes to my barber in Haynesville, and he lives in St. Philip, which is in the east. So he comes down to St. James. So that's where the connection is, and that's how you keep your family ties going. You know, my son now, he goes into Haynesville, and he goes to the barber shop. He goes to the Black Pipe Bar, and he likes his chicken and stuff like that. So just keep that memory going, because it's very good memories there. A lot of people are dying now because of age, but you still want a legacy to live on. You know, it's good to go back there to Haynesville when I do get the opportunity. And I'll be going back in the new year as well.
Darren Gough's always been a bit unsure about Barbados, haven't you, Goughy?
I love Barbados.
I
mean, everybody always used to say, Manners, you know, where I played my cricket, they always used to say I played like a West Indian anyway. The way I tried to bowl, I didn't bowl to bowl maidens, I bowled to take wickets or to bowl short. And when I batted, I had that free spirit batting. So everybody always, since I was a young kid, said I played like a West Indian.
You played with passion and you played with heart, and you want to leave the cricket knowing that you've put in 110%. And that is how we play cricket. And I'm proud to hear that you felt that way, playing for Yorkshire, playing for England, playing wherever you played across the world. But you tend to play like a West Indian, and that is great. Yeah. Because we had that is what we had. We had that addiction where people wanted to be like a West Indian. I can remember the former South African captain, Hansie Cronje, Barbados toured South Africa for a Goodyear series. And Cronje and myself used to train in the same gym. And I said, but why are you pushing so much heavy weights? He said, I want to be like a West Indian. When I hit it, it stays hit. And I said, this guy is crazy. Because that is the respect he had for us. He wanted to be strong like a West Indian, so that when he hits the ball, it stays hit. Yeah. And that is part of our makeup. That's why when you see guys like Evan Lewis batting and hitting the ball so sweetly for sixes, effortlessly, it makes you feel good, because here's a West Indian opening batter who is showing the world that we still have that flair. And once we can put all the other ingredients together, I think our cricket is going to improve.
So it's interesting, Darren Sammy. I spoke with Darren Sammy for some time for an interview which is available on the talkSPORT cricket YouTube channel, for those of you who missed it. And he's optimistic, but about the future of the game in the Caribbean in all formats. I mean, cautiously optimistic. He's not bullish about the future of the game, but he does believe that there's still sufficient passion and facilities and will, and the game is under pressure, has been under pressure, but he remains quite confident. Not everybody is. I mean, Jaden Seals is just 23 years old. When we spoke to him, must be 6 months or more, 9 months ago, at the beginning of the English season, he was really concerned. He loves Test cricket. He's 23 years old. He played for Sussex in April. In 4 sweaters just to try and get acclimatised for the Test series. So his heart lies with Test cricket, but he admitted that he was concerned that not enough of the young cricket players cared sufficiently about Test cricket, and that they were more motivated, and he was not critical at all by this, but they were more motivated by the money available in T20 cricket.
Well, when you look at the franchise system around the world, or the systems around the world, yes, the dollar value comes into play. When you look at people like Nicholas Pooran, who has not played first-class cricket, and they're making millions of dollars just hitting a white ball in T20 or T10 cricket. And they're people they're cricketers that people recognize. The Andrea Russells, the Chris Gales, the Pollards, the Bravos. They reckon and Sunil Narang, they're recognized for their exploits in the white ball competitions around the world. Our 4-day competition, obviously the first class season, some people are saying it's too short. Cricket West Indies now have to work on how to get it longer, more competitive. Will you bring in an extra team or extra teams? CCC comes in and playing the one-day cricket. The academy is now playing in the Super 50, and that is going on at the moment. So do you bring those teams into the 4-day competition? By bringing them in, is it going to create more competition, or is it going to water down the competition? They've just increased the prize money to $250,000 when you win the 4-day competition in the Caribbean, which is a good payday for some of the boys. Plus, some of the young cricketers. Plus, there's 90 cricketers contracted, 15 per franchise. There's 6 franchises. So to me, the territorial boards and the franchises, the different franchise coaches, they have a responsibility to get the young cricketers to understand the importance of playing red ball cricket. I believe that at our junior cricket, there's too much white ball. Our under 15s, the West Indies under 15s is white ball cricket. The under 17s is white ball cricket. The under 19s play white ball cricket and 2-day cricket. I don't think that is going to help us. I think we need to play longer formats of the game at the junior level. When I was at school 15 years, when I was at school, like, it was a long time ago, when I was a 15-year-old, we played the under 15 competition, Ronald Tree, in those days. It used to be 2-day cricket. And they used to play for the entire summer. And the 2 top teams would go to the finals and play at, well, in those days, about Cable and Wireless in Wildy. But it was 2-day cricket, and we used to win. We used to beat teams in 2 days playing red ball cricket. Now, they don't play that. So I think that the territorial boards have a responsibility to get the younger cricketers to play red ball cricket and understand the value of it, so they can develop their skills better. And as they progress through the systems, they will get to express themselves with the reverse sweeps and the scoops. But we need to get them to understand the fundamental principles of batting long, playing with a straight bat, batting on decent pitches against decent bowlers at the under 15 level, and develop their skills. And if they get the opportunities to come to England and hone your skills in different conditions against different caliber of players, because the English system to me is working. There's a lot of talent up there, and I think that the systems here have the right people involved to produce good cricketers.
You remember when England put a team in to play in the Caribbean?
Yes.
That I thought that was a real test of some of their players, because the West Indies were pretty strong back then.
Yes.
And this England team went over there, thought they were going to absolutely walk it. And I tell you what, it was a proper battle. And I think a lot of those guys would have improved massively after spending that. But the problem is now with the work rates and bowler monitoring how many overs the ball, there's no way with the season we have in the UK, with all the competitions, you could play all that. And then suddenly, with all these franchises around the world, send 15 guys who want to go and bowl another 30 overs every second day in the Caribbean. And it's a shame, because the game's changed. The franchise model has changed the way the red ball is seen.
Yes. The franchise system does not consider red ball cricket at all. It is strictly a white ball system. And that is what the territorial boards and the international boards are looking at. Cricket West Indies next year, they're going to have a T20 competition, I think, for under 23 players. So they're telling me that you're now telling young men that there's going to be a T20 competition for you to play T20 cricket, rather than have a competition that plays 2-day cricket and get them to understand the importance of batting long. But they're going for a T20 competition.
If you believe that red ball cricket is the foundation for successful white ball cricketers and T20 cricketers, if you believe that it teaches you discipline and skills, and you don't necessarily learn how to become a good T20 cricketer just by going to the gym and pushing weights and just playing power cricket, then is there a point in the future where the level of the production line of T20 cricketers begins to dry up as first-class cricket or red ball cricket is diminished? I mean, there's less red ball cricket played in every country other than Australia and India over the last decade, and that the amount of red ball games, first-class games at domestic level has decreased. I mean, you said there's 6 franchises, they only play a single round in the Caribbean, they only play 5 games, and they all lose money. And first-class cricket loses money in every country apart from England, and it's a battle, isn't it, to not lose money in England. It's only subsidies from the ECB.
Without the subsidies from international cricket, selling every single test match out, which they do in England, and that's why we are so strong. That's why we can pay the players such big contracts, because the sponsors that come in from full houses at Lords, at Headingley, at Edgbaston, at the Oval, time and time again, every test match now, it's getting different, because it used to be you'd be able to sell out the first 4 days. Now you're selling out the first 2 days because of the way cricket's going.
Yeah,
and
true.
Technically they just want to entertain and play one-day cricket within a 5-day game. Nobody's going to buy a test match ticket now for the 4th day, are they? Unless it's India or Australia. That's the only time they're ever going to buy a 4th-day ticket.
Or half price.
Or half price. That's all the way they're going to do it. So then counties now are starting to worry, and what they're going to do, no matter what England ask for next year, the pitches against India, I'm telling you now, those pitches, all of them, are going to be as flat as they possibly can, because the CEOs at the clubs are going to be desperate for the money to come in from England versus India, or same thing as when they play England versus Australia. They're not bothered about the rest. A 3-day game, they accept it against the West Indies,
yes.
Sri Lanka. But against those countries,
They want to
flat.
stretch it to 5 days.
Yeah.
And another thing, the India head coach has just hit the nail on the head. He said with so much T20 being played, the players don't know how to play forward. They don't defend. So that is a message to the international world that, listen, this T20 cricket is causing the players, the batters particularly, not to defend any balls. They want to attack every ball.
Does Ben Duckett know how to defend? Hang on a sec. We need to pop back to Antigua, North Sound. Mash, the Mash man, Machel St Patrick Hewitt has an update for us. I understand the covers are coming off, Mash?
Yes, Manners, we've got some good news. The covers are coming off. We've only got one remaining to take off, which is the big one over the square, but it looks like once they've got rid of the one they've just taken off the field, they're going to be running back onto the field to take the main one off. So you would assume that we will have some cricket inside the next 20 to 25 minutes, but we wait to see how many overs have been taken, what the revised total will be and how many overs we'll have remaining.
I'm glad you said that, Mash, because you're not expected to know how many overs are lost, because the 4th umpire hasn't even worked it out yet, along with the match referee. But
I was just preempting you trying to ask me that question.
I thought you were. But the thing is, we started losing overs immediately that the players left the field, right? Because it was 11. 7 o'clock, 7 p.m.
Every 4 minutes.
Every 4 minutes you lost an over, yeah. OK, Mash, well, keep us up to date, and we look forward to a very much shortened West Indies run chase. They actually, the DLS par score after 15 overs was 35. And they were 33, actually. Andrew McKenna has corrected me. 33, so they were 81 without loss. So they're a very, very long way ahead of the game. Thanks, Mash. We'll be back with you shortly. Philo, Wallace and Darren Gough alongside me. So hopefully 25 minutes or so, 25, 30 minutes before the West Indies can win this game. I cannot see any way back for England. Actually, I'll tell you what, gents, well, why don't we take a little break ourselves, go and get a late cup of tea, because we actually referred to that interview that we had with Sam Curran. Steve Harmison referred to it during commentary, and it was interesting because he only just stopped short of saying, my face doesn't fit the England mould anymore. He came very close to saying it. In fact, let's play you that clip. He was speaking to me and Harmy on the Following On podcast, and we started off by asking him to reflect on his role over the years in the England team. It's interesting 10 minutes, and we'll be back after this.
I'll be totally honest, I probably feel with a team like the Oval Invincibles in Surrey, and I guess a couple of franchise teams, I think my role's been pretty clear and I've pretty nailed it on. Whereas with England, I personally probably feel because you've been that all rounder, probably in the last few years, myself, Mo and Ali, Liam Livingstone, we always kind of those all rounders at kind of 6, 7, 8, 9 almost. Wokesy as well. And yeah, I think it can be confusing. It's kind of sometimes you take the new ball and then you go to kind of the four seamers and you're the one to lose the new ball kind of thing. So it's quite like it's a frustrating role, but that comes with being an all-rounder. I probably think my strongest role in most teams is batting in the top 6 and bowling. So I guess me and Harvey had a discussion a few weeks back about these type of things, but I love playing all sorts of roles. And I guess my goal now is always to try and get back into the England sides. And I guess that's what I'll be doing.
Yeah, there's a little bit less alcohol on at this moment in time, even though I'm on hold at this moment in time. But and it was a great discussion, and your honesty was unbelievable. I just want to ask you about, you're talking about roles and everything that's going. I get worried a little bit, especially in the summer when you didn't get picked in the test team. I was really frustrated. Might as well tell you on this show, I got very, very frustrated. And I think I told you that at Thorpe's funeral about not being the one that replaced Ben Stokes. You didn't get picked in the 50 over squad. Is there a concern that you may be getting pigeonholed for just a T20 player? And would that worry you? Because it would certainly worry me that you're not up for test selection.
Yeah, I think I'll be totally honest. I think that when Stokesy did get injured, I'd be dumb not to, and it might sound that big myself up, but I did probably think that was my way back into the test team. Actually, a couple of weeks back ago, I had a meeting with Keezy and kind of just to get a bit of understanding of where the group is in terms of how I see myself getting back into the test side. I think for me, especially being a young player who experienced test cricket so young, I feel like I have the advantage to know what it's about, to know what winning a test match is and the grind and the grit and attitude that you need. And I think that personally I did take a little bit, not too hard, but kind of I was a little bit gutted selection. And I thought that was my way back into the side at the minute. They've got their own structure at the minute, and they're picking the guys that they like and that fit that environment in terms of there's a big thing going on at the minute about the extra pace and stuff like that. But I've got to be honest, I was slightly disappointed not to be picked there. And I guess if you got to fit the mold of what they're looking for right now, and I guess in 12 months' time, that might be totally different.
Talking about the other captain, Harmy and I were also surprised when Joss was unavailable. We assumed that you, having IPL captaincy experience, would be the natural man to step in there as well. Where does captaincy sort of sit on your radar? I mean, you do it in the IPL. Is it something that you're keen to pursue? Yeah, definitely. I really enjoyed. I've captained Surrey a few times, and obviously with the Punjab Kings in the IPL. And yeah, I guess it's actually something I think is really interesting as an all-rounder being a captain. I think when I did it, I actually forgot about my own game quite a bit, which was in a nice positive way where the main focus is purely on the team winning. I think probably look up to someone like Stokesy in a way. He's looked how he's done it, and he's kind of brought the confidence to the players, go out there, really take it on. And I think it was really exciting. I've obviously done bits and pieces of it here and there. And it's something I definitely like to do and feel that I read the game and situations pretty well. So I guess in the teams where I play the next few months, and it's a busy winter again, and who knows, maybe in the future I can captain a few more sides.
And that for me, it fits with the way you think about the game. You like Ben in such a way where you're trying to be progressive and want the game going forward. Ben worked brilliantly with Brendan McCullum in the Red Bull side of it. He's now in charge of the whole shooting match. He's now in charge of the whole English cricket. Is that exciting? Do you think that is where you think right in 12, 18 months, 2 years time, if the captaincy does come up in the white ball team, working with someone like McCullum, the way he works with Stokes, is that something that really floats your boat? Yeah, I guess the main thing now is probably trying to find my way back into these teams. I guess I've never worked with Brendan, so I guess from what I've heard and from what I've got a lot of mates in the test setup and guys in the white ball team that have also worked with him. So the main message is he brings out the best in terms of character, confidence, and it feels like a lot of guys have lost that fear of failure. And I guess
the fear of failure is always going to be there in international sport. But it's the backing that I guess players are getting now, which if you look back in the past, it's probably never really been there. And I guess if you're part of the regime now and you're getting back, there's probably no better feeling in terms of going out, playing for your country and knowing that you don't have to think about, if I bowl a bad ball, I could be under pressure, or if I play a bad shot. So I think it's that mindset that it looks like he's bought in, and hopefully I can try get into those sides more consistently. And I'm sure I probably would benefit from working with him.
Finally, from me, Sam, what about the West Indies and their development, and what do you particularly enjoy about going back to the Caribbean?
Yeah, actually, we got the call the other day about the squads going there. Really excited. I think it's the ODI team and T20 teams obviously changing slightly, like Harmy said, new coach, and he's obviously not there right now. But West Indies is obviously a great place to tour. There's no question about that. Good golf, good restaurants and stuff. But in terms of the cricket, I think, especially on the T20 front, I guess there's probably no more tougher team to play against in their own conditions. The way they strike the ball, the power, the kind of mishits as a bowler, you miss your Yorker, and the winds in the Caribbean, you always have one shorter side. And I think, to be honest, on a personal level, it's going to be quite a big opportunity. I feel like it's an exciting tour. I hopefully will get roles where I can bat higher up the order and try and actually, with England especially, I feel like I do it a lot in terms of other setups. And I just hope it's an opportunity I can try and nail down a spot. And there's a few guys away with the test side now in Pakistan. And fingers crossed it's a good tour and we win a few games.
Well, hopefully, Sam, we'll speak to you before the end of 2025, but once you get the West Indies out the way, there's an exciting 2025 in there. I mean, you've got the IPL, you've got the 100 to come round again, hopefully trying to get into this test team when they play India. If we are sitting here in 12 months' time, what would you love to see Sam Curran being involved in? And what do you think the future holds for 2025?
Yeah, I think you look past December, the schedule next year is amazing with Champions Trophy, Tour to India, IPL, like you said. It's a huge test summer, some great ODIs and T20. I think my main goal at the minute is to try and be a bit more stable and settled in the England environment. I think it is a team in the last few years, ever since, I guess, as a player being on the fringe, I just want to try and be a bit more consistent in getting into that side. And I know the regime's changing a little bit in terms of guys that fit into their certain roles. And I think they want a bit more stability across all three formats. And I hope I can be a part of that. And I think there's only one way of doing that, is scoring runs, taking wickets and winning games for England or the franchises. But I guess, I think there's no doubt I'd love to be on an Ashes tour or a Champions Trophy victory and stuff like that. So, fingers crossed. I'm someone who likes to prove a point. So fingers crossed the next couple of months go well.
Problem is, Sam, you're a little bit too good at everything. They can't find a pigeonhole for you.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I think it's just... at the minute, you're going to either be in the... I guess it's interesting. It's a debate you can talk for a lot of time about. I think the way the teams are being set out now, it's kind of... Guys are getting picked on certain skills and certain... I guess I don't mind saying, but kind of out of the unknown in a way, where you pick guys and they've actually done really well. So I guess as a county player, in terms of... It's quite an interesting one, because you've got to hope that you fit that mold right now. And if you don't, you just got to crack on and win games for your franchise, your counties, and just hope that call comes. There's actually nothing you can do about it. If you fit what they're looking for, you're great. But if you don't, it actually might not be an ability thing. It's just right now they're looking for, that's what they want. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but it's at the minute, if you're fitting what they're looking for, it's not they taking what they see in, I guess, 12 months time and the Ashes, these are the guys they want. So I think you can't question it until their plan comes to an end, if that makes sense.
Sam Curran in conversation with Neil Manthorp and Steve Harmison ahead of this particular series. Harmy is alongside myself, Andrew McKenna, here in the commentary box on talkSPORT 2. Just before I get just a few thoughts from Harmy on that, some good news. The stumps are back in the ground. So we are going to be having some action. We don't have teams back out on the field yet, just doing any loosening work or anything of that order, but we're closer to play than not at the moment, if you like. I imagine there's some calculations going on. By my reckoning, I reckon we're coming up 50 minutes since we went off with the rain, and at 4 minutes and over, that would be around about 12, 13 overs at the moment lost. As it is, the West Indies are 81 without loss after 15 overs. So if we've lost, what's that, 16, 17 overs by the time we get back at maybe even 18, you're looking at a fairly chunky reduction on what's needed. Anyway, the umpires and the officials will be working out all of that. As I mentioned, Steve Harmison is alongside me. That chat with Sam Curran, you've obviously spoken to him quite a lot down the years. He's done quite a lot of media with us since he broke into the side. But that was a very interesting interview. It was very honest, and he did say there, I don't know if I'm wording this right. I don't know if I should be saying this. So there was a huge element of honesty there, which you don't always get, because you get a lot of guys sort of toe the party line. But that was very honest from Sam.
It was very strong. You want players to be honest. They shouldn't be chastised for that. They shouldn't be judged on having their own mind and their own opinion. I think the world of Sam Curran. I don't know the boy that well. I just like what I see, the fighting qualities he's got. I think he's a little bit disillusioned at this moment in time when he's playing in an England shirt, because I think his role in the side is, even with the amount of cricket he's played, I still struggle to find a definite role for him. I always look at trying to pick and work out an England team. I find myself starting with Sam Curran and then always finding some way of putting him in at number 12, because he covers all bases, but not one that you think that's his definitive role. So he was good. He was honest to come on. I had a chat with him at Graham Thorpe's funeral. We had a couple of beers. We had not a heated discussion, but a good debate back and forward. And we got a chance. When we got a chance to get him on, I think he was doing some other promotion stuff. He was the first person that brought up the conversation we had at the great Manthorp's funeral. And we took the conversation from there, and that conversation that me and Manners had with him, you've just heard, and he was very, very forceful with his opinion. I struggled to understand why he wasn't brought back into the group when Ben Stokes got injured, because I thought it was an ideal way of giving him some responsibility, batting him at number 6 or 7, probably number 7. Jamie Smith shown that he can comfortably bat at number 6, and then have Sam as that sort of batting, bowling all-rounder, and I think that would have been the perfect role for him. But England don't see that. They don't see his pace has got enough pace, or he's got a null skill factor. His face doesn't fit whichever way in the red ball team. I still think he's a valued member of the white ball team. He's got an IPL. He will have an IPL contract. So even though that England are still to find a definitive role for him, I think in white ball franchise cricket around the world, he's definitely got a role in that. So I was just so pleased to hear some honesty. I really was. A young man that came on, and he spoke from the heart. Spoke about his experiences, and he spoke about where he sees himself in life at this moment in time. And if it upsets people, then tough luck, because I like it when people are being honest, to back themselves. And has he put himself under a little bit more pressure by saying what he said? Possibly. But is that a bad thing? No, I don't think it is.
I have some good news for you, because if you're in the UK and it's just gone 10-1 in the morning and you're still up listening, you are with us because you want to hear an England victory, or at least some good cricket. Well, we are 20 minutes away from a restart. We will be restarting at 9:10 Caribbean time, or 1 UK time. It will be 35 overs for the West Indies, so they've lost 15 overs of their innings. We are just awaiting the confirmation of the new target. 157, there you go. So that has just come through to us. So 157 from 35 overs is what the West Indies are looking at. And don't forget, they are currently 81 without loss after 15. So that is where we stand there. They'll also then recalculate the bowling in terms of overs, and that might be a minor issue for England. So 76 needed from 20 overs. But I'm just thinking, Steve Harmison, in terms of losing 15 overs, we're taking 3 overs off each of the bowlers. So that would mean that Jofra Archer and John Turner potentially have only got 2 overs left apiece, which the way they bowled, be a little bit disappointing to get them reduced down, because they were bowling really well.
Yeah, they did. They bowled well, without luck, or the bowl well where you respect the batter, because the batter played well. He had a game plan, didn't push himself and push away from the body, played within the what you'd say the template of the body. So when the ball did move and it did nip away to Brandon King, like John Turner did 3 or 4 times in a row, and the batter missed it, and you've got to be good enough to put the bad ball away, or the over pitch ball, when the bowler tries to go that little bit extra for the $1 million ball. And I think Evan Lewis and Brandon King batted really, really well under some, I think, tough scrutiny from Jofra Archer and John Turner. I was really impressed by John Turner, but you look at the calculations, I mean, it's a walk in the park, really. I think they've just got to get 5 overs in, and then I think you're looking at the West Indies having a go on a guaranteed 1-0 up in a 3-match series. You talk about a bowler's having how many overs left. I don't think it really matters too much from Jofra and from John Turner's point of view. I'm not sure that they bowled their full 10 anywhere if they'd got, if they had gone to the full 50 or towards the full 50 overs, because of England being 40 runs, 50 runs short when it comes to the batting part. And England have got options. They've got, like I said, and joked many times, they've got 9 bowling options. So just unfortunately for England, the 3 or 4 the spinning options, the genuine spin bowling options, that rain shower just before half time and then just recently has probably put England back on the back foot that little bit more, because of the moisture that's going to be not only on the surface but also on the outfield, and not being able to grip the ball. So England be looking for their seamers, of which they've only really got 4 overs from Turner and Archer between them, and a few more of Sam Curran, who looked a little bit off. But when you look at the likes of Livingstone, who bowls that little bit quicker, Bethel could have a part to play, and obviously you've got Adil Rashid with a few overs left. England might think we get a couple of wickets, quick bang bang, then we're back in the game. But 76 off 20 overs with a full 10 wickets in hand, I mean, you should be able to do that with your eyes closed.
So while we're completing all the formalities of this, so the new target is 157, and that is a genuine 157. That's not like the DLS sheet where you've got to add 1 more. So it's 157 to win, 35 overs to get them. It is a maximum of 7 overs per bowler, and power play 2 is now going to be overs 16 to 28, with the final power play overs 29 to 35. So those are all the nuts and bolts kind of things. What I would say is that if we get another delay, then that is basically going to do it, because the cut-off time, we cannot play any later than 2:15 UK time, 10:15 Caribbean time. So as it's now coming up 1 o'clock, if 1 more delay, and we're really going to be pushing it.
Yeah, we only need 20 minutes, don't we? 20 minutes constitutes a game. We've got to get to 20 overs, and I'm sure England will try and bowl seam if there's a rain cloud hanging over. If there's not, then they might just go, right, the best way to get into this game, or wickets in this game, is to see if we can create some pressure with taking pace off the ball. Obviously we don't know. We're a long way away, so we don't know if there's any more rain forecast or any clouds coming over. But I think in the 20 minutes with play, we'll get a game, and because of that, if it does rain, then it'll be just delaying the inevitable of the West Indies going 1-0 up.
Well, I mean, in fairness, I'd had a look at the forecast earlier, and that was actually saying 0% chance of rain. The problem is just the heat during the day of Antigua. It just builds up and up and up, and eventually it just has to burst, quite literally. And that's what we've had this evening. So will be interesting to see Saturday, because I did then have a look at Saturday afternoon's forecast, and at one point they were potentially talking about thunderstorms. But being an earlier start, I'm hoping by starting earlier, therefore we'll be finishing earlier, and therefore we won't get into that region of thunderstorms. So let's just hope.
I could take this, the right way if you possibly can, as long as it's not raining at St James's Park on Saturday afternoon in the press box. I'm not really bothered.
Yes, exactly.
I'm only joking. You want to see a full game, but Newcastle Arsenal 12:30. If it's raining there, it's not pleasant in that press area. But I'm sure in the Caribbean, hopefully, we get some more play tonight. We get a game Saturday and another one on Wednesday, because I think two developing teams on a good pitch, I think these would put on a good spectacle. I don't think the pitch has been that great, but I still think the quality of cricket, there's been some good quality bowling from the West Indies. Liam Livingstone batted very well. Sam Curran, even though he holed out, batted nicely. And as much as the scorecard doesn't look it, when you look at you look at it at this moment in time with the West Indies 80 odd for none, I think England are bold. I think England's, especially the Turner and Archer first 8 over display, I think England have bowled worse and picked up 3 or 4 wickets, but as it is, 81 for none, it's looking quite ominous.
Yeah, that Newcastle game, by the way, is live on talkSPORT, that game on Saturday. So if you are out and about and wanting to get your live football on Saturday afternoon, then stay with us on talkSPORT for that. Well, if this delay goes on any longer, we're going to be getting very close to the start time of the India-New Zealand final test match. They're underway at 4 o'clock as they start the third test match of that incredible series. New Zealand 2-0 up in a 3-match series in India. Can they clean sweep India in their own backyard? The boys will be back with you just before 4 o'clock for that. We are hoping to bring in the NFL action this evening as well. It's the only problem with cricket and the weather. You never quite know what time you're going to start and what time you're going to finish. So if you are an NFL fan, do stay with us. Hopefully you're enjoying it, but we'll try and get you some NFL action in. But it all depends as to what time we actually get finished, as to what we're able to bring you. Just to recap for maybe anyone who's listening in the Caribbean, and we know there are plenty of people listening in the Caribbean. Very good afternoon, late evening to you. If you're listening in India ahead of the test match, a very good morning to you. Steve, people waking up and maybe putting on the internet and whatever and seeing 209 all out in 45 overs. Blimey, England, what went on there? Liam Livingstone making 48 from 49 balls. So if you can give me sort of a 30-second sort of resume, if you like, of that England innings. Was it a 209 all-out performance? Was it a 209 all-out wicket? Or did West Indies bowl particularly well?
It's always difficult to get me to keep it into 30 seconds, but when you look at it, I think a bit of both. I don't think it was a 350 normal 50 over, crash bang wallop. We're going to be raining 6s and 4s here, but I do think it was a pass score of above 265, 270. I think England's top order, each one of them did the hard part. When you look at Salt faced 29 balls, Jack's faced 27, Cox 32, Bethel 33, Livingstone 49, Sam Curran 56. Their balls faced, even on a wicket which was quite difficult to get going on and hit through the line of the ball, especially in the daylight. They got starts. And this is my problem with young players coming into this environment who are just going, right, shackles off, have a go. When they come up against either tough bowlers or a tough situation, where's their feel-safe mode to go back to a position of strength to get the ball working around and then build an innings each time, especially the top 4, and there's some really inexperienced players in that top 4. They went for the big shot and they succumbed. So I don't believe it was a 350 pitch. I think it was a 260 to 280 pitch, and I think the West Indies bowl really, really well, especially Jaden Seals and the 2 spin bowlers. So all in all, I don't think it was a great day at the office by shot selection and execution from the England batters.
Okay, I can take that. Right then, so for the DLS par, to give you a vague idea of where West Indies need to be, we need to bowl 20 overs to constitute a game. So after 20, no wickets down, they need to be 58, because it's 57 is the par score. So they are already past that.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at DLS as much as we want. England, to win this match, have to take 10 wickets in 20 overs. The West Indies, all you have to do is bat for 5 overs to get the game, first of all, started. So it is a victory or a loss, whichever way you go. And then all you have to do is bat 19.5 overs and they win the game. You know, even if they lose a few wickets, because of the great start they've had. So I'm not sure DLS comes into it. It only comes in if they get less than 5 overs, then it's a draw. If they get more than 5 overs, I can only see one outcome, and that's a West Indies win. England have to take 10 wickets in 20 overs.
Well, they could actually lose 4 wickets, because if there were 4 wickets down after 20 overs, there'd be 77, and they're still winning. And then if they're 5 down, it's 86. So they can actually have a bit of a collapse and still win. So it gives you an idea of where England are, which is basically behind the 8 ball at the moment. But in a way, this kind of frees them up, because 99 times out of 100, and maybe even that extra 1 time, you don't win this game.
No.
So there is no pressure on them. There's no expectation on them. So they can actually just go out and give it a proper lash. And you know what? If it works, amazing. If it doesn't, well, you weren't expected to win anyway.
No, you weren't, and that'd be a beauty about Liam Livingstone's education as captain. Go out there and see if you can find a formula that can put the West Indies under pressure, and that could be either with field positions, which would be, you know what, we're going to bowl seamers and we're going to have two slips of gully and a short leg, and say, well, we're not expected to win, so let's have a try and see if the ball's nibbling around a bit and put some catches in. Or he goes with the spin and tries to, squeeze in the field and have the odd man in a catching position on the sort of on the outer ring. So it'll challenge Liam's captaincy and the thought process. That'll be a good thing for him and his development in the game and for England moving forward. But I still think, even if the pitch was, even if the numbers were the other way around, if it was 120 off 76 balls with 10 wickets in hand in the modern game, West Indies still win this game. So yeah, England are right behind it. The only way England can win for me here is if they take 10 wickets inside them 120 balls.
So how do you do that? Do you potentially go into almost T20 mode and go into sort of 1 and 2 over spells and keep constantly changing, because you can't afford to let the batters get settled? The batters, by the way, are on the way. They are crossing the boundary edge now, so we're going to be on time for that resumption in about 3.5 minutes time. Or do you say, well, we're just going to put our best bowlers on and say, mate, we need you to find us something?
Best bowlers on. John Turner's got 2 overs left. Jofra Archer's got 2 overs left. Adil Rashid, what's he got? 4 overs left. That's 8, isn't it? Jofra's got 2, Adil's got 4. So there for me, there's your first 8 overs in the match. That's it. Well, the West Indies will either put a big hole on it, or England will have the West Indies 4 or 5 down. I don't see the point of going Sam Curran or anybody new. I'd go with my best bowlers, and my best bowlers would be Jofra Archer, John Turner and Adil Rashid. And that, for me, you know whether you're going to win the game in the first 5 overs or not. If it doesn't rain, you get some early breakthroughs, but you have to have your best bowlers on.
Well, it looks like the captain's seeing things slightly differently, because Liam Livingstone is going to put himself on to bowl. So maybe the plan was he was bowling the next over anyway. We'll never know. But Liam Livingstone is going to come on and bowl. He's taken 19 wickets in his ODI career so far, at an average of just under 34. And what's he going to have? A long on in place as he comes into bowl to the right-handed King, but it is actually just a loosener as he's checking his run. So Brandon King's going to be the man on strike to resume. 23 not out from 42 balls. 76 are needed from 120. And here we go then. The England captain, Liam Livingstone, starts with a ball down the leg side. And Brandon King has, well, he's missed a freebie there. It's going to be called a wide, but he's missed out on what could have been significantly more than just one and bowl it again. Livingstone comes in for the reload. It's a decent leg spinner, that. Takes the outside portion of the bat, dribbles out on the offside. No run.
Good start from Livingstone. He's still ball's relatively new.
In he comes. Oh, he's pulled that one down short, but King has swung through that, missed it, and his LBW. I imagine he might be having a conversation about potential height. They are going to review it.
No, that's out for me. And once it's been given on the field, I can only see this. I don't think it's pitched outside leg stump. Short enough, skidded on.
Review for LBW.
I think height-wise, it's probably hitting three-quarters of the way up the stumps.
Can we go to front on, please?
Well, Alahuddin Pelakar, our third umpire, will take us through this. Oh, where did it pitch? Outside leg, for me.
Doesn't appear to be any bet. Can we just go to ultra edge?
We're just dealing whether he's hit it first before we get to where it pitched.
Keep rolling that through, keep rolling through. Keep rolling that through. The flat line when the ball passes the bat. Unsatisfied, there's no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when ready?
Well, it's hitting the stumps.
Copy.
It's just whether it's pitched in line.
Yeah.
Stand by for ball tracking.
Naked eye at the first replay, it looked like it pitched quite a long way outside leg stump. The England players have started to take their fielding spots again, which is always a bit of an indicator.
Still waiting for ball tracking.
Here we go.
Original decision is out. Pitching outside leg. Leslie, I'm going to ask you to overturn your decision of out to not out. You're on screen. Signal now.
It pitched about half a ball outside of the leg stump, so it gets overturned. And West Indies remain 82 without loss, and that might have been England's breakthrough moment. Livingstone comes in, Brandon King comes solidly forward and just defends to cover no run. 82 without loss it remains.
It was a filthy drag down. It was a ball dragged down, and from that sort of length, you could, it's got to have pitched outside leg stump to get to where it got to.
Livingstone goes in, gives that one a little bit more air, push back to the bowler. It's a very slow ball arriving back at him, but he just ends up off balance and almost gets knocked backwards. Liam Livingstone fielding it. 82 without loss. Livingstone, now he gives that one some air. It arrives on the full toss to King. Hits down to long on to Sam Curran, and a single will be taken. So King goes to 24 from 47 balls. Evan Lewis has faced one more ball. He's faced 48 and has made 51 so far. Evan Lewis has hit 5 sixes on his own. England only managed 2 in their whole innings. Liam Livingstone hit both of those. But Evan Lewis, 1 4 and 5 sixes. So 6 balls of his the 48 that he's faced have gone to the boundary. Now Livingstone is in, Bolton off break, and whoosh! Lewis just climbed into that, put it over wide mid-off, and Sam Curran, who is stationed out at long off, got the full dive out and still couldn't get close to it. End of the over as it goes for 4. 87 without loss as the West Indies try and make 157 to win this game.
Yeah, good shot from Evan Lewis. Width from Liam Livingstone. He bowled the first 5 legitimate balls of the over to Brandon King and all leg spinners. And this one was an off spinner just around the wicket, and he's just drifted it just a little bit too far outside off stump. And it was a half volley, really. You expected, the only thing that you weren't surprised at, that he didn't hit it for 6 over the top of extra cover, because it was right in the slot. Been very impressive by very impressive as Evan Lewis. Players other than probably Liam Livingstone, everybody else has had a real struggle to time the ball on this surface. But Lewis, 55 off 49, has been really match-winning innings here.
It's going to be Adil Rashid to bowl the 17th over, and he goes in, and that is a genuine outside edge from Brandon King. It's going to go down to third and will stop inside the boundary. Well fielded by Mosley down there, who scampered all the way, and they will come back for 3. And you can, I was about to make the point actually from the previous ball where Sam Curran was beaten down at long off. He sort of looked back at where the ball had pitched as if to say it had skimmed off that outfield, because you can see it glistening under the lights with the moisture. And Mosley there, again, you can tell from the slide just the way he's gone in there. He's gone skidding across the surface. You can still see that there's some moisture on the top of it, which is just going to aid the slide. He's done brilliantly well. They are just looking at this to check the potential boundary, but he's miles inside the rope. And Adil Rashid can go in and bowl again. Takes Lewis on the pad, out on the leg side, no run.
Yeah, there's a lot of moisture around. That ball sort of stood still with the camera in front of us showing the replay, and the ball looked soaking wet. It really did. It looked soaking wet. Difficult for the leg spinners to get hold of.
Rashid goes in, bowls the googly. It's outside of leg stump and then turns back into the middle of Lewis's bat, and he's hit it through fine leg for 4. 3.4 for the over so far from Adil Rashid. Liam Livingstone's got a double teapot on, trying to work out quite where he can go next at the moment, because his premier spinner has gone for 7 from just 3 deliveries, and it's now 63 needed from 111 balls here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel for the West Indies to win. Rashid goes in, leg break on this occasion to the left-handed Lewis, turns it out on the onside, no run.
Yeah, that's better from Adil Rashid. The one before was a little slider, just started off just too straight. Perfect for the right-hander on off stump. Left-hander's leg stump.
Rashid in once again, it's the googly, and again it's turning onto the middle of Lewis's bat as he turns and swivels and whacks it to deep backward square for 4. So we're now 11 from the over as the 7th boundary of the innings is hit, and the West Indies, as we suspected, are trying to get this all done and dusted as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you're not going to miss out on that. It was the googly, it was pitching outside leg stump, but it was too short to get a bit fuller to try and deceive the batter.
98 without loss. Full toss from Rashid, and Evan Lewis climbs into this one and plonks him over deep mid wicket for 6. 100 up, 17 overs of the 35 have been bowled. There are 104 without loss, and Lewis is now 69 not out from 54 balls. West Indies need 53 from 108.
Looking for it to be a bit fuller, but not a thigh-high full toss. Evan Lewis is not going to miss out on that. He's hit some big sixes so far in this game. On the line of that, probably on off stump, but it was in the slot for Evan Lewis, and he really has been impressive. Whether it's been full, whether it's been short, or whether it's just been a full toss.
Liam Livingstone to go once again, and he's into the right-handed Brandon King. Drives to cover to Mosley, and there is no run. Evan Lewis off the back of 100 in Sri Lanka, and he's continued his form. He's watching at the non-strikers end as King is beaten by a leg break from Livingstone. Can turn it either way. Goes leg breaks to the right-handers, so he's always turning away. King never actually moved his feet there at all, but Livingstone will go in once again. That's down the leg side, and it's able to just be turned through deep backward square. They're going to take one, they're going to come back for the second, they'll make it easily. West Indies keep on chugging, 106 without loss. King goes to 29.
Yeah, good running, as well as trying to access the boundary. The running between the wickets have been very, very impressive.
Livingstone in, brings King forward. Stays very much leg side of that delivery, just pushing out onto the offside to the man at cover, and there is no run. 157 the target, they're 51 away. Livingstone brings King forward again. just quietly defended. No run again.
Quite a simple technique, Brandon King. He's not looking to come too far forward. He's not looking to lock. He's trying to keep his balance more than anything else.
Livingstone again, he's in, roundabout off stump. And once again, King is just playing defensively. No run, and that completes the over. So that's Livingstone's second. He's gone for 8 so far. The West Indies need 51 more runs from 102 balls. Well, the balls aren't going to come into it. As Harmy's been saying, either the West Indies win or England bowl them out. We are not going to be getting the full distance. Well, we're going to get some Jacob Bethel now. So he's taken 4 wickets in his previous 5 one-day internationals. Best of 2 for 33 against the Aussies. And now the bowling to Evan Lewis from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. So his slow left arm means he's going to be bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Lewis. And in he goes, and Lewis threatens to give him the charge, then doesn't, but plays a little punch drive out through extra cover where Jofra Archer will field out on the boundary, and Lewis will take a couple. 108 without loss to West Indies.
Yeah, I think this is going one or two ways. Either Jacob Bethel is going to get Evan Lewis out, or Evan Lewis is going to try and show his authority towards the young left-arm spinner and take him downtown.
Bethel is in. He gives it a bit of air. He's not a fire-it-in, dart-it-in merchant. Lewis, square drive out to Jofra Archer again on the cover boundary. They take a single. 109 without loss.
Good length, very full to the block hole, not giving Lewis any chance of getting underneath it. I think that's the key here, trying to get it as full as possible so the batters can't get underneath it. King wants to hit it on the offside and go with the spin.
He's wrapping his fingers around the ball. Now makes his way in, and he bowls a waist-high full toss, if we're being brutally honest, but it's only punched down the ground to long on to Overton, and just a single. So actually, in the grand scheme of things, that could have been considerably worse. It'll just go down in the book as 110 without loss. Make sure he gets the ball exactly where he wants in his fingers, which is, as a spinner, what you need to do. Now he goes in and bowls, and Evan Lewis aims an enormous hack over long off and gets an outside edge down to short third, where Turner will do the fielding and they come back for 2. I think we were waiting for that moment, weren't we?
He's not going to die wondering, is Evan Lewis. He's going to try and put pressure on young Bethel. That was good bowling, that. He's just drifted it. It's gone away. It's just drifted away from off stump. Evan Lewis trying to hit it too hard, lost his shape and got a thick outside edge. That could have easily have gone to hand.
Bethel in once again, and again Lewis is aiming big. This time he's got this one, and it lands 3 rows back into the stand. The previous one could have done exactly the same thing, but he edged it. Evan Lewis had the sighter. He wasn't going to miss a second time, and he's deposited Bethel for the maximum. And Evan Lewis continues on his merry way.
Yeah, he lost his shape on the one before that time. He just waited that split second longer, kept a good balance, a good shape, didn't try and hit it out of the Sir Vivian Richards ground. All he tried to do was hit it over the rope, and he comfortably did that because he hit the middle of his bat and he was watching the ball.
It helps. Right, final ball of Bethel's over. He's gone for 12 already. He's in, left arm over once again, gets it full, in and around middle and leg, and Lewis can't beat the fielder at cover, so it ends the over. 19 of the 35 have been bowled here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. West Indies 118 without loss, trying to make 157. Lewis 80 not out from 59, King 30 not out from 55.
One more over just to make sure that the game is in play, and West Indies will want to get through that very, very quickly in the position they're in. Very, very impressive from Lewis. King backed him up.
Livingston goes in. It was a shortish pull down that's been whacked straight to deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and Will Jacks takes the catch, and they're going to need a dumper truck to drag Brandon King off because he can't believe what he's just done. He was nearly LBW to a drag down from Livingston in the previous over, and this one was a drag down that he's just slapped straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket, who barely had to move.
Exactly the same delivery, Macca. It's exactly the same delivery. This time I was just about to praise him to say he's watched the ball, he's got himself a little bit lower in stance, obviously his rotation's very, very good, he's got the middle of the bat, and I was about to say that's a fantastic shot for 6, and all of a sudden Will Jacks comes out of nowhere and plucks it out of the sky. A welcome wicket for England, a welcome wicket for the England captain in Liam Livingstone. Brandon King's innings comes to an end. He goes for 30, and the target is still a long, long way away. The 10 wickets are the 9 wickets that England need. But a good wicket for the England captain.
Well, they always say that 1 brings 2, and you can't get 2 till you get the first one. So they've done the first part of it.
Absolutely, and the second one, I still think the West Indies are home and hose, but all of a sudden you get Evan Lewis out, and it's you see what happens to the West Indies dressing room. If 2 becomes 3 and 3 becomes 5, and all of a sudden England have got something a little bit to go into the next game. But that was a well-timed, well hit shot, sweet shot, and Liam Livingstone picks up a wicket.
So Casey Carty is the man in at number 3. He made 58 in the 3rd match against England a year ago in December. So he has a half century to his name, and Livingstone will go in and bolt him. And again, that leg break grips on the surface. Carty is pushing it straight back down the pitch. But Livingstone appears to be bowling the right trajectory and the right pace, more importantly, for this pitch, for it to grip. In he goes once again. Carty, I tell you what, I mean, we use this phrase a lot. It's a good job he didn't miss that. He was bang in front of all 3. He's got it down to deep backward square with not enough power for it to get there. It actually stops 5 metres inside the rope. He gets off the mark with 3. He could have, if he'd missed that, he was walking back and taking off his kit.
Yeah, it's not. Again, Liam Livingstone driving it into the surface. Yeah, you're right, 100% right. If he misses it, he's stone dead. But just driving it into the surface and using the inconsistency of the surface to your benefit. Especially if he gets that flipper that he's got, the one that goes straight on. He gets the one to turn and it just bounces a little bit. If he gets that one to skid on, massively in the game.
Around the wicket for Livingstone to the left-handed Lewis. Bowls his off spin, pushed out to point. John Turner will field, and the single is taken. 1-2-2 for 1. 4 balls into the 20th over. 157 the target. 35 more needed for the West Indies. Livingstone over the wicket to Carty, who hits him back over his head. The only question is 4 or 6, and I think it might have landed on the boundary sponge. It was very, very close. This is going to go up to the 3rd umpire to adjudicate. It's definitely a boundary. It's just a case which flavour it is.
It looked as though, you're right, it looked as though it hit straight off the triangle, off the sponge. Has it gone straight on? I don't know. That might be given 4, Mackett. That might be given 4. I think it's got them both at the same time. I don't think it really matters in the grand scheme of things of the game, but I'm sure Liam Livingstone would rather see it go for 4 than 6. I think it's 6.
It's
again, yeah.
It's one of those that you could, if you wanted to, you could argue it both ways because it almost disappears under the sponge. So the argument is, well, it must be close to the ground.
We'll give it 5 then.
I'll give it 5. Yeah, let's just make it up as we go along.
I'm good at that. Yeah, I think that'll be given. Oh, it's given.
It's given
4.
us 4.
Yeah. England's got the sympathy vote.
Okay, 126 for 1 then. Final ball of Liam Livingstone's 3rd over. It's another short one. It's been punched out on the offside by Carty. Overton will do the fielding. And there is a single taken. So, wicket in the over, the first one for England. Liam Livingstone's desperate to get into a conversation with Casey Carty as he walks off at the end of the over. It took Carty a while to realise, I think, that Livingstone was actually talking to him, and then they sort of passed a comment to each other in passing, quite literally, and then take up their position. So, right, the good news is that at 1:28 in the morning, we have a game, because we've got to 20 overs. So we've not all wasted the last 6 or 7 hours of our lives. We have an official game, and it now appears to be just a case of when the West Indies win it.
Yeah, I think that's the inevitables. Even when we came back on, it was inevitable. Once we got 5 overs in, that the West Indies would get over the line. It would just be how quickly can they do it.
Adil Rashid to bowl his 5th over. It's the googly. It's a quick one as well, and it beats Carty. It hit his pads before the bat had come down. It was going down leg side, so it couldn't be LBW. But Carty was beaten for pace as much as anything else there.
Yeah, it was good from England as well. They've got everybody. They've got people in the ring trying to squeeze and keep Carty on strike. See if they can put pressure on him.
Rashid goes in again. It's the googly. He's able to turn this one through square leg, is Carty. Jofra Archer will do the fielding at deep square leg, and it will be just a single. 1:28 for 1 means 29 needed, and there are 88 balls left in the game.
Casey Carty has faced 6 balls in this innings so far. He's got 9 runs, but if he missed 3 of them, he was out LBW. He's not picked. He's not picked any of the googlies that's been bowled so far. But he's managed to get an inside edge on most of them.
Rashid waits. Now he approaches. Off of the back foot is Lewis, pushing back down the pitch to the bowler, and in his follow through, Rashid gathers it in and keeps hold of it and comes back in once again. Gives it some loop. It's flicked away, backward a square on the leg side. Down at deep backward square it is fielded, and so it is only a single. 1:29 for 1. Carty will be on strike as Lewis has now got 82 from 62. Two singles from the Rashid over so far. In he goes. There's a bit of bounce on that one. Coming forward is Carty. Guided to backward points. No run.
Yeah, Carty's working to the theory like us tail enders against the leg spinner. No idea how to pick it, so I'm going to get as close to the pitch of the ball as I possibly can. Try and smother the turn.
Rashid gives that one a little bit of air. Carty's coming forward to it. The bottom hand actually comes off with a grip as he plays that out on the offside. And that is the end of the over. Adil Rashid's bowled 5. Means he's got potentially 2 more in his armoury. He's got 0 for 37 so far. West Indies 1:29 for 1 after 21 overs, so they need 28 runs from 84 deliveries. Harmy's moved out. Darren Gough is coming in. He's going to give you some thoughts about where the West Indies are and England are at this stage, and I'll get out of the way as Manners will pick up the ball by ball.
Well done the West Indies. 28 off 84 balls. Absolute walk as Livingstone's in to Lewis, pushes it off into the offside. A simple one. And it's quite comfortable now for the West Indies. Lewis has been outstanding. 83 from just 63 deliveries in a score of 130 for 1 of 21.1 overs. Superb stuff from Evan Lewis. Carty's just come to the crease. He's on 9 off just 8 deliveries.
Livingstone into Casey Carty, and steers this one nicely with the spin out towards Will Jacks at deep backward point. I think the problem for England was that they simply didn't adapt to difficult conditions. There was a reason that they were asked about first. The West Indies knew that things wouldn't be easy. I don't think anybody was expecting the rain. It wasn't forecast, and that changed conditions in the second innings. That one is defended by the left-handed Evan Lewis, who remains on 83. But it's difficult. It's different thing saying the team failed to adapt to conditions than saying they failed to recognise conditions. There's a sweep shot here, little bottom edge, tickled it very, very fine. It's running away over this outfield, hits the boundary cushions now, and it's 4 runs to Evan Lewis, right off the bottom edge of the bat. Not where he intended to sweep it, it went a lot finer than he intended. Sometimes teams genuinely don't recognise conditions, and I think England's batters did recognise conditions, but they weren't able to adapt their games. It's one of the reasons that so many young faces expose them to different conditions that they're not familiar with. 135 for 1 now, West Indies. Target is 157, so they're almost there. 22 needed. And, well, frankly, their required run rate is 1.5. So that's not. He's going through the motions now. It's like when you've lost a chess game. I don't know whether you play chess, Goughy, but sometimes you can see the writings on the wall. There's no way out. There's no miracle move. And there's a little drive from Casey Carty again. Opens the face of the bat, steers it away down to third man. Chase on. Mosley in pursuit. Slide tackles it, and they go through for another single. Lewis moves on to 88. He's been in magnificent form. I mean, he did spend a year out of the team with largely because of injury, but 300s in his last 7 ODIs. Lewis 88, Carty 12, just 19 required for victory.
Yeah, 19. Like I said, it's been good performance from the West Indies. They came back well after getting off. Ford didn't really start that well, did he, for the West Indies? But came back well. Good bowling performance overall. But England, I know they don't like the words using partnerships, but I think today on this pitch, it's where partnerships were vital.
Adil Rashid in short and pulled, heaved massively by Evan Lewis onto the banks at deep mid-wicket. They're called berms in Antigua, the grass banks. B-U-R-M-S, berms. I don't know where the word comes from, but that one actually almost missed the grass bank. It's gone right, it's gone straight over it into the seating beyond it. That was a massive hit.
Into the ambulance.
Yes, that's right.
Straight the ambulance. But he does it a hard ball, doesn't he, Evan Lewis? A long ball. 8 sixes in his 94. I think he'll be looking to go to the 3 figures this ball.
That's a remarkable number. I mean, he's followed the Chris Gale mode here. Here's Adil Rashid into Lewis. Goes for the sweep shot. It's a big appeal. A very confident appeal from Phil Salt. As confident as it was optimistic. That's got to have pitched 6 inches outside leg stump. Might well have hit the stumps, but can't be out. Oh, they've reviewed it.
Adil's definitely.
TV umpire to director. We have a play review for LBW.
Over 200
the original decision
ODI
is
wickets.
not out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
8 sixes and only 4 fours. The Chris Gale model being take the outfield out of the equation. Adil Rashid was his googly.
Pitched outside leg.
Beautifully bowled, but it's pitched considerably outside leg.
After that, just waiting for outer edge.
The voice you can hear is the third umpire, or the television umpire, Lahuddin Palakar. Evan Lewis, I think, knows that he's going to be not out. He's strutting about like a man who knows that the third umpire is his friend.
Ultra edge coming up.
We have to look at the ultra edge,
yep,
even though the bat was a very long way from delivery.
Ball and
kept
keep
a
rolling.
bit low.
I'm satisfied. There's no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when ready?
Here
Original
we go.
decision is not out. Pitching outside leg. Rod, you can stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen. Signal now.
Well, I'm looking for a job. Umpiring might be on the...
Especially if every decision's that easy. Oh, Rashid in again. Lewis goes downtown. Has he got enough? He hasn't.
Oh!
He hasn't got enough. Jacob Bethel takes the catch. He wanted to get to his 100 with a 6. Just 13 runs required for victory. Evan Lewis on 94 with 8 sixes. And he thought, let's get there in style with number 9.
Yeah, amazing really, isn't it? Another googly from Adil Rashid. Lewis picked it, tried to go over the offside, a slightly harder shot than hit him with the spin onto the leg side. Thickish bottom edge. And he didn't quite have the power this time. Straight into Jacob Bethel, one of the best fielders in this England side. With a standing ovation, really. Fantastic innings from Evan Lewis. 94 from just 69 deliveries. And at 144 for 2, it's an absolute walk in the park here for the West Indies. Just a target, Duckworth Lewis, of 157. And Manners, as we said earlier, required run rate is 1.04. Comfortable.
They can get them in wides and leg byes. 144 for 2. Shea Hope comes to the crease. I think the most underappreciated ODI cricketer in international cricket at the moment, or at least the one lacking the recognition that he deserves. 1600s, an average of a shade under 50 in 120 games. He's absolutely brilliant, and I think he's on the cusp of greatness in the ODI game, and I don't think he's sufficiently recognised. He's a brilliant pacer of an innings. Here's Adil Rashid then to Shea Hope, and he shuffles across and nudges it away defensively on the offside.
I would call what? The crab? It was a crab shot, wasn't it?
He went sideways.
No, he was sideways there. A bit of Chandapur.
Did you know that crabs walk straight when they're drunk?
Give up.
Here's Rashid in again. It's slog swept out towards deep mid-wicket.
How do you know when a crab's drunk? Does he walk straight?
Well, they're sober when they walk sideways.
Oh, dear me.
145 for 2. It's that time of night. 12 needed.
Morning,
sorry. Shea Hope has 1. Casey Carty has 12. And 12 are needed. 12 from 10 balls. Casey Carty's been very positive. Adil Rashid is in again. And it's a genuine leg spinner. Just turns nicely. Pitch has certainly assisted the spinners, as we thought it would. But it's by and large slow spin. It's not a gripping spin.
Yes, slow spin. But that's sometimes harder to play on, especially if you're trying to in one-day cricket, don't you think? If you get big spin, you can play a lot of the reverse sweep shots and play with the spin and things, especially to orthodox spin bowling. But when it's slow, I find it harder because it's harder to sweep. Would you say? Harder to sweep on a slow pitch.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Liam Livingstone bowls both forms, of course. He's bowling leg spinners predominantly to the right-handers. I think that's right. I mean, I think even like spin, like fast bowling, is a little easier to play when there's some pace.
Yep, bounce.
Yeah, that's right. Here's Livingstone in once again, and a quicker one fired through, punched off the back foot by Casey Carty. Casey Carty, the first cricketer from St Martin, which is
what, the first one ever to play cricket?
To play for the West Indies.
You said the wording of that. You've got to get the wording right.
Can you imagine if he was the only first cricketer to play cricket? How did he start?
It's called Adam.
It's like throwing a ball against a wall and playing the rebound. No, but here's Liam Livingstone. He knows the game's up. He's got a smile on his face. He's going down with grace. Phil Salt's also got a smile on his face. And I agree with that. I mean, when you get thumped as comprehensively as this, there's really no point in sulking or be brooding about it. Driven, dropped by Adil Rashid at extra cover. Shea Hope tried to get in on the act, drove Livingstone firmly with the spin to extra cover. It's gone straight to Adil Rashid. You have to say it was a straightforward catch. Actually, it was sort of slightly middling, chest height. You don't know whether to take it with the fingers pointing up or down, and he was sort of caught between two. Yes, it was an easy catch. It was a sitter. It was a dolly. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Adil Rashid's not smiling, but I think a few of his teammates might have a sly grin hidden behind the palm of their hand. Here is Livingstone in again, and it's short and wide, and slapped away by Shea Hope to the cover fielder. Will Jacks comes in to keep them down to a single. Shea Hope, the West Indies captain, has 2. Casey Carty has 14. The West Indies need a mere 9 from 66 balls. And it's a New England team, and they've got a thumping tonight.
A proper thumping. And then this is the problem, isn't it, with the scheduling we've got now. We've got an England team who have just played in Pakistan. They've come home for a couple of weeks to rest, and then they go off to New Zealand in a test series. So they need to rest them now because of the workloads. So you get another. It's almost like they're giving caps away for free. I used to hate that when we played. I believe you have to earn your caps.
Here is Adil Rashid once again, and this one is slapped away behind square on the offside by Shea Hope. Just a single once again as Mosley does the fielding. There's only 2 members of the squad who are going to New Zealand. That's quite a trip.
And they're reserves
Caribbean
as well,
to New
really,
Zealand.
aren't they? I mean, Jacob Bethel's going as a reserve, really. Let's be realistic.
Jordan Cox
will play because obviously Smith's not going.
Slog sweep now from Casey Carty to Adil Rashid's googly. Doesn't make contact with it. Hits him on the pad. 149 for 2. Oh, Rian Ahmed.
I mean, I don't understand
3.
why Ryan's come out here. They've already got 2 leg spinners.
I know. Well, exactly. There's 3 of them actually. That, and I'm not sure that. Certainly, Rian Ahmed and Jacob Bethel. They're not in line to play to start. Jordan Cox. It is said will keep wicket.
He's going to keep wicket. Definitely.
So he'll have some recovering to do at the end of this series. I think they're going to let him go before the end of the T20 series, though, aren't they? So he will have a bit more time to get to New Zealand. Another one from Adil Rashid is chopped away by Casey Carty to backward point, and there's no run. 35 overs, the target reduced to, but the game was up when the rain started falling after 15 overs really. West Indies were 81 without loss, needing 210 to win, and so driven over the top of mid-off down to the boundary for 4. Have to say, Casey Carty's been really positive.
I think he's looked good.
He's
looked really
good,
sharp at the crease. He's good footwork. He's played well. He's obviously picked that as well from Adil Rashid and hit it straight. Saw it out the hand. Beautiful shot.
Four to win for the West Indies. Adil Rashid in again, another googly, fired in, really quick googly, but again Casey Carty seems to be seeing the ball really well, picking it early. Have you been to St Martin?
Yeah, I've been to most places in the Caribbean, if I'm honest. I've been on the cruise ships a couple of times.
Do you remember the airport runway, unless they've lengthened it, is the absolute minimum length for a 737 to take off, and it has to push right back against the edge of the airport where there's a chicken wire fence. And the captain has to basically just floor the accelerator just to get off.
No margin for error there, is there really?
No.
Would you
Here's Liam Livingstone, and it's driven away by Hope, again square of the wicket for a single. They're getting there gradually. 3 runs to win.
Are you surprised they're not giving Mosley a ball? See, debut, you want to give him a ball. I mean,
they've got 9 bowlers.
You're losing the game, though. I mean, Rashid, we all know what Rashid can do, and Livingstone, we've seen them bowl plenty of overs.
Livingstone in again, quicker one outside the off stump. Carty tries to cut it and misses. Into the gloves of Phil Salt it goes, who removes the bails just because he can. Nothing wrong with the back foot from Casey Carty. 3 to win. Livingstone in again, bowls another one outside the off stump, turning away, chopped once more to the cover sweeper. Mosley fields 1
There
run.
you go. Will we see Salt and Pepper playing in the same team this series? You think that'll happen? Or will they wait till Cox goes? And then that'll
Salt
be
and
T20s?
Pepper?
Yeah, you've got to see Salt and Pepper.
I agree.
They've already done
absolutely.
They've already done the photos, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
They have. Yeah, absolutely. That would be a first in world cricket. Have a Salt and Pepper in the same team. And I think we've all been waiting for it for a while, since Michael Pepper's rise up the rankings, his continued impressive performances. It's like having mustard and onions at Durham, wasn't it? Clipped away behind square on the leg side. Scores level. Well, on DLS anyway. No, that's it. They've won. The West Indies have won. Scores were level. And that little single behind square leg from Shea Hope takes him to 6. Casey Cardy has 19 from 20. The West Indies have won by 8 wickets on DLS. A comprehensive victory with 9.1 overs to spare. A brilliant bowling performance from the home side saw England dismissed for 209 in 45.1 overs with a top score of 48 from stand-in captain Liam Livingstone, 37 from Sam Curran. Wonderful bowling from Gudakesh Moti, 4 for 41. 2 wickets apiece for Alzari Joseph, Jaden Seals and Matthew Ford. Really good outfielding as well. It was a committed, disciplined performance from the West Indies, and England had no answer, and certainly no answer with the ball, as Evan Lewis charged his way to 94. Brandon King was pretty much a static partner in the opening stand of 118. He was dismissed for 30 off 56 balls. But an England team thoroughly outplayed in the first of 3 one-day internationals. And Darren Sammy, the effervescent coach, is greeting all of his players as they make their way off the field. And we'll have a final word from Darren Gough before Andrew McKenna will wrap up the day and night and morning's proceedings in the following on podcast in the company of Philo Wallace and Steve Harmison.
Yeah, wonderful performance today from the West Indies, very impressive. Slow start with the ball, but came back into the game. The 2 spinners were fantastic. Roston Chase didn't pick up any wickets, but I thought he did a good job. 10 overs, none for 47. But Gudakesh Moti at 10 overs, 4 for 41 was outstanding, and a bit of a collapse from England at the end. Saw them fell well short of what we thought was a good score. 250, 209 all out. And the West Indies, from that moment on, were outstanding. Just needed 210 to win. Got changed with the Douglas Lewis, and Evan Lewis was outstanding. 94 from just 69 balls. Saw West Indies win by 8 wickets by Douglas Lewis method. Fantastic performance. And the West Indies 1-up.
Cheers, Goughy. Thank you very much for that. So, West Indies are up and running in this series. So let's bring you the following on podcast. Well, you are listening to Following On. I'm Andrew McKenna, and I'll be joined by the former England fast bowler Steve Harmison and the former West Indies international Philo Wallace to look back at the West Indies' dominant 8-wicket win over England in the first one-dayer in Antigua. We'll be discussing where it went wrong for England with the bat, what positives they can take away despite that loss, and we'll have a look at how big a boost this is to a developing West Indies side as Evan Lewis's half-century and almost full century blasted them to victory. Plenty to come over the next 15 minutes or so then. You are listening to Following On. Well, the bare numbers are that the West Indies won this at a canter. Let's recap it all for you. The West Indies won the toss and put England in. An England side with 4 debutants in it today, but they were bowled out in 45 overs and 1 ball for 209. Phil Salt making 18, Will Jacks 19, Jordan Cox 17, Jacob Bethel 27, Liam Livingstone 48, top scored at just under a run a ball, 48 from 49 with 3 4s and 2 6s. Sam Curran 37, Dan Mosley 8, Jamie Overson a first ball duck, Adil Rashid 15, Jofra Archer 7, John Turner was 2 not out. The most successful bowler for the West Indies was Gudakesh Moti, the left-arm spinner. He took 4 for 41 from his 10. 2 apiece for Matthew Ford, Jaden Seals and Alzari Joseph. Roston Chase went wicketless. But during the interval, the rain came, and it meant that we had a very delayed start, which although we started with 50 overs aside, we had a second rain interruption for the West Indies, which forced a DLS change that meant 210 got reduced down to 157 from 35 overs, and they did that in just 25 overs and 5 balls. Brandon King and Evan Lewis opened the innings. Brandon King making 30 from 56 before being caught on the boundary by Will Jacks off the bowling of Liam Livingstone in the first over after the second resumption. And then Evan Lewis was trying to bring up 100 in the grand manner, making 94 from 69. He'd already hit 8 sixes. He tried to take on Rashid and was caught by Jacob Bethel on the long off boundary. So that left Casey Carty and Shea Hope to see things through. As I say, Adil Rashid and Liam Livingstone, the only bowlers to take wickets. Rashid finishing with 1 for 50 from 7. Livingstone 1 for 32 from 5 overs and 5 balls. And the West Indies therefore take a 1-0 lead in this 3-match series. Steve Harmison, on the day, on the evening, on the morning, England were just basically outplayed.
Yeah, absolutely. Both bat and ball, I think the West Indies completely outplayed England. They won a good toss. I don't think it was that straightforward or that easy to bat on when England came out to bat. I think the ball sat in the pitch. I think it probably needed the moisture to get the ball to come on, but took nothing away. Jayden Seales started very, very well. Matt Ford didn't have the best of starts, but Seales and the 2 spin bowlers, Alzari Joseph, dragged it back, his figures back a bit, but I think all in all the West Indies put the ball in the right area, asked the right questions of England, and when England got to a position of, I think when they got stuck, they went for the big shot, and the wicket wasn't conducive to the big shot, and Salt, Jacks, Cox, Bethel especially, all played big shots to get out. When you look at the numbers, I mean, you look at balls faced, forget irrespective of the score, what they scored, 29, 27, 32, 33, 49 and 56. They're all balls faced for England's top 6. So they understand the surface and they get the wicket. But unfortunately, when the going got tough and the West Indies put a bit of pressure on the England batters, it was 6 or it was out. And the majority of the time, other than Liam Livingstone hit 2 big sixes, it was the latter and it was out. And that's the disappointing thing for me, that England, I mean, the hardest part of the game, they just give their wickets away.
In fairness, for anyone who hasn't been listening to the whole game or watched it and is just looking at the scorecards, you're thinking, blimey, 209 and the West Indies were cruising. What we need to point out is the pitch was not easy in the first innings to play. It was stodgy. It wasn't coming through. And when the rain got on it, it just sort of juiced up the top and it came onto the bat much nicer. Now, I'm not trying to make excuses for the England players here, but they had the worst of the conditions.
They did, and I take what you say on board, but it was more than a 209 pitch. I mean, it was a 250. You're in the game, but you're still ran about par. I think a par score was 260. Above par score, anything in excess of 280. 209 gives you absolutely nothing to bowl at, and I think the headline one, and I don't want to single him out, and he was running out of partners, and he's played an innings which on paper looks 37 or 56 in Sam Curran. He's running out of partners, but he gets out with 13 overs to go, batting with Jofra Archer, and you're thinking, do you know what, you could have just kept going, kicked the board over and gone, tried to get to that 43, 44 mark, and if you do end up batting with John Turner, then you can have a go, and he just hits one straight down somebody's throat on the deep. So that for me just said everything about that innings.
Philo, let's be positive though from a West Indian point of view. A good performance from them. They'll be very happy with pretty much all aspects of the play, and it now means they've won 4 of the last 5 one-day internationals that they played against England in the Caribbean. They certainly were the better side and performed much better today.
Yeah, well, obviously, coming out of Sri Lanka, there would have been a lot of negatives and a few positives. And one of the positives coming out of Sri Lanka was Evan Lewis scoring that 100 in the final one-day international, and Rutherford as well, getting another half-century. And then today, you saw with the run chase, I thought that when the rain came down onto the surface, yes, it made it a lot better and easier for batting, and particularly the West Indian batters at the top, Brandon King and Evan Lewis, they like the ball coming on to them. They weathered the storm with the England's opening pair of Archer and Turner. Bowled some good balls, but in bowling good balls, they didn't pick up wickets. And once you survive those good balls as an opener, you know that you stand a chance to really cash in. And obviously, Lewis continuing his good form, hitting the ball to all parts of the ground with a lot of power and authority. And obviously, he and King put on a 100-run partnership, and that really laid the foundation for hope and Casey Carty to just come and put the icing on the cake. So this has been a big win for West Indies. It's a good moral booster for them as well on the back of the Sri Lankan series. And to start with a victory in a 3 ODI series against England, who they seem to have the boogie. You know, they've won the last 4 or 5 one-day games against England. We will say that England is not at the full strength and they're playing around with players. But I think England has come here to come to the Caribbean to win. And obviously, West Indies will want to try and protect their reputation and their record at home. So it's a good win, a good start for the series. And it sets it up quite nicely now for the other 2 games.
And that's the point, isn't it? It gets you off and underway. You know, you basically got to, you almost try to have to lose this series from here, 1 up with only 2 to play. If you play anything like, you're in, you know, there you are, you've got yourself a series win.
Yeah, I mean, I also have to remember that even in the T20 series against Sri Lanka, West Indies won the first game. And then Sri Lanka obviously came back and won it 2-1. So that will be in the back of their minds. Mind you, West Indies are playing at home. They might play on the same surface on Saturday, and then they go to Barbados for the final game on Wednesday. But obviously they need to take all the positives from this game. I thought that they bowled well. There were some lapses in the field, but the lapses did not cost a lot. And obviously they will have to buckle up a bit more in their fielding. And Alzari Joseph didn't start well, but he came back and realized if he bowled full and straight, he'll get wickets. And he picked up some wickets, 2 wickets, which would give him a big boost. You know, and Matthew Ford obviously continues to improve and gain knowledge and experience. But the key is Moti. He came in and he ripped the belly out of the England middle order. And that is what you want from your spinner. Ralston Chase was not that effective, but obviously he held his own. But when you look at it, Moti is the bowler who would have really ripped the heart out of the England middle order and set up West Indies to chase a very low total at the end of the Duckworth-Lewis calculation.
So, Harmy, England have to win both games that are left. Throwing it ahead to Saturday's game. Now, it is a day game. We know that they've got a squad of 16, so changes are likely. I mean, realistically, we're not expecting to see Jofra Archer in that because they manage his workload, and I can't see him playing 2 games in Antigua and not playing in Barbados, bearing in mind that's his home, so I would expect him to rest on Saturday. From what you've seen today, what potentially do you think they might be thinking in terms of other changes?
Possibly John Turner. I think they have to look after his body. So the simple options would be Saqib Mahmood and Reece Topley to come in for the 2 opening bowlers. They're natural changes. I don't see them changing. I think Gough was mentioned, what more do we need to learn about Adil Rashid? But I think we need Adil Rashid to hold the unit together, so I don't see that one being a change. Simply the top 6 will be the top 6 because there's nobody else. Michael Pepper could potentially stake a claim for one of the top order players, but I think the top 7 will be the same, and it wouldn't surprise me at the weekend if we have just the 2 changes. We'll see Saqib Mahmood come in for John Turner and Reece Topley come in for Jofra Archer. I would, like Pakistan, like Multan, I'd go and play on the same pitch. I really would. I'd go and play the same pitch in a day game and say, well, England have got players who just want to hit the ball for 6s and 4s, and they've got players who have got a plan A. Have they got a plan B? Really, have England got a plan B, which is to old-fashioned ODI cricket, to somehow get themselves to 275 on a wicket, which is sitting in. It's a day game, so it's going to be both sides is going to be playing on a pitch which is slow and low and very, very difficult to time, and you not always feel as if you're going to be in, so you're going to have to work hard to earn the right to score runs like what Evan Lewis did. I think looking at the West Indies, they've got a formula that can bowl on that surface and potentially put England under pressure. So I wouldn't if I was the West Indies and Darren Sammy, I wouldn't be adverse to playing on the same surface.
Well, we will find out. We'll be back with you at 1 o'clock in the UK on Saturday for that second game. England have to win both remaining matches to win this series after they go down in the first match by 8 wickets. The West Indies chasing down their DLS target of 157 with just over 9 overs to spare here on talkSPORT 2.
3 and 3, saving 1. Slapped away, just slightly back of a length through extra cover by Phil Salt in the first runs. Third ball of the innings, and it's gone through extra cover for 4. We'll have more on that in a moment. Wide of the extra of off stump and driven beautifully through extra cover. Lovely, lovely shot from Will Jacks.
Good to be here, I've got to tell you.
And that ball catches. Phil Salt goes for the big shot. Is it going to be taken? And it is taken. Mark Butcher has just, well, he's given a wicket.
Joseph is in right arm over. Bethel pulls into the leg side once again. That's going to be a 2 bounce 4. So Control C, Control V.
Here is Ford again. Oh, he's top edge to pull, and it's gone straight up in the air. Third man runs around. Good catch. Running in from the third man boundary. Just lost patience there, Jordan Cox. Short, pulled up into the air, he's gone, he's caught at extra cover. Jacob Bethel's gone. It's hard work, slow pitch, slow outfield, good bowling from the West Indies. England are 100 for 4 as we have the last ball of the 23rd over. Sam Curran punches it. That's one of the best timed shots we've seen.
This time Livingstone does come down the ground. I figured at some point he'd have to do that, and it's a straight 6.
Driven, smashed away by Livingstone over deep mid-wicket. Second 6 of the innings, second 6 to Liam Livingstone. Moti in again, chipped up in the air and gone. Lovely bowling from the left arm spinner. Livingstone becomes the 5th out of 5, courtesy of the two-pace nature or the stopping nature of the pitch. Moti in again, and he's pitched it up